Welcome everyone. This is me, Džiugas Martinkenas, and with me I have Derek.
Hey man, how are you doing?
Hey man. Sounds
Hey,
so
man.
English. I want to say it
Alright,
so
mate.
naturally to you, like, hey man. I'm doing great. I hope everyone is doing great too. Like in festive mood to the Easter, to some games of Hearthstone.
Yeah, good point. Happy Easter, everybody.
Yeah, happy Easter. Upcoming, I think. It's not Easter yet, right?
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow. Okay.
Yeah.
So hard decks, or how they say it. Like, is there a saying? Have a hard decks. Like, do you smash it in other countries? We have like egg smashing competitions. You don't
Egg
have
smashing. That doesn't sound like a very difficult competition, I have to be honest. Smashing an
those?
egg
No, you
is.
smash against the other egg, like someone else's, and see whose egg is harder.
Oh, what? You throw eggs against
No,
each.
you just like hold it and smash it. Like,
Oh, that sounds fun.
yeah, and you found out whose egg is the strongest because someone's
Oh.
egg is like, yeah. So it's
I
like,
don't think we have that tradition here, but maybe I'll introduce it to my family.
yeah, it's really fun. Okay, so okay, let's get back to the Hearthstone.
That's right. This is our first Journey to Ungoro Amazon Coins tournament that we are casting.
Right.
So it's going to be very cool to see all the different decks that people have been bringing. Even overnight, we've seen new changes to decks and new kind of decks spring up in popularity. And I think we are going to be jumping into our game pretty soon.
Yes, pretty soon. I'm just fixing the overlay a bit. 1 second.
No worries, no worries.
Yeah, and I'm really excited to see what people are gonna be bringing now, because
Yes.
I've been participating in those tournaments myself, and I'm really
Okay.
excited to see what's the take of other people on this, because I haven't casted, I haven't seen many people playing it yet. I'm really excited.
Exactly. I think what I'm most excited to see is I've seen lots of different types of decks. I think I have a decent understanding of the kind of decks we might be expecting to see. But what I'm more interested in is the lineups that people will be bringing. What is the coherent strategy with the 4 decks that they are going to be bringing? Are we going to see the kind of things that we saw before the expansion, where you'd bring entirely aggro lineups, entirely control lineups? Some people bring entirely combo lineups, or maybe a little bit of everything. I'm not sure what the best strategy is at this point.
Yes.
But I think we are just about ready to jump into the first game.
Yeah, they have started, so we are jumping in. It's gonna be a round 2 game. The first round was, for some people, was a death win, so I don't know if anyone of these 2 players played a game already, but it's a round 2 nonetheless.
It is indeed, and we can see our 2 competitors here are Coco F and Mark Evans, with the clear mid-range hunter versus the already infamous quest rogue for Mark Evans.
Infamous.
Infamous, to me at least.
Yeah, I love that deck.
Ugh, okay.
A lot of people hate it, but it's a love-hate relationship, I think.
It's a hate-hate relationship, I think.
Either you love it or you hate it. It's
fair enough.
no other way around it, I think.
Yeah, there's no in between. It's very, it's like Marmite. Do you know that about Marmite? Is that
I know that for some people it's disgusting, but I don't know what it is even. I know it's in a jar, something.
Exactly. It's you put it on your toast for breakfast, and some people love it and some people hate it. There's no in between, basically.
Okay.
And Quest Rogue is a Marmite kind of deck, is what an English person would say.
Okay. So is it similar with the peanut butter?
You'd use it similarly to peanut butter, but it's a very acquired taste. I think most people who aren't English hate it,
Oh, okay.
but I love it. But anyway, back to this game.
Yes,
Speaking
let's
of
get
actual Hearthstone, not Marmite. We can see that Mark Evans has already got in his hand 4 cards with the same name that he could play. After the Igneous Elemental dies, he will have 4 Flame Elementals that he can play out in order to complete the quest. But unfortunately for him, Coco has managed to get a perfect curved start, which is the real bane of this Quest Rogue deck. If your opponent can rush you down before you get a seemingly infinite number of 5/5s, you just lose.
Yes. And I think the elemental package is the best package to have in the Quest
Right.
Rogue. At first, people didn't realize that you get the same elemental cards and you can combo them, and you don't even need that many bouncers, you know?
Right.
So, but at the end, I think that's the most common deck to meet now, with double Igneous Elemental and Fireflies. And it's really nice because you can save some bounces and just have like one Bouncer, for example, and Firefly and Igneous, and it's enough.
That's the thing. Yeah, and I think that's a really good point, because one thing that I kind of underestimated about the deck is I thought once you complete the quest, all your bounce effects are kind of useless. You've just got a bunch of, gadgets and ferrymans and youthful brewmasters stuck in your hand, but they're really good after the quest because you can play a charger, bounce it back, charge it again. You can draw twice with the novice engineer. They stay fantastic throughout the entire game. So having all the bounce effects and the elemental package just gives you the maximum chance of completing your quest as early as possible, which you need to do to win the game.
Yes. But as we see, this is a match against the Hunter, and the Hunter is doing really well against this deck because you can usually rush him down before turn 5, turn 6, when the quests take action and become really powerful. So I think Coco F is in a really good spot because Rogue is pretty low, and they don't have any AoE basically. Not many lists run Fan of Knives and things like that.
That's exactly right. Even the Vanish here feels like it's going to come out a little bit too late, because here he already has lethal on board. Even it's not even a question of over the next couple of turns. Mark Evans is going to have to completely clear this board if he wants to stay alive at all, pretty much, and that is not going to do it.
So yeah, it's a pretty strong deck, but it has really bad matchups. All aggro decks, and I think aggro decks and mid-range Hunter is really terrible, and the Freeze Mage is really hard also. So if you're meeting a lot of quest rogue and ladder, I think you should go and take some mid-range Hunter for a run. I think you might enjoy the climb then.
Yes.
because a lot of people don't like the meta game and say, oh, it's quest rogue, it's a combo deck, it's not interactive. I think you just have to play the correct decks to counter the meta if you don't like it.
Okay, fair enough. But what if I want to play fun decks like mid-range Paladin? Oh, I think I need to get on that. I need to get on the Freeze Mage train. That's what I need to do.
Yeah, the Freeze Mage. It's a sleeper deck. Everyone was forgotten about it for a couple of weeks.
Everyone thought it was gone, but it is absolutely not gone.
Yeah. Even Laughing, I heard, was saying that it's gone. It's not good enough. But then I think Monsanto built a deck, and he's like, check it out, Laughing, and he approved.
It got the laughing seal of approval. That's absolutely right. People saying it's even better than before.
Even better? Yeah, might be. I don't know.
Might be. I suppose it's not necessarily that the deck is better, but it's better in the current meta.
Oh, right.
Better in the meta.
Okay. So it's a druid, and we can see it's a token druid versus the Quest Warlock. I haven't seen
Quest Warlock? What?
Yeah, I haven't seen a Quest Warlock in a while.
I just dropped out of Spectator Client. That is very interesting. So I suppose when people were theorizing at first, they weren't really sure if you should, with the quest, go for a zoo kind of warlock or a kind of slower, controlish discard warlock. And I think basically people figured out quite quickly that both kind of suck, and you shouldn't really run the quest, because as a zoo, you need to play something on turn 1, and losing an entire card just to the quest, when you play it you should have won anyway, doesn't feel too great.
I think the controlled version would be quite viable, but the metagame is a bit too fast with the quest rogues, for example. You can't really outvalue them.
That makes sense.
So dropping that 5 mana portal, after even doing the quest, it's usually too slow because you don't get the values as fast.
That's a very good point. Kind of slow value isn't really too good in this kind of a metagame. You need more burst potential, don't you?
Yeah. And he just dropped that one. Well, he didn't have a choice.
I guess so. That feels pretty bad, though.
Well, he could have dropped a quest and a Malchazar Imp.
I suppose. I think you just need to contest the board as much as possible at this point, don't you? And the 2/2 lines up decently well against these Fireflies, at least. You'll be able to get a little bit of value trade. And if he decides to keep that Galaka Crawler in hand, which he is obviously, as he's favouring the Ravenous Pterodax here, that could be really nice against the patches, just to get you a little bit of extra stats on the board at least.
And the double adapt going ham. Taunt wasn't too valuable now because you're at full HP, so I think anything else would have been better, tokens or HP. But I think the situation, the offers wasn't anything better. So.
Yeah, I think you're probably right. Taunt very rarely feels like the correct option to go for with the adapt, because the vast majority of the time you'd rather just get the higher value stuff unless you're just about to die. You know, if you compare it to other cards, if you go with like the 2/2 that adapts, then you're just getting a Frostwolf Grunt. There's a lot of cards that don't really line up too well with the taunt, but for Mark Evans here, he's starting to get back on the board a little bit. His Galaka Crawler works out as a really nice body here, lines up very well. And the 1/3 and 1/1s look pretty good, but that's a lot of
second
damage.
Savage Error,
Yeah.
The quest Warlock, when you play a zoo list, it has a trouble because you're sacrificing your early game a bit. Because if you play it on turn 1, you're not developing the 1-drop. And developing the 1-drops early on is why zoo is viable and why is it like a good deck. Because you can zoo your opponent up like in early turns. And if you you waste 1 mana, which could be like a Flame Imp, like a 3/2 on board. It's usually too slow, but as we can see, Mark Evans took a line of not playing the quest before having the discards in later turns, and I think that's the right approach. If you're playing this fast deck, you can just save it and maybe use it with Soulfire in later stages of the game, but it didn't work out still, because you keep the quest in the hand. It means that you have 1 less card, and it sacrifices consistency of the deck. So
I think that.
So maybe that's why he didn't get like 2 drops and 1 drops to because he didn't have he had 1 card less. So
I think that's actually a very good point. I think the correct decision here, even if you're running a quest Zoo Warlock, would just be to throw away the quest in that situation, because it's very likely to be an aggro druid. That's definitely the more popular variant of the deck at the moment, I would say. And if you're going to beat them, you're going to beat them by winning in the early game. And you just need as many cards as possible, and you need to be utilizing every single mana on playing your minions. You're not going to be winning through the use of your quest. So I think just throwing it away there would definitely have been a much better line of play. But here we can see we finally got the quest on quest match.
So wait, how many discards do you need for a quest to complete?
5? Or is it 6?
5 or 6. So that's quite a lot, I think.
It is a lot. I think it might even be 6. I'm Googling the card right now because I don't think I've ever seen that card actually be played on the ladder, because people realized it was pretty rubbish quite early on.
That was like the first legendary I got from the new expansion. So
no way.
Yeah, but I haven't used it. Yeah, I haven't used it. I don't like it, but
I don't like it much either. Yeah. But here we can see Coco is taking a similar line of approach with throwing away the quest here, which I think makes a lot of sense. Just maximize your chances of getting the cards you need to keep up in the early game, and the maximum chances of getting the taunts you need to stave off your opponent's aggression as well.
And it looks like a dream hand for Mark Evans.
Yeah.
Almost. He just needs 1 single 1-drop, and it's basically over because he has 3 bouncers in the hand. So he basically has a quest done. He can even bounce the Edwin if he wants.
He could do, and it can't be killed here yet. For Coco can't kill off this Edwin Van Cleef. He has the very interesting option here of going for the Dirty Rat, which I suppose you'd rather save it, because after your opponent plays a 1-drop or one of their minions that they want to play multiple times, like a Novice Engineer perhaps, and then they bounce it back to their hand, you can Dirty Rat it out and then kill it.
Yes.
Which feels like a really nice way of disrupting, I should say, the opponent's quest.
Usually it's not enough though, but it helps a lot.
Sometimes it definitely helps to slow it.
Yeah, sometimes you slow it down quite enough to outvalue them with taunts and just pressure enough.
Because in this situation, no matter what minion he hits with the Dirty Rat, be it the Panda or the Swashbuckler, either way it is going to be disturbing the opponent's quest.
Is he gonna slam it?
If he kills
Is he gonna slam it? No, you're not gonna slam the 1/1?
Whoa.
Oh, so why you're at it? Well, it helps from 1 bounce less, but still.
Yes. He now needs, 3 more bounces if he wants to activate the Swashbuckler for his quest, or he needs to draw the other one, is another way that he could do it. But either way, 21 cards in the deck, he's only got 3 bounce effects left outside of a banish, and he's only got 1 Swashbuckler, so that's only really 4 cards he's got to bounce it back.
There's also vanish, so
Yeah, I suppose that does help.
The Vanish is really insanely good against warriors. You can bounce like Death Rattle Taunts or something, like as we can see,
Right.
Direhorn Hatchling. It's really nice to bounce that one, or Armor Smiths. And the warrior doesn't have infinite value, infinite mana. He can't play all the taunts again, usually, so...
Okay. I like your thinking.
Oh wait, that was interesting. He Shadow Stepped the Ferryman to bounce with it the Swashbuckler. So he used the bounce to get the bounce back and then use it. So he basically healed the 2-3. That's great.
Makes sense.
Yeah, not everyone sees those simple plays. Usually they would just bounce the 1-1, like bounce back, and not consider that he can bounce the bouncer.
Okay, yeah, fair enough. You were trying to convince me before the casting started that this isn't a completely brain-dead deck, and, you know, I suppose you are correct in that particular instance.
Yeah, for example, it's interesting thing of not playing the quest, for example, against aggro decks. You can start with a 1-drop, because you're not gonna bounce, for example, the Firefly.
Wow, okay.
So you just start with it, and then quest on second turn with another Firefly.
Ah, interesting.
Fire Elemental, I mean.
Yeah, the Flame Elemental, that makes sense. So here we can see, for Coco, some of these cards are starting to look not so good. The Execute really isn't the kind of card he's looking for, and the Direhorn Hatchling, once the quest has been activated, if Mark Evans can find a way of doing so, is going to be a lot less powerful. But there is still no way to play that crucial 4th minion for Mark Evans yet.
It's a bit dangerous to play out your hand like this. He played out the Flame Elemental. I think I would like to keep it for a while, just because you want to have more minions in hand in case of second rat. Of course, you have at least 2 now, so it's a 50-50 if your opponent gets a second rat.
That's a good point, actually. Yep, keeping other minions in hand just as a kind of umbrella to protect your more important minions in your hand from being pulled out. But that Vanish hit looks very, very nice. You can play out both your minions here, prep the Vanish, and just return everything to your hand.
Yeah. Well, you don't need to play the board. It doesn't do anything.
I guess so.
There's a taunt in a way.
Oh yeah, very true, very true.
Yeah.
Save that one.
He's not doing it? Why? It's nice to bounce this board. You get like a value from Fairyfly, and the second bouncer. It was definitely the Vanish play now.
Yeah, I think that would have made a lot of sense as well. I suppose his line of thinking is probably, if I want to bounce more taunts than just that one Direhorn Hatchling, but I think you are right, it might have been slightly greedy, because you just have to complete your quest as quickly as possible.
Yeah, now he lost a lot of value just for no reason, because he would have had a second Firefly effect, and he would have a bouncer. Well, he can still have a bouncer. But...
That's true. And if he returned the Firefly and the Flame Elemental to his hand after the quest is completed, that's 3 5/5s that he could have then played.
Okay, now,
so quite a big value loss there.
Okay, now it's different. Now he can. Now he got a second Swashbuckler, and he can just make the quest now. So it's fine.
True.
And he has a 5/5, and he gets the board and saves the Vanish for future turns.
So it works out in the end for him.
Yeah, it works out even better, I think, because he has a Vanish for more value.
Right. Yeah, and here with the prep into Crystal Core, it works out so nicely, because even just having 1 extra mana obviously makes such a huge difference here, because he can play up the ball. And now this is a very, very scary board for Coco to deal with. He needs some kind of a whirlwind effect, I suppose, to get the most amount of value he can from Sleep with the Fishes. Dirty Rat definitely coming in a little bit too late. You do not want to be pulling 5/5s from your opponent's hand.
Yeah. Okay. So Sleep with the Fishes deals with 3 minions, so it's pretty nice. But when you think about it, it's only 3 1-drops.
Oh, this deck's so dumb. You can't think about it in terms of stuff like that.
Yeah. It's pretty nice.
So in this situation, he's considering, should I protect this Gadgetzan Ferryman and Vanish beforehand? But I think definitely playing out the Novice Engineers beforehand makes a lot more sense. If you can bounce these back, that's a lot of value you get by drawing more cards.
Yeah, it was a really nice pod to get the Novices from it. I think it was a pod, right? You got two Novices. I think it was a pod, the Mimic pod.
Okay, I don't think it was. I think he just drew them naturally. I don't think he's played Mimic Pod yet.
Really? Oh, you're right. I have a tracker on. Nice. It shows shows the cards. Yeah,
Oh, right.
you're right. There was no Mimipod. He just drew it consecutively.
Consecutively.
Consecutively. Nice.
Yeah, you got it. So here, the Igneous Elemental showing its power, because at the start, it was looking, at the start of the game, it looks like Igneous Elemental is only good to help you complete your quest, but the fact that it gives you a death rattle of 2 1-mana 5/5s to your hand is pretty damn fantastic, and this is looking very, very scary for Coco at this point. It feels like there's little in his deck that is going to protect him from the extremely high amount of 5/5s that are going to be stomping him down from here on in.
Right. I don't know how a warrior can win this. Like maybe a Death Wing in a deck might help.
Yeah, it feels so tough. I suppose if you can get into the late game, combos of stuff like Primordial Drake into Sleep with the Fishes can work really nicely as a big old tempo swing, but even then, as you said, you just can't do anything against this Tide, and there's no way you're aggroing them out. You just have to pray they draw a crappy hand. Which was almost the case. If the Vanishes hadn't been drawn or the second Swashbuckler hadn't been drawn, it would be quite a while before the quest was completed, I think.
He lacked a bit of the bouncers, but no, he had 3 bouncers at the start, so that was pretty nice. The thing that warrior didn't kill the Swashbuckler, maybe that was the indication that did install the game enough. Maybe it would be a bit different game, maybe a bit closer. But I think still it's a really bad matchup for a warrior.
Yeah, I absolutely agree, and there is absolutely nothing that can be drawn here to protect Coco, not even a perfect rule, because there is the Gorehowl in hand for Mark Evans, which is going to lead us to 2-1, I believe.
It's nice that I don't like the sweeps usually, like 3 zeros. It's always interesting to see a bit of how is it called? A drama, not drama.
Yeah.
A bit of drama. Okay.
A bit of drama, yeah. A bit of spice in the series rather than a boring 3-0 stomp. And when a player is bringing decks like Quest Warlock, I mean, clearly they see something that we don't. And I'd like to see the deck do at least decently well, so we can see their reasoning behind bringing such a deck.
Right. It's also possible that some players just bringing the decks that they built and played on ladder because it's a new cards, new expansion. Maybe not everyone has all the cards, so you play with what you have and the strongest decks you can build at the moment. So maybe it's the strongest decks that he has at the moment. Then.
Maybe it is. Maybe just Mark Evans blooming loves quests. I think that's what I'm picking up from this player. As we can now see, he's bringing a quest of a Murloc Shaman with Spirit Echoes in the deck, which is a card I have not seen played once.
Spirit Echo? Oh, it's the Death Rattle? Give Death Rattle? Right.
Yeah, give Death Rattle, add this minion back to your hand when it dies.
I saw a really interesting and strong deck hitting like the top 10 legend or something with Spirit Echoes and Jade stuff.
Ah, interesting.
Yeah, so you put it on Jade cards, you return it, and it's basically like works like a brand based on value.
I like it. Yeah. I like the thinking. I mean, if you can just stick like 3 minions on board, it's an incredibly powerful card.
Yes, especially against like Taunt Warriors or something.
Absolutely. But this feels to me like a matchup which is going to be difficult for the Murloc Shaman to win, because aggroing down a Taunt Warrior feels incredibly difficult. They obviously have a huge amount of taunts. It's basically the name of the deck, depending on whether you want to call it Quest Taunt or Control Warrior. But I suppose the amount of value which Megafin can give later on might be enough to see them through. I haven't actually seen very much of this deck being played at all, and he's getting a pretty decent start with the Bluegill Warrior into the War Leader. Feels very, very nice to keep control on this board early on.
Right. I haven't seen this deck too much myself, but I think it's not too bad of a matchup against a Warrior. Well, well, it depends, I think, on how the removal of the Warrior gets into the hands. Does he have a couple of brawls? Will he get like Primordial Drakes with Sleep with the Fishes? And how fast the Megafin will go? So.
Okay. So this board is suddenly looking incredibly scary.
Yeah.
Mark Evans making 4-3-2s for 4 mana. Oh, but there is the brawl. What a pickup.
Yeah. The
That's
perfect
such
answer.
a huge difference.
Oh,
But he's not going to play it.
He's saving it.
Wow, this is going to be a massive punish. That Megasaur is insanely... Oh, not Megasaur, the Gentle Megasaur. That is insanely good here.
He can just do the Spirit Echo. It would be insane.
Or we can go for Spirit Echo. We can go for double Spirit Echo if you wanted. That's just unlimited cards.
He's not doing it. Oh my god.
The Megasaur here is so good, though. You have to go for this.
Well, but I don't know. But then you are...
Doesn't get the best choices, though.
Right, but and the thing is that you dropped all your Murlocs and you don't have the Spirit Echo. If your opponent has a brawl...
Fair point.
You have nothing. Whoa, that's a bit poisonous. Well, that's a lot of damage, at least.
That is a heck of a lot of damage. And, I suppose, actually, if you think about these, you're calling the finishers the Murloc Razor Gills, I just found out the tokens are called, they're only actually 1/1, so if any of those survive, it's really not very impactful.
Well, at least it's poisonous. It's annoying.
It is poisonous.
Yeah. It kills a ton, so...
Very true. And I suppose although the Tide Hunter is not the most powerful card, given that it spawns 2 minions, it works decently well with the Spirit Echoes. We might even see a Maelstrom Portal just for the 1-drop to add back to the hand, but I suppose the Hero Power Totem makes a bit more sense here.
I think you should do it. At least one Echo. Right
yes,
now.
I agree.
You need a couple of Murlocs. You need one more Murloc for the Tiny Megafin.
Yeah, if you get... what am I thinking of? If you get Ghouled here and 1 damage is dealt to all minions, that would be absolutely devastating if you don't pick up something to go in combination with the Spirit Echo.
Before I didn't like playing the Gentle Megazord on all the Murlocs. It was insane value and it's pretty nice if your opponent doesn't have a brawl. But I think now when I think about it, I kind of like it because you have the refill with the Megafin.
Exactly.
So you can go YOLO like this, and if your opponent doesn't have an answer, or the answer is not good enough, you can just refill in a couple of turns.
Very true. And the Spirit Echoes does actually make a decent amount of sense here, because after you've played your Megafin, you're very likely to get a lot of cheap cards in your hand, and at that point you can just play a whole bunch of stuff in one turn and play Spirit Echoes on the same turn, so your opponent doesn't have a chance to remove it before you get that all-important return to your hand Death Rattle added on. But here, that Murloc War Leader works out really, really nicely. I suppose the poison working out nicely as well, just to keep his minions a little bit healthy. But unfortunately for Mark Evans, this Primordial Drake stacks up pretty nicely against this board.
Right. I think myself, I haven't seen the Spirit Echo played, so I wonder, is it really that good? Maybe it is. It seems pretty nice here, like it gives a lot of value.
That's true. So the criticism of the card was obviously when you play it, you're like, if you have a big board, you're gonna win anyway. But in this situation, we can see that's clearly not true.
Yes.
He needed that extra refill that the Spirit Echoes delivered. So it does actually make a good amount of sense to play it here. But it looks like Mark Evans is considering the Megafin. And I think I would definitely rather you empty your hand out first, get the value from the Murlocs you already have in hand, and then slam down the Megafin for that huge amount of value of filling your hand with Murlocs.
Yeah, I think you should waste your hand. Well, it plays a lot into a Dirty Rat. That's really like the
very
most...
true. Very, very true.
So maybe you keep something. Oh, you have a totem, so you're kinda safe, almost.
Almost. And here, Mark Evans is clearly thinking, right, we've got one Primordial Drake out of the way. Surely there's not a second one. But that is a devastatingly huge Primordial Drake coming down there, completely clearing the Murloc's board, which is just the last thing you want to have happen when you're playing a Murloc deck and completing the quest at the same time.
No.
This is the...
Don't play
Yeah,
the
no,
Megafin.
what are you doing?
You played the Murlocs before. Now you have less Murlocs.
Oh!
Oh, he wants the Megafin back in the hand.
He wants Megafin.
Why didn't he drop a 1-drop also?
Because he's Mark Evans and he does what he wants.
Oh, he wants a taunt. Okay.
I guess he doesn't want to overdraw himself a card.
Right. Wow, Mark Evans is pretty smart. I haven't seen this deck. I haven't played it. So it's really interesting to see it. Like, interesting plays. Really.
Very interesting. So the cards that he got in hand, the standout ones, we obviously Fincher the Flying Star could be very impactful. Murloc War Leader is always what you're looking for, and all the others seem like kind of middling cards. This is a huge amount of value that he's getting.
Yes. And that Death Rattle on the Megafin, wow, I haven't even thought about it. I was all this time I was thinking, okay, you drop Megafin, you drop all the board, and then Death Rattle them. But you can also just Death Rattle Megafin. That's a really nice combo.
Exactly, and here he can just play as liberally with his cards as he wants. He can just throw out everything here. It doesn't matter at all because he knows that he's going to get a complete hand refill unless a Dirty Rat comes down.
Oh, I don't like the trading in Primordial. Maybe you should,
Yeah.
Maybe should value trade on 2-7.
I agree. It doesn't matter too much that your Murlocs are at 2 health because we've already seen both Primordial Drakes, which is obviously the biggest punish for having your minions at 2 health. Goes with the Die Insect first, hits the face. Obviously not the result he was looking for, as he doesn't want to be pressuring his opponent quite yet as much as he wants to just be clearing off the board each and every turn.
What do you think about his decision of going for the Die Insect instead of just dropping the taunts and trying to stabilize with it? And
I think I like going with the hero power. It's such a strong thing to do, just doing 8 damage for 2 mana, even if it's at a random target. If he'd hit either of the Murlocs there, he would have been very, very happy. So I think utilizing that every turn, given that it's infinite value, if you want to put it that way, rather than using the taunts, which you can just put down later on. So here Mark Evans just really needs to think about how he wants to best play out these Murlocs. Going for the Cold Light Oracle, it's interesting because I think you almost want to save it because you're in no danger of running out of cards at the moment, but your opponent kind of is.
Yeah, interesting.
So you are giving them, they're more likely to get a Brawl at this point. They're more likely to get a Dirty Rat to pull out that Megafin. There's a whole bunch of things that you're giving them answers for now.
Yeah, I'm trying to justify the Cold Light Oracle, but I don't know why. Why is it good?
Whoa, goes for the Dirty Rat and does miss the Megafin, so Mark Evans is safe for the moment at least.
Yes, Brawl into hero power is really strong after you've done the plus. Oh my god, the Dirty Rat.
The Dirty Rat survives. What a result for Mark Evans, for Coco there, and all of a sudden the pressure has been completely turned around.
Yeah. Well, it's still not over. There's a lot of value from the Shaman side. Of course, you don't have a lot of time to use that value.
Yeah, that's the thing. He's playing out as many of his cards from his hand as he can here, and Megafin is going to follow it up at the end. I suppose equally important are both the body and the hand refill here, and we can see some decent choices. A couple of Cold Lights, Corrupted Cold Lights, or Corrupted Seer.
So there's no Brawls, there's no Primordial Drakes left in the deck.
Oh, very good point. So you can go as wide as you want here.
Yeah, only thing that you're scared of is like Whirlwind Effect into Sleep with the fishes, because there's 2 of those left in the deck.
Yeah, the Whirl effect is always going to be good though against a board full of Murlocs, given that so many of them, I should say, have only the 1 health. Gets a pretty good option there.
Yes, he was about to fear War Exit, and then he thought, okay, maybe I can get lucky.
And he did.
Yes, yes indeed.
Nice and easy. However, with no Executes or Shield Slams in hand, that Megafin is looking mighty scary for Coco here.
Dropping the Hatchling, I really like it because once it dies, the Curator gets extra value by drawing the 6/9.
Yes. Yeah. Very good point. So Mark Evans here, once again, just loading out as much of the stuff as he can as possible from his hand. With the Primal Fin Lookout, it gets not the best options, I suppose. Yeah, the Rockpool Hunter felt like the highest value option. But the Grimscale Oracle, if you have a board full of Murlocs, that is a potential 6 damage burst just straight away from hand. And he is going to slam it down right here. This is looking incredibly scary, and each of those Murloc Tidecallers is actually a huge threat in their own right. These will have to be cleared off if Coco wants to survive for much longer. So as you said, it does feel like we're looking for the whirlwind effect for his way of coming back in this victory.
Yes, I think that's the only thing that can help him. Oh.
Execute
Well,
does help. That's nice.
A bit.
Helps
And
a bit.
I think you still need to get lucky with the hero power.
Okay.
And he does.
Yep.
Well,
Very, very nice option to hit there.
the second best, I think it was.
Yes, yeah, I think you are right in that. And Bloodhoof Brave into Fiery War Axe.
Yes,
I'm just trying to think if this is going to be enough to save him, because that one Murloc Tidecaller is going to get so scary so quickly here.
Cold Lyseer is not helpful. It's too expensive, I think, to use it now just for 2 damage.
Yes, yeah, I think the Corruptive Seer is definitely a little bit too expensive. You'd rather just clear out your hand a little bit quicker.
You can go the Murloc Mill strategy with double Cold Light Oracles.
I love it. I mean, you'd be giving your opponent all the answers, but later on down the line, why not?
Oh, so he's going for it. Yeah. Oh, it's pretty nice trade, even though it's expensive, like 6 mana for a Murloc, but it's okay. You get value from it at least.
You do indeed, and this 7 damage punching through here makes a huge amount of difference. All of a sudden, Coco is looking extremely scared here, I would imagine, because he is down to a very low amount of health. And there's no individual Murloc he can kill that makes this a whole lot better. Obviously, getting rid of the Oracle, or the Tidecaller, sorry, makes you feel a lot better. But even so, you have to kill off more of these minions. Each individual one is not going to be doing enough, and killing off the healing totem there didn't do a good enough job, I would say, of clearing off this board. He did, I should mention, have the opportunity for a 1 in 6 lethal there.
Okay. So, oh, you're right.
He could have just taken that randomly, but fortunately for Mark Evans, that obviously was not the case.
No, he didn't have. How he could have done to the face damage?
Right, with the hero power.
Yeah, but he's at 10.
And then you axe him.
Oh, right, you have an axe. I think you should go for it. You're in a really bad spot. Oh, air shock in a deck? That's pretty nice.
This is a very interesting deck.
Yes.
And it worked!
It worked. It worked wonders.
Man.
I think the thing that you're trying to avoid in this matchup is basically just not get the Mega Fendir to raz it and just outvalue the warrior and waste his removals. And it worked. This time it worked wonders.
Absolutely.
And it's a 2-2.
It is 2-2.
By the way, I wanted to mention the people watching in the chat. The stream has 10 minutes delay, so we can't interact too much with you guys. If you spot the missed lethal or some interesting play that we missed, sorry that we can't fix ourselves and redeem ourselves.
We'll fix it for next time. That's what we'll say. Shout at us now, and in 2 weeks,
Yes.
we'll be exemplary. But this is going to put us to the point where once again we have the Taunt Warrior doing remarkably terribly in this series so far against the Quest Zoo Warlock for Mark Evans. And I think if ever a Zoo was going to have a good chance against a Control Warrior, it would be the Quest version. The amount of value that portal can get if he manages to get it down in decent time is absolutely huge.
Right. Maybe the Mark Evans strategy is to counter the Taunt Warriors.
A very good point.
Yeah.
It's a very popular deck at the moment.
Yeah, I think everyone is running it in the Conquest format. I think so. So again, Mark Evans struggles with the 1-drops, but maybe his deck doesn't run 1-drops or something. Or like maybe it's only like the imps and
Sure.
and only for the synergy of the discard mechanics.
Right, yeah,
oh, no,
that makes
okay.
sense.
Okay,
He's got a few.
Yeah.
But, I mean, often against the Control Warrior, you don't really want those kind of starts because you can just be blown out by Fiery War Axe or by the Ghoul, which deals 1 damage to all your minions.
Right.
In this kind of a situation, having the perfect combo of Devilsaur Egg into Ravenous Pterodax feels so good. This is such a brutally powerful combo.
Right. It gives me flashbacks from back in the day when the zoo played the eggs against control warriors.
That's right.
You wouldn't have like the best start, but then you just pass, or maybe tap a couple of times and just drop the eggs. That is really annoying.
And gets some pretty fantastic options here. Divine Shield obviously gets Divine Shield again, which you don't want. Goes for some weird options here. I definitely wouldn't have gone for that myself, I don't think, given that he had some really nice choices in getting the 1/1 plants that you can get as a death rattle. +3 health would have been really nice as well. But it's still a decently powerful minion indeed.
Yeah, the can target option is interesting. It might be really valuable in the later turns when the opponent can't execute it, for example.
But they'd much rather be saving their executes for things like the Doom Guard in particular.
Right.
But you can see their reasoning at least.
Yes, but I would have liked the death rattle myself also.
Yes, a little bit more stickiness against a potential brawl. And Brawl definitely does feel like the card that is going to be most important here. Actually, apart from Sleep with the Fishes and Ravaging Ghoul, that is absolutely huge.
It's interesting to see that the warrior basically thrives in those matchups. It's built to be anti-aggressive with all the taunts and the AoE clears with brawls and the Sleep with the Fishes, whirlwind effects. It's basically made to beat those zoo decks. But the zoo has the quest, which gives infinite value in the later stages. So it's really interesting matchup. I'm really wondering, is the quest powerful enough and is it fast enough to beat the control warrior, which is made to counter your deck?
Another good thing about the discard effects here,
my god.
This is insane. Drawing 2 cards with each discard effect, potentially being able to discard 2 cards this turn, maybe more if you draw into more discard effects. Tapping first just to give him the greatest chance of not discarding the Darkshire Librarian. Does, however, discard it though. Really unfortunate there.
No, he didn't. He discarded the pirate.
Oh, what did he? Oh,
yeah.
It showed it. Oh, sorry, my spectator must have gone wrong there.
Okay. And he gets a second Soulfire. Oh my god, that's... He got 6 cards just now. And he's almost done with this quest. He needs only 1 more discard.
He needs 1 more discard effect. You are right. The Lakari Fellhound there being discarded is obviously a little bit unfortunate, as we are very likely to see a Dirty Rat into Brawl to clear up this board. So he is going to have to find that 1 last discard effect if he wants to complete his quest, which feels like if he doesn't do soon, the amount of taunts that Coco is going to be dropping will just be a little bit too much.
The worst one lives. The 1/1.
Apart from the Dirty Rat.
Oh yeah, right. You're right. The Dirty Rat was there also.
Yeah. For Mark Evans, we should say. Oh, there it is.
Oh.
That's what you needed. Yeah, so you just play the 1 drop that you want to be discarded the least, which also gives you the benefit of the highest chance of discarding the Silverware Golem. And the Doom God being played will discard the Silverware Golem. This is working out absolutely fantastically for Mark Evans, as next turn he can play the Portal and just get infinite value. Truly and undeniably infinite value.
I think I wouldn't have gone for the Flame Imp in this situation, because you don't really need the most value on the board, because you get the infinite value from the portal next turn.
Okay.
So maybe I would have dropped like Possessed Villager just for not taking damage for no reason, because there's an option that your opponent can just smork you down, maybe get lucky with the quest hero power or something.
I like it. Yep. I like your thinking. So in this situation, it just feels like Mark Evans can take it a little bit slow. The 3/2 imps are going to be working so fantastically at absorbing the opponent's Ragnaros hero power if that comes into effect. And so you just got to clear up these taunts here. You can start plugging away at face as well.
And you should be careful about the fatigue, because you only have 5 cards in the deck. And
oh wow, 5 cards.
Yes, and you have the Darkshire Librarian, which you don't want to play at all.
I guess so. Surely you're going to be winning before 5 turns. If you're going to be winning, you will have won by 5 turns. These imps are just going to be such a build-up of damage.
I wouldn't play anything here. You get two minions out there. Well, you can play Golaka if you want, but...
Yeah, just something that doesn't die to Primordial Drake makes sense.
Oh, right. Yeah, correct. I forgot. the Primordial Drake.
Exactly, but these imps, unfortunately, are going to be lining up very poorly against that Primordial Drake.
And the quest is done.
The quest is done.
We'll see if that 3 damage was consequential or not. That he took from the Flame Imp.
Oh, very true. Yep, good point. I'm just trying to figure out now. I'm just deep in the think tank about what Mark Evans' line of play should be here. Does he want to deal more damage to himself with Flame Imp, or is it not worth the risk? Does he want to play the Darkshire Librarian? Because drawing more cards is definitely not what you want to be doing here. But maybe you do want to draw more cards. Maybe you need them on this turn, because a couple of turns' time, you're going to be too far behind.
Well, getting the Direwolf is really nice. Because then you can go through the taunt and save some damage. So basically, tapping, he saved him 4 HP or something. If Primordial Drake decided to go face, but it got him next to lethal, like next to the fatigue. Only 3 cards left.
I guess if you look at it that way, it does make a good amount of sense, and is going to discard the Flame Imp here. I suppose that does make sense, as you'd rather have the stickiness.
Oh, Primordial Drake! Oh my god.
That's so good. That has to be the play.
Yes, and he doesn't even kill the egg, so...
Doesn't pop the egg, makes his opponent draw a card, which means he is tremendously close to fatigue.
Yes, I think
and the thing is, even if you have the nether portal, which gives you, obviously, an infinite amount of value, you'll just be dead before it can get to that point.
Oh, that's a bad card to have.
Yeah, you really wanted that earlier.
Yeah.
It's unfortunate for Mark Evans that even in this situation where it felt like the Zoo deck couldn't have done much better, it still is unlikely to win from this position. The amount of taunts that Coco has in hand just seems insurmountable.
Yeah, the Tar Lord will do a lot of work.
Exactly.
11 HP, it's humongous.
Mm-hmm. And he doesn't even have to play it. He can just play complete cleanup. The Dirty Rat obviously isn't going to pull anything, as Mark Evans has absolutely nothing in hand and only has 1 card left in total. So I think this is absolutely going to be a stomp in Coco F's favour. The Lakari Fellhunt is a good card to have as the last one in your deck.
Yes,
but
it's pretty nice.
Just not enough. Just not enough.
Well, I don't think it's over yet, but maybe it is.
Come on.
I want to think that it's not over. I want to see that quest working and doing its work.
I want to see that as well. But with no cards left in hand, he's going to start dying so quickly. And the imps from the Nether portal are almost working badly for him because it's absorbing hero powers away from the Devilsaur Egg, which you really need it to hit. Yeah, Mark Evans only has 1 play each turn here, which is end turn, and his only play very soon is going to be bottom right into concede, I think.
Right. I would have liked to pop the egg, I think, before hero powering, maybe even.
Okay, yeah.
Wait, 6, 7? Oh no, I think it was lethal if it hit face, so no, I think it was correct to hero power first. Right.
Yeah. Whatever, though, it doesn't make any difference at this point.
Right. So yeah, Quest Warlock, not that good, I think. Or did the Warlock made some mistakes? I don't think he did too many.
Playing too much into brawls, could he have kept a little bit back, maybe? Or I think the picks on the Ravenous Pterodax could have made a fairly big difference as well, because being blown out there by the Ravaging Ghoul into sleep with the fishes, if he'd taken the plus health, or if he'd taken the Death Rattle to summon plants, it could have given him a little bit more stickiness and survivability on that all-important minion. But fortunately for Coco here, his Taunt Control Warrior is finally going to be able to take a game against the Quest Warlock for Mark Evans.
Yeah, and, well, it was interesting decks from Mark Evans, to be honest. And I wonder if it was really the strategy to counter the Control Warrior, the Taunt Warrior. It might have been.
Very possibly, and it almost worked.
Yeah, I think the thing is that the Warrior got the Primordial Drakes, like, basically on the turns he needed, because he didn't have it in the starting hand or something. He drew it, like, he top decked it, I think, one of them, when he really needed to. So that might have saved him. Like, 1 turn of no Brawl or no Primordial Drake during that game, I think would have made the difference. Like,
made a big difference.
Yeah, not having, like, a hard removal for 1 turn.
Very, very true.
But yeah,
Unfortunate then.
nonetheless, well played from both sides. It was an intense series, like 3-2. I really enjoyed it. Interesting
Yeah,
decks.
very cool decks.
Yeah, so we'll see about the next match and get back to you guys in a couple of minutes. And thank you guys for watching and see you guys soon. Okay, we are back, guys. We have a match. The match already started, though, so we are jumping during the first game of the match. So we missed a bit, but not too much, I think. And it's against two players battling. It's Kurosaki Ichi versus Rogue the Great, playing Hunter.
Wow. Wow. I'm glad that they have claimed themselves to be the Great Rogue.
Yeah. Let's fix the thingies.
Okay, I'm a little bit behind. I need to add the players.
Yeah.
I was off enjoying a chocolate bar.
Yeah, it looked tasty.
It was very tasty, let me tell you that.
Don't tease me.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, I have a screen. Let me reset the scores and everything. We just didn't want you guys to wait too much, so we jumped into the game.
How considerate of you.
Yes. And it's nice for us not to just stay idle, you know.
I agree.
Idle? Idle? It's for...
Yeah.
Sounds
that's
like,
the word.
sounds like idol. American Idol. We don't want to be American Idols.
We don't want to be American Idols.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
Right.
Good. So a freeze mage versus a hunter. It doesn't look too good for the mage because he is already at 1 HP, so he can get procced by just hero power of the hunter.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna
Okay, I'm sorry, I'm still getting the players.
yes, because they didn't know that we are jumping into their game, I think.
Right, okay.
So we just have to make sure they know who we are, so they wouldn't get scared or something. You know, that's maybe we are friends of like Kurosaki Ichi.
Kurosakilchi.
Kurosaki? Isn't it like the Bleach main character Ichigo Kurosaki?
I don't watch Bleach or read it.
Yeah, I've seen it like a couple of years ago, I think, all of it. So
Okay.
I think it's Kurosaki Ichigo. So the full name didn't make it into it.
Right.
Wait.
Well, I'm glad you're having fun.
I was talking about the game and then I missed who won. Like, wait, the hunter, the top one. Okay, so the top guy won. The best rogue won. Okay, so the too bad freeze mage lost. Famously, like before, the freeze mage had a really bad matchup against hunters. Basically,
Yes.
Because of the high mains and because of their hunter hero power. Because you can freeze the board as much as you want, but they can just keep hero powering you down. And even if you freeze the board and use a Doomsayer, and still there's beasts on the board after the high mains and all the sticky minions. I don't know about this matchup nowadays. I think Freeze Mage has it better a bit because it can get more ice blocks from the glyphs or more defensive tools.
Okay. I think it's still going to be sketchy though.
Right. Now it's a different matchup already. It's a warrior versus mage.
So I think one of the main reasons that Freeze Mage was struggling so much before the new expansion was just because of the amount of these aggressive decks that were flooding the ladder. So I'm not sure how much this is going to have changed since Journey to Ongoro came out. Obviously, you were saying the glyph is going to change this matchup a fair bit because you have a higher chance of picking up additional ice blocks, additional ice barriers, frost novas, things like that to slow your opponent down. So you have a higher chance of being able to kill them with your burst damage a little bit later on.
Oh, and it's a round 3 match, by the way.
That is correct.
Right. And Pirate Warrior, what do you think about this matchup? Who is favorite?
So I think I'd have to put the favorability on the Pirate Warrior here. I think if you're going to win this matchup, you need to get Doomsayer off earlier on, which did happen.
Right.
And following it up with the Arcanologist feels like a very strong start. If you are going to take this game, it's going to have to be with something pretty powerful like exactly that.
Yes, and there's 2 ice blocks in the hand already. I think the only thing he needs now to win is like Alex Straza, and he's in a really good spot. He can even then play defensively. He doesn't have to go for aggressive lines to burst the warrior down.
Yes. Because eventually, you're just going to run the Pirate Warrior out of stuff to do. If they only have burst cards left in hand, you're going to be able to put up an ice barrier, an ice block, something like that. Alex Straza yourself, perhaps. And then it just locks them out of being able to do anything, because then you can just use your burst spells and delay spells to freeze any minions that they play down and kill them slowly over time.
Yes. And those Arcanologists, they are insanely good.
They are insanely good.
It's like the thing that makes the freeze mage viable now, I think, because you can cycle the not cycle, like draw the bad card from your deck that you don't want to top deck, for example, and it's like basically a 2-mana 2/3 that draws a card. It's a really nice stats with a draw effect. Plus, you can get like a sometimes you want just one ice block. You're one ice block away from winning the game. You just need to swipe one more turn, and you have extra draws to draw, like Arcanologist to draw the ice block, for example. So it's basically just like having 4 ice blocks in the deck, just like sitting there, and yeah.
Kind of.
Kind of. Well, not really.
Kind of, in a way.
It's like statistically more outs to draw it.
Yeah, that's a good way of putting it. And interestingly, we can see a new addition to the Pirate Warrior here in Bittertide Hydra. What do you think of this card? Obviously, massive potential for damage, massive potential for damage to yourself as well.
Okay. So, oh, you still don't have one of the players, right?
I still don't have one of the players. I am blind on the Freeze Mage side.
Okay. I can ask him to add you.
Thank you very much. I'm just checking if I've added their name correctly, because it's such a long, confusing name. I'm sure I made a mistake somewhere along the way.
Ichi.
Kurosaki Ichi.
It's a Japanese name, I think.
Indeed.
If he drops, he didn't get invite from you. Okay.
You didn't get an invite from me? Oh,
yeah.
Don't tell me Hearthstone's doing that thing again.
Oh, the Hydra. It's a nice tech in a Pirate Warrior. Personally, I don't like it. A lot of people trying it out because Pirate Warrior is missing a couple of cards from the last expansion.
Sure.
So there's a couple of free spots instead of Finley, and what else was there?
I think it's just Finley that dropped out of the deck.
Oh, right. Okay.
Yeah, I know. It's insane.
So yeah, so some people trying Hydras, some trying Golakka Crawlers as a tech against Mirror. I don't like Golakka more. I think Hydra is better than Golakka Crawlers. But still.
That makes sense.
It can backfire quite fast, but this time it doesn't. Well, at least not yet, because the mage still acts like heal or something. Like he needs he needs his Alex, and with it he needs like freeze effects to not die, basically, because the board is too big from the Pirate Warrior side.
Exactly, and all the damage spells from the Freeze Mage feel like they're quite high points in their own right. So it's cards like Fireball, Pyroblast, and you want lots of 1 damage pings against the Bittertide Hydra. So you're not getting the swing back potential from that card.
Very nice decision by the Pirate Warrior to kill with a weapon to kill the less attack having minion. Like the 1/3 instead of 2/3, and not saving the HP on the Blood Sail is not really that important. Basically, you just want to save your HP, because the only way you lose, I think, is getting bursted down in some way.
Right, okay.
Like Ice Block into Fireball and ping the Hydra or something would be like setting almost lethal. But yeah, it didn't happen. And Rogue wins the second game.
Easy peasy game for him there. It felt like, even though the Freeze Mage did get a pretty damn powerful starting hand with the Doomsayer into Arcanologist, it just wasn't quite enough. It's such a difficult matchup for the Freeze Mage to win there.
Personally, I quite like that matchup. I think it's...
Really?
Yeah, because you have way more early game than before. You have double ice barriers, and you have double Doomsayer, double draw with a nice body. you have the glyphs, you can get extra freeze effects, extra clears, or
Okay,
yeah.
okay.
I personally like it. You just need something in the early game, and he had it, but in some way, I think the Hydra won this match.
I think what I need to do is play a bit of the new Freeze Mage. I'm thinking in the past.
Yeah. Well, but apparently he still won. Like, I think the Hydra did everything.
Yeah, that was an absolutely fantastic. I'd imagine if that had been a Galaka Crawler instead, that would have been such a completely different game.
Just got a message from one of the players, and apparently one of them needs a 5-minute break. So
Oh, okay.
so yeah, we can talk about the games and the matchups. We don't know what decks they bring unless you know it. I think we don't. We can ask.
I don't think we know.
What's left? I think the most important thing. What deck is left for the top player for the rogue?
Yes. So, well, we know that Kuro Sakilchi is obviously bringing the Freeze Mage. I think that's the only deck we've seen from them so far.
Yes,
But
he got 2
yeah.
zeroed.
Okay, if they're bringing that kind of deck, maybe it tells us a little bit about the other decks they could potentially be bringing. Maybe they're going for a less aggro type of strategy. We might see some of the priest lists that have been floating around. There's quite a lot of different variations that could be gone on with that theme, be it the dragon priest that was there for a while, the kind of divine spirit inner fire combo priests that work off of, going for the Lyra the Sun Shard and a whole bunch of cheap spells with the Radiant Elementals just giving you a crazy amount of spells.
Yeah, I tried a couple of priest lists. I didn't get too much invested into them. I wouldn't bring them to the tournaments yet, I think. But
Interesting.
if he's playing a freeze mage, the line I think he might be taking is trying to counter the quest rogue, maybe, or just rogue in general.
Yeah, that makes sense. It's a very popular deck.
Right. And apparently Rogue the Great doesn't have it because he's not playing it. He's playing...
It doesn't have it, but that's because, I hate to correct you at this point, his name is Rouge the Great, not even Rogue.
Rouge, okay.
Rouge.
Okay. I didn't even see that.
Yeah, different spelling. Rouge just means red.
Red?
It means red, yeah.
Okay. Red.
A little bit of English lesson for you there.
Okay. Rouge.
It's also the character from Sonic.
So is it like Moulin Rouge?
Like Moulin Rouge, exactly.
So what does Moulin mean?
I don't know.
Nothing, probably.
Let's Google it.
Maybe it's a place or something.
Let's take a French lesson in the middle of a cast.
Okay, by the way, the game started, so...
Oh, well, yeah, I guess whatever. I don't really care. I'd rather learn a little bit of French. It means red mill. There you go. Oh, so it's like a windmill.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. What do you know?
Yeah. So it's a Zulak versus a Quest Rogue. So we see
It is indeed.
We see the Quest Rogue from the Freeze Mage's side, the Kurosaki's side.
Yes. So Kurosaki, it's interesting because a lot of pros, I've actually seen them changing the deck list fairly dramatically in the last couple of days. A lot of players have been dropping Backstab and Eviscerate in particular in order to maximize the chance they have of completing their quest early on. They run the elemental package, they run as many 1-drops as possible, they run all the bounce effects and vanish as well to give them a crazily high chance to activate their quest by turns 5, 6 or maybe 7. So it's interesting that Kurosaki is bringing perhaps a slightly older list, not necessarily worse. Obviously, the Backstab will help a lot in this Zoo matchup, but if he doesn't find a way of completing his quest early on, he's definitely going to be struggling. I still can't see his hand, unfortunately, but is he anywhere close?
Yeah, he has double Glacial Shroud. I don't like the bouncing, though. He could have killed the Juggler just with the 2-1. And,
true.
And he has the second one in hand if he wants to bounce something. So he could have killed it, dropped another one, and bounced it off.
Back.
Yeah, so I don't know why he would do this way.
That makes a lot of sense to me. Yeah. Does he have a Vanish in hand? Perhaps he wants to bounce both.
He just has a Prep and a Stone Tazagor.
Oh, okay.
So, yeah, you mentioned that people are bringing different decks. Like, there's different archetypes of the Quest Rogue, like with Eviscerates, as we can see. He drew just Eviscerate just now.
Right.
So eviscerates backstabs. I think cutting those is the best thing I have done personally by playing this deck because
Yes.
it improved the consistency of the deck dramatically.
I absolutely agree.
You struggle more against the aggressive decks because you can't deal with the pressure. You don't have like backstabs for
Swings.
tempo swing back, yeah.
Exactly.
But you don't have dead hands because sometimes as a rogue when you had backstabs and eviscerates you can just go for mimic pot and get double backstab for example and you just needed some minions to play. And now you don't have dead hands because you have all the minions. Of course, sometimes it's a bit slower, but you have just more consistent deck. So
Okay. Very, very interesting there that Rouge decided to go with the liquid membrane in order to give himself cannot be targeted by spells or hero powers. I think I would definitely have preferred the +1/+1, given that we've already seen a backstab, we've already seen an eviscerate. There's very few spells that the rogue is actually going to be wanting to target at that minion.
right, and he has done the quest already. Well,
This is the quest completed, yeah.
I think I wouldn't have dropped the Glacial Shroud this turn. I would like to drop it.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I would like to drop it next turn and make the prep the quest and have a 5/5 glacial shroud. And I would definitely save the boar. Well, at least if you're using the glacial shroud, then at least save the boar.
Yeah.
That's,
I like your line of thinking. You need something to turn into a 5/5.
Yes, yes.
And so in this position, we can already see that Rouge could, if he had decided to go for +1/+1 on the Ravasaur run, he could have it survive this turn and trade the wolf into the panda instead.
So he decides not to kill the 2/1. I think that's
got to be a
not,
mistake.
yeah.
That's a 5/5. That is not a 2/1. That is a 5/5 minion.
Right, and he basically sacrificed his wolf and board like 2 minions for 2 damage to the face.
Yeah.
Basically.
Yeah, that feels like a little bit of a misstep. However, in this matchup, you do want to play very aggressively. You want to be killing your opponent nice and quickly. But I suppose you want to do that more so before they've even completed the quest. It's less important after they're getting the 5/5s because that's a big minion that you're going to be killing if you kill the 2/1 before it becomes a 5/5.
Yes. I think you would have saved your board a bit more maybe and push the same damage.
Okay, yeah. But in this situation, for Rouge, this Doom Guard is absolutely massive. Trading against a potential 2 of these 5/5 minions works out really fantastically.
Kurosaki still hasn't have your invite, so. But I think
it's alright.
Yeah, it's alright.
It's about to be over anyway. Assuming that he doesn't win here, we could see a complete reverse sweep. Who knows?
Oh yeah, maybe. Yeah, so maybe you should get an invite because I think Kurosaki could do it.
Yeah, this matchup's starting to look pretty nice for him. That picker with a Cold Light Oracle giving him 2 more 5/5s to slam down. This is all of a sudden looking incredibly scary for him. That was huge.
Look, you can play Jiraxes and you would have 5 HP, right?
Did he get Jiraxis?
Yeah.
No way.
It's interesting. Would you get like 5 HP Jiraxis?
Oh.
Would you?
That's a very good point.
Because it shows as a 5/5 now in the hand, so maybe you even get like a weapon, 5 damage weapon?
No. No.
Well, it shows 5 attack on it, like...
Yeah, it doesn't matter what the attack is. It's just what their health is.
Come on, do it for science. I would like to see it.
I want to see that for science, to be fair. I mean, he's won the game anyway, but even so...
Too bad. And the elementals you summon from the Jirax's hero power, it should be the 5/5s, definitely.
Yeah, those would be 5/5s.
Yeah.
It's very interesting how the rogue quest works. It's kind of not often what you'd think.
Yeah, for example, if you play the choose effect, for example, you want to, you guess, I've gotten a taunt from the druid class, the 5/10, the Ancient of War.
Right, Ancient of War, yeah.
Yeah, if you play it, and because it's a choose effect, you get the 5/10. It doesn't become the 5/5.
Oh.
Yeah, it's interesting. But if you play just like a bigger taunt or something, it becomes a 5/5. For example, I got a Sagoth, I think, from somewhere. I don't know
Right, that
how.
would be 5/5.
Yeah, it was a 5/5.
That's quite a bit worse.
Yes. Okay, so it's a hunter. Okay, we haven't seen this hunter yet from him. I think it's a pretty strong deck, and Unleash the Hounds. I think I would even keep it against the Zoo. It's pretty nice.
Yeah, Unleash the Hounds is absolutely insane. If you can combo it with any of the combo kind of cards, be it Knife Juggler, be it the Hyena, there's so many cards that can make that
And the
absolutely
Direwolf
insane.
also.
And the Direwolf, of course.
Yes. The thing I saw, like, there's a tech card in those hunter lists to combo with Unleash the Hounds, and it is the 1-mana wolf. How it's called?
The Timberwolf. Yeah,
the
of course.
Timberwolf. And it's basically almost OTK, like from half HP of the Quest Rogue, for example.
Oh, I like that thinking.
Yeah, so I got tracked a couple of times by it myself. So I was like, okay, that sucks.
That's interesting. I do like the inclusion of Unleash the Hounds because it feels like a lot of decks are going for a very swarm heavy approach. As you said, obviously the Quest Rogue Hunter goes wide on the board, Zoo goes wide on the board, even though it's not represented that much on the ladder meta at least. But in a tournament meta, we've seen quite a lot of Zoo already. So this start from Kurosaki is pretty terrible. Not hitting your 1-drop as a hunter feels pretty bad. You're often including 5 or 6 1-drops in your deck, so not hitting that feels quite bad.
Yeah,
especially when your opponent has got an incredibly fast start already.
Well, Unleash the Hounds might make this game, definitely, like in the later turns.
It might do, but it also might be over before that happens. This is one of the fastest starts it's possible to get as a Zoo.
Turn 3, empty hand, and he get a discard on a silver golem. I think that's the perfect start even.
This is pretty much the perfect start. I don't think you could do any better than this. 1-drop into 1-drop, 1-drop into, yeah.
Yeah, maybe it could be like different 1-drops, maybe more flame.
I guess so, yeah.
But even the taunts is nice, so I don't know.
You can't do much better than this though, I think. Oh, I thought he was going to get a Soulfire. That would be insane.
Yeah, it would be nice. Okay, so Rogue has a nice mulligan skills, but not too good top decking skills apparently.
Very true. Well, I don't know. Getting his 1-drop on the last turn to go Darkshire Librarian to discard the Silverware Golem, pretty good.
So okay, Unleash into Direwolf, I think. Too bad he didn't get a Juggler if he's running one, because
that would
be
be
really
insane. Nice. Yeah.
Well, this works also.
But yeah, it's going to have to be some kind of crazy combo like this if he wants to come back in this game. A whole bunch of 2 damage charges. It's pretty good. 5 Bluegill Warriors for 3 mana. Seems like a good deal.
Yeah, and he cleared full board, so...
Pretty much, yep.
Well, not all the board, but almost.
Very close, at least.
Interesting decision, bumping into 3-2. Into 3-3. I'm not killing the 1-1.
Yeah, that is interesting, actually.
Is it correct? Maybe.
So surely you go Argus here, and then you just start slamming stuff to face,
Yeah,
I think.
you can Argus Soulfire.
Yeah.
It's a game win, unless opponent has a second Unleash.
Yeah. I think that has to be the play. Even if you discard the Direwolf, it's not that bad.
Yeah, it doesn't even matter. Okay, well...
Whoa. Oh.
So he's saving the Soulfire for the burst? Okay.
I guess.
Okay. It doesn't matter either way, I think.
You're very likely to win here, yeah. You are going to have to see a taunt because there's very little removal that the hunter has that doesn't deal damage to themselves. Obviously, the bow wouldn't save them here. You'd have to get something like a kill command on one of these, but I can't even see what his hand is. But Tundra Rhino is not going to do the job.
He has a kill command and he has a couple of really big minions.
Right, okay.
So nothing good. Like a High Main and 7 mana of Infury Beast.
Oh, okay. Wow.
Nothing great.
Exactly. And this feels like what is going to happen often as the hunter. You're just unable to quite keep up against the Zoo unless you get a very fantastic starting hand.
Right.
And when the Zoo gets a fantastic starting hand, it feels like their best case scenario absolutely beats your best case scenario.
Right, so the score is 3-1, and congratulations for Rouge the Best.
Mm-hmm.
I learned a new word because of his name. That's nice. nice and interactive casting. Nice and educational casting, I mean.
Yeah, we want to learn something new every time.
Right. So it was a round 3 match. We are gonna be looking for another match. Probably round 3, round 4, maybe round 3. I think if we can find a fresh one from the game 1. So see you guys in a minute, and thank you guys for watching. Stay tuned. Okay, we are back, guys, and we are waiting for the match between Pain and Molo Chohook. Molo for Hook.
Well, let's just go with Molo. Let's keep it nice and simple.
Yeah, let's cut him in half and call him Molo. Karate.
Pain
Shot.
is nice and simple.
Yeah. So they started the game. I'm jumping into the spectate. It's a druid mirror.
Fantastic.
Interesting. I want to show you guys too. I don't want to spectate it alone.
And we've actually this time got the picks and bans for both players. So you can see that Molo is bringing Warrior, Shaman, and Druid. We're obviously starting off with the Druid mirror, and his Rogue was banned. And Pain has got the Shaman, the Druid, and the Mage. And interestingly enough, we can already see from Pain here, this is a Jade Druid, a deck that is seen a lot less in since the expansion than before. Whereas Molo is obviously bringing some kind of a Finger Verdant long neck deck.
So it's the whoa, interesting. So I think it's
Yeah.
a slower version of the token list with
Right.
the Finja and
Yeah,
everything.
that makes sense.
But the long necks, I haven't seen the long neck list yet.
It's a weird choice. Yeah, so it's obviously some kind of a beast druid,
Beast,
but
right.
perhaps a slightly slower version with Verdant long necks instead.
Yeah, I really like the shell shifters. It's like a Senjin that is really versatile. You can go aggressive with the 5/3 and stealth, and just have a really nice body for the Savage Roar finishers. Or you can just protect your tokens with the 3/5, or get anti-aggro tech against like Pirate Warrior, for example.
Exactly. I think that when people were evaluating that card, they were thinking, you know, as a 4 mana 3/5 taunt, it's not that good. As a 5/3 stealth, it's not that good. Neither option is fantastic, but just the fact that you have the option to choose is what makes it a truly powerful card, because a lot of the time you will just be slamming it down in stealth mode, as you said, for an extra body to hit for 7 if you manage to get a Savage Roar off. So it does make a lot of sense. But even outside of that, we can already see not too much has changed since the dawn of Journey to Ungoro, because Finja on 5 is still going to be absolutely fantastic, I would wager.
Yes, and the 3/5, it's also like it has added benefits of being a beast. So
Very true.
It's a really nice body for the Mark of Yashars. I wouldn't even have minded if we saw it in a stealth mode, just to make sure you go for double Yashar, but you don't really have to go for that because you have the full hand of value already.
Exactly, and you've got Finja on 5, which is really what you want to be doing on that turn. It's interesting that he's got so many 5 drops in his deck, given that obviously if he wants to go for, if he has the option for Finja on 5, that will be the priority. Whereas a lot of time in these decks, you play it a little bit quicker and just go for Living Mana on 5 to top out your deck. But this is clearly a slower approach to Beast Druid. So this hand, it's a little bit awkward for Pain, because you really want to get that auctioneer value as quickly as possible. But at the same time, getting that Innovate with it would have made such a big difference. Sorry, excuse me.
Well, his hand was really a bit awkward, so he needed to go this line. Interesting that he decides to go for the buff on the Jade Golem instead of the buff, for example, on Gadgetsan. So he's like, I'm gonna finish the game quite fast.
Very true.
But making Gadgetsan at 5 HP is like saving it from the Bluegill from the Finja. So I think I would have gone for that.
I guess you're trading off a bit more survivability for 1 more damage to your opponent's face, and maybe he's thinking if he's going to win this game, it's going to be through some kind of a big burst combo, but his hand isn't really saying that, given that it looks very much like he's going to be losing the board in the coming turns.
Yes, and it's a Jade Druid. You don't have bursts. You can outvalue your opponents. Even like a Beast Druid.
You have some burst. If he'd picked up a swipe there or the second Feral Rage, that would have been quite a lot of damage, but you're right. In general, it's not a burst-heavy deck.
Yes.
So here, the only choice is to get rid of the Finja. Leaving that up would just be too devastating for your board state. And even already here, that pickup of the Menagerie Warden is insanely impactful.
It's really insane.
Doesn't have to go for it this turn, in fact. They could go for something like the second Verdant Long Neck, in combination with the Mark of Yasharaj, just so, because you obviously copied the buffs on any of your beasts as well, buffing them up as big as possible makes a lot of sense if you want to be a little bit greedy, I suppose.
Yeah, it's okay. Now you're saving the 3/3 by buffing that beast, so it's totally fine.
So here, Molo is going for the taunt rather than the charge on the Druid of the Claw. What option would you have favored there?
I think taunting is nice because you still challenge the 4/4 on board and you have the 4/2 left on it. So I think
yeah, protecting your more valuable minions makes a lot of sense, especially as you do have the top deck potential of a Bluegill Warrior, which becomes a lot more powerful if you have the War Leader still on board.
Yeah.
And he got it.
I wouldn't have minded to see him value trading with a 4/6 even, and then he can ignore the 5/5 for example.
Right.
Because
you know, big time Racketeer, the 6 mana 1/1 that summons a 6/6. It turns out that a 5/5 that summons a 7/6 is a little bit better.
Probably.
Game-winningly powerful, in fact.
A really interesting Beast Druid deck. It was really back-end heavy, like late game heavy, I mean. It was like all the 6 drops, 5 drops and everything, and basically no early game. The only early game we saw like the Trollodon Forager, or how it's called.
Yeah.
The 2/2.
Yeah, the Tortolan Forager.
And the Bluegills, of course.
And yes, of course.
If you can count it as an early game.
And obviously, we do have to mention that Pain there did get a pretty poor starting hand. Got a little bit of Jade Ramp at the start. However, both Earthen Scales being picked up in that point in the game was really not what he wanted. He'd rather have his higher value cards like Aya Blackpaw, maybe some more Ramp as well, or draw with cards like Nourish.
Right. And we see the Taunt Warrior against the same Jade Druid. Interesting to think about. What kind of strategy do you go for if you pick the Jade Druid? If you decide to bring it to the tournament, what are you banning? Like, because on ladder, I don't think Jade Druid is that good because there's aggressive decks that beats you quite consistently.
Yes. Yeah, I haven't played it or seen it at all really since the expansion, I think. But I would imagine that it's going to really struggle against the decks like Pirate Warrior as it did before. Maybe that Earthen Scales helps that matchup a bit, but also decks like the Quest Rogue has surely got to be quite a poor matchup for you.
Right. We saw some teams bringing it on the global games. I think, at least one team. I think. I don't remember
Romania bought it.
Romania, okay. And I think it did pretty well.
Not good enough to see them a victory, but decent.
Didn't they win with it, at least, with that deck? I don't remember.
Oh, I can't remember.
Yeah, but at least the top level players are bringing it to the tournament, exactly. So it has to be viable to some extent. It's not crazy big.
It didn't lose that much in the deck overall, so I think it's got to still be at least a somewhat viable deck, as you can replace the Violet Teachers with Burgly Bully, and that will obviously give you more power with the Gadgets and Auctioneers when they come down. But so far, we've seen from Pain that these Earthen Scales have been performing really badly.
Yeah, so far. Those Earthen Scales sometimes is really insane. For example, like buffing a Deathwing or something, giving you 1 mana, 13 HP. It's a lot.
Yeah, that is a very good point. And yeah, I suppose we have to factor in as well. These are not the matchups that he wanted them in. You'd rather have it in a quicker matchup because being able to gain 4, 5, 6 armor against an aggressive deck for 1 mana is tremendously powerful.
Right.
So this is kind of, interestingly enough, obviously before the expansion, the Jade Druid almost felt like an auto victory against Control Warrior. One of the reasons that it was so little represented in ladder and tournament play. But people were kind of saying that the introduction of Fire Plume's Heart would give Control Warrior a chance against the Jade Druid. Do you think that's going to be even the biggest factor in this matchup? Or is it going to give him the extra value he needs to close out this game?
I think it might be. If the Jades doesn't get to the more than 8 HP, then the hero power of the warrior will be really insane. But if somehow the druid player manages to accelerate the druid count to 8 and plus, in time that the Taunt Warrior gets the quest done, I think it should be game over.
Right, and it feels like they're going to have to start doing that fairly quickly. It's coming into turn 10 for, actually, no, sorry, 10 mana. So it's only turn 6 or 7 for the Druid. Okay, fair enough. But the Jade cards are still only summoning 4/4s, so not too threatening quite yet. It's when they get to the 5, 6, and 7 stats that they start becoming real threats against your opponent.
Yes, but we see Aya on board when it dies. When she dies, I just assumed her gender.
How dare you?
Yeah, how dare I? How dare I? Okay, so when she dies, the Jade count increases by 1. So, and he has a Jade Idol to cycle with gadgets and a bit later on. Of course, the Jade Idol is the second one, so it's not gonna be played as a Jade. It's gonna be cycled, so he wants to hold it for a while.
Yes. Okay.
But
so the interesting here, Payne has clearly taken a stance with what style of play he wants to go for. He could have sacrificed the Druid of the Claw instead of the Aya Blackpool there to keep his board a little bit more sticky and harder to remove against the exact card of Brawl. However, he did decide to get rid of the Aya Blackpool, keep as much damage on board, and was definitely punished for that with an instant Brawl from his opponent.
I think he doesn't care too much. He just wants to play stuff and get the brawls out of the way. Of course, if he wants to be mathematically correct and statistically more favorite to win, he should count his value of his minions and maybe don't overextend too much into the removals. But
yeah, I mean,
in the end, you have infinite value basically. So you don't have to save it. But for example, now if your opponent would Dirty Rat into second brawl, it would be almost game over. Because removing the gadgets and cycle is really strong.
So we've just been told by production that we've been calling him Molo, but apparently it's pronounced Moloshnik, which is Russian for milkman.
Ah, okay.
That's
I know
moloko.
moloko I think is milk, so it makes sense.
Okay, that would make sense.
Because the for some reason the number 4 in Russian is read as ch. I don't know why.
Oh.
So it's
I did not know that.
But I don't know. It's only on the internet, I think. I'm trying to think how it's written in Russian, like Cyrillica. The 4 is it ch? It might be.
I don't know.
Okay, doesn't matter.
However, in this game,
yeah.
In this game, that auctioneer was pretty insane. Going for the shuffle on the Jade Idol, first of all, paid off quite nicely for Payne as he picked up another one to summon a 6/6, and he still now has a whole bunch of Jade Idols in his deck, and the second auctioneer being picked up means because the first one isn't removed, he can draw 2 cards with every single spell that's played. That's a lot of draw.
They say you shouldn't ever go for full gadgets, but
it's tempting.
He's not doing it. He can save it for later draws.
Right. Yeah.
I think it's really smart to save it for when you get another idol, for example, and you can just at the very late game you can just chain the idols. You know, like cycle, drop 1, cycle, drop 1, for example.
Yep, I like it. Yeah, as you said, the auctioneer later on in the game feels like when it's potentially at its most powerful. But we could even see another Jade Idol coming down here, and oh no, we've got the Druid Spectator bug.
Yeah, well, this game is not gonna take too long, I think.
I think you're probably right. Yeah, you were saying that once they get to over the 8/8 threshold, that is when they become too threatening even for the warrior hero power to deal with, and we have reached that point. The next Jade Idol will be a 9/9, and from there on it will just be insurmountably massive.
Right. And getting over 8/8 is not that spectacular because it's quite easy to go for that, I think.
That's a good point.
Even before the expansion, I remember seeing Jades like getting 12, 13.
Easy.
Yeah, easily. So, yeah, and so far, like this hero power removing the 7/7 is really strong, but the Jades just keep coming, so.
They don't stop coming and they don't stop coming.
A 9/9 and a 10/10, and there's no brawls in the deck left.
Yeah, there's nothing really left to deal with this stuff. The Primordial Drake obviously helps to squishy up some of these Jades, so if he gets the perfect die insect hit on the 10-8 now, it would give him a little bit more time, but obviously that's only a 1 in 4. He kind of has a 50-50 for a good target, I suppose, but even then, there's just more Jade Idols on the way.
The Ragnaros... Well, it's not Ragnaros this time, it's like... So, who's firing the die insect blast this time? It's only the warrior, it's like the garage.
Yeah.
Okay, because usually we blame the Ragnaros for not hitting the correct targets, but now you're doing it, so you only have yourself to blame.
It's stupid Garrosh.
Yeah.
So here, I suppose Molochnik, the milkman, can load up on taunts, but even in that situation, there's just too much stuff to come afterwards, and there's no real danger of Pain dying from the hero power because he can just load up on minions.
Right.
It's looking poor.
Yeah. Too bad. Well, I don't know. I don't like the Taunt Warrior, so I'm happy seeing it die.
I hate the Taunt Warrior. I will agree with you on that one. It feels like if I thought that the Quest Rogue was a brain dead deck, this feels like a very brain dead deck.
I think it's the most autopilot, and
yeah.
After this expansion, the strongest autopilot deck there is at the moment.
Yes, I'll agree with that.
But it's pretty nice. I think I should craft the quest. I haven't played a single game with it yet.
It's just so boring to play. I suppose you can just like stick on Netflix or whatever and just play through the games easy peasy while you're watching a bit of Breaking Bad or something. I don't know, whatever you fancy.
Yeah, Breaking Bad. I should rewatch that series.
Oh, it's just the best.
Yeah. Do you have a favorite series of it? Like one episode or something?
So my favorite series is Series 4. But my favorite episode... Oh, I'm going to give massive spoilers.
Oh, yeah, we shouldn't do it. Yeah, we shouldn't do it. Because I know the series, the episode I have in mind.
Okay. Well, yeah, so anyway, it's the one where Walt gets run over by a rhino. That's my favorite episode. It's crazy. No one saw it coming. I spoiled it. Oh,
okay. I haven't seen that coming. Also, even
that's
after
the secret bonus episode.
Oh, right. After the credits.
Yeah. Yeah, if you stick around after the last episode. Horde of rhinos.
Yeah. Direhorn Matriarch. It's a rhinoceros, right?
That's what set me on the path, yeah. It looks a lot like a rhino. I mean, it's a Triceratops, I guess.
Triceratops. Yeah. Alright, what is rhinoceros? It sounds like a dinosaur name. Or is it just rhino, long name for rhino?
It's yeah, rhinoceros is a long name for a rhino.
Oh, okay.
What, did you think it was a dinosaur?
Yeah, it sounds like it.
I guess so. Oh. So in this situation, is there actually a way that the warrior could slam everything to face and then get a lucky hero power to finish it off?
Well,
I don't think so, is there?
Well, it's always a possibility, but I don't think so.
Yeah.
I think if he's running a Deathwing, he has a chance.
Oh, okay, yeah.
And some lists are running it, and I think it's a brilliant idea. It's nice. It has a lot of good matchups with a Deathwing. It wins even against Quest Rogue sometimes.
Okay. Yeah, I suppose if you can get up to that point by stalling with taunts, it would make sense. Well, he can get the taunt adaptation if he wants to protect himself a little bit.
Someone won once. Okay. Oh, he wants double taunt on one minion.
Yeah, that's what I was going for. Yeah, don't worry, I'm not a complete idiot, chat. I know that it has taunt.
Yeah, I forgot. I don't play this card, I think. I haven't played this card yet.
Yeah, did he get that off the... No, he didn't get it off the Stonehill Defender.
No,
I don't like that card. I think it's just a little bit too weak.
Yeah, most of the decks now I think runs one of this one and one of the Death Rattle guy, you know?
Really? I think most decks I've seen run one of the Direhorn Hatchling and none of that one.
Really?
That's what I've seen most commonly. Yeah, I think it's just being phased out. I mean, I like it being phased out because it just... Unless you get, Divine Shield or plus health, it just feels kind of crap. Divine
Shield is insanely good. Sometimes like poisonous can help, but
Yeah.
but basically it's there because it's beast and you draw it from the creator.
Right, yeah.
So it's just extra beast in a deck, and sometimes you don't. Sometimes the beast, the death rattle thing, I don't remember the name, the hatchling, the Irehorn hatchling, right? Sometimes it's just too slow because it has bad stats for a 6-mana taunt.
Right, yeah. So finally, we can see here that Pain does take the victory that it feels like he'd had for quite a few turns now. Just Molochnik stalling out the game for as long as he can, but to no avail.
Yes, so it's a 1-1.
1-1?
Yeah, and it was too much pain for Milkman to handle this time.
Hey. But
Oh, the cringe jokes.
that's what they're here for. They come for the Amazon coins and they stay for the dad jokes.
Dad jokes. Yeah, I think I once I'm a dad, I think I'm gonna make all those jokes. Oh my god, I'm gonna be the best dad joker ever.
You say that now, but if your level of jokes is too much pain, I think I don't have much hope for your children.
Yeah, I don't have too much hope for them either. I think the only thing waiting for them in the future is too much pain.
Jesus Christ. That's a dark joke, man. Okay, so here we can
Yeah,
see.
okay, next to the pain, I'm gonna just buy some milk and it's gonna be okay. Like, we're gonna call the milkman, the fellow Molochnik.
So
Oh,
we've
he
got
doesn't
two
drop this.
interesting shaman decks being represented here already. We saw from Molochnik, he had Tidal Surge in his deck that deal 4 damage, restore 4 health to your hero for 4 mana. Not a card that we've seen much of, but potentially quite a strong anti-aggro card.
Interesting. So he decides not to drop the Fairy Fly on the turn 1, but drops it on the turn 2. Well, he got the second one. I think that was the reasoning before for dropping it.
Yes.
So these are basically just, in his eyes, just activators for his elemental synergies.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe not dropping it. I think I still like it to have a pressure early on and just drop it for no reason, just to have a 1-2 on board. Still, you have the second part which you can save.
Yeah. Yeah, I can totally see the reasoning there. Obviously, on turn 4, you can drop the Firefly and save the Flame Elemental if you want, but even then, you've already got a curve of elementals on 5, 6, 7, and 8. This is a tremendously powerful curve from turn 5 onwards for Molochnik.
And it's quite universal line of elementals, to be honest, because on turn 5 you can discover something to play alongside. Like on turn 7 you can get like the Blaze Caller, for example.
Yeah.
And after the Kalimos, because it's a bit slower play, because it's stat-wise it's only a 4/5 for 5. Of course, it draws a card that's insanely strong, but it doesn't do anything to a board. But then you can clear up with Fire Elemental, which is really nice tempo play to finish off some minions.
I mean, this is just devastatingly powerful. If he can get another Kalamos here, he can just go Kalamos into Kalamos on turns 8 and 9. That is so devastatingly powerful.
Yes, but as we see that it's insane hand, insane value from Molochnik, but as we can see, opponent has a lot of removal, and
That's a fantastic point.
He has Volcano, which I think is insane in this kind of matchup.
Yeah, I think Volcano kind of for a few days to a week kind of flew under the radar a little bit, but now we're seeing a lot of players kind of slowing down their Shaman builds, putting in 1 or 2 Volcanoes, because once you realize that you can just trade in all your minions into theirs to squishy theirs up a bit and then go for the Volcano, it feels like a guaranteed board clear so much of the time.
And the thing is that I didn't even realize, but the Jade count is already at 5.
That's true.
Yeah,
and now it's 6-6.
Yeah. Well, no, now it's 5/5 only. Well, yeah. Oh.
Yeah.
Right. I didn't see the Jade Lightning in the hand. Sorry.
Don't you correct me, mate. I know what I'm talking about.
sorry, I missed the Jade Lightning. So yeah, the
That is correct.
Jades are pretty strong, apparently.
They-
Well, of course.
Yeah, it turns out.
Of course, he chained all the Jade cards in a row. He had both Jade Claws, both Jade Lightnings, and Aya. So basically, he played all the Jade stuff in turn 7.
That's true.
That's insane.
That is insane. And this kind of feels like a battle between elementals versus jades because they're both getting really powerful curves with Pain obviously up to 6/6 elementals now, but Molochnik, his real power turns are going to be coming in the next turn or two when he can go Kalamos into Kalamos if he wants. It'll be very interesting to see what options he goes for here. If he wants to go for Kalamos at all, I should say. He doesn't have to.
Well, it doesn't do too much. You can go for clear, but it only kills like a 3/2 and a 1/1. It's not that strong.
Yeah.
The thing that is missing with Kalimos, for my liking, I think I would like it to have like a single damage, like
Right. Okay.
like to kill one threat, maybe a polymorph or deal 6.
So the 4 options you get, not quite enough for you. You wanted a little bit extra.
Yeah, those are pretty insane. Also, yeah, all the options it can give is really insane. You can get AOE, 6 damage to face, heal yourself for 14. Of course, you can't choose the target. For example, if you could choose the target for 6 damage, it would be totally broken. If you could, if you could choose the target to heal, even you could heal like a big minion of yourself. It would be also too broken, I think.
You're right. It would be completely nuts, but it feels like this turn, the 3 damage to everything feels like it's going to be a little bit better, especially as I suppose you can get the Fire Plume Hardmidger in combination with it.
Yeah. So deal 3 is pretty nice. Killing a 6/2. It's enough, I think.
I think yeah. I think enough is the right word.
But I think in this matchup, Pain is still in a better position, unless he somehow he runs out of removals. That's the only way how Molochnik can win this, I think. Because now he has insane amount of value in his hands, and he even has Elise, which when he plays, he shuffles Angoro pack into his deck, and he gets insane value during the game.
It's true, but the game might not go on for that long. There's a fair amount of pressure in Molochnik's hand, given that he can go, if he wants to just fully turn up the aggression, just go Kalamos into Lightning Storm here with the 3 damage to everything. Just to get that 7 damage to face. This does, however, line up terribly against Volcano. This can be a complete board clear now.
Yeah, it's insane. Those 2 Kalimos. Kalimai?
Calamari.
I think it's Kalimai. How would you say it correctly?
Kalimoses. I think I would accept Calamai.
Okay.
But interestingly enough, Molochnik had the opportunity there to throw down the Flame Elemental as well, which gave him a chance, a fairly high chance actually, to leave one of his Kalamoses, Kalamai, at 1 health.
Right. Well, he's still in a good spot. Well, not that good, but now they'll come back with the opposing Kalamai. Kalamos, only Kalamos.
Just one, just a single Kalamos.
Yeah, I think it's still enough.
I think that's still pretty damn good.
That's a better Kalamos that his opponent had, I think.
Yeah, definitely.
Oh, he can discover another one, a 3rd Kalamos.
Why not? You have a very decent chance to.
Oh, it's...
Stone Sentinel, however, probably his strongest bet. He just wants to get as much value as he can at this point. But he just doesn't have a single answer to that 7/7 Kalamos. The body here, almost as impactful, I would say, as the 3 damage to everything. Potentially more. Ooh. Okay, that's a big deal.
Oh, Enzloff, yeah. It's really
So
strong.
at the moment, is he getting anything other than White Eyes?
He had one of the Igneous Elemental also.
Very true, yeah. I mean, that's a lot of value to generate just with those 2 cards.
Aya!
Oh, and Aya!
I forgot Aya.
Man. That's got to be over now. This is insane.
Yeah, it's insane. It's a nice deck.
It's very cool.
I like Enzloff variant. I wonder what else is there in the Death Rattle stuff, in Death Rattle package.
Cairn, maybe?
Maybe. Does it work with the Echo? Like that thing that's...
Oh, no, you wouldn't regenerate the minions that you...
No?
I mean, it would give you more Ayas, but... Or more Death Rattles, because they obviously come back into your hand and then you can play them again.
Oh, right, but it doesn't work that if you give the Death Rattle, it summons...
If you gave... Yeah, no, if you gave a Totem Death Rattle return to your hand, it wouldn't come back with N'Zoth.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, unfortunately. But man, there's a lot of good stuff in Pain's deck now. He's got, once this 2nd White Eyes dies, there will be 2 Storm Guardians in his deck. He's now got the Ungoro pack in his deck as well, which will be a tremendous amount of value once he can get that out. And now that we've seen 2 Calamai and a Lightning Storm from Molochnik, he can just go as wide as he wants on the board here, it feels.
Yes. Well, he still doesn't know the one elemental that he discovered from the.
That's a good point.
From that one, so.
That is a very good point.
But still, it seems like a really greedy list from the Pain, but I think it runs all the removals also. So it's like, it's not fully anti-control because it runs all the removals, but still it has insane amount of value. So
I mean, that's just, you're describing a control deck at this point.
Yes. Well,
it's interesting. It has options to help against aggro, but it has value to help against control. What a fun concept.
Yes, and most decks that I saw and encountered on Ladder, for example, is as a Jade Shaman, Jade and Elemental Shaman, which has early game more or less, like and they try to tempo out elementals, like having 3-man elemental, 4-man elemental, and everything. And this deck seemed like it had only control options and late game elementals, and only the early game to have some activators like Fireflies and Igneous.
Okay.
So, interesting deck. I would like to try it also.
Very interesting indeed.
Oh, Freeze Mage! Nice.
Clearly this is a Freeze Mage deck. I wasn't sure, maybe it would be some kind of a Tempo Mage, but yeah, this is very clearly with the Pyroblast and all the secrets going to be a Freeze Mage. Not getting the cards in the exact order that Pain would want. You obviously want to get your Arcanologist first, draw your secrets afterwards, and doesn't have too much to do in these early turns, opting, it looks like, to coin out the Acolyte of Pain. Does obviously give him the choice to ping it with his own hero power on the coming turns to maximize his draw if it's not removed before then.
Yeah, you don't want to do it next turn. You don't want to ping your Acolyte next turn because you have 3 mana. I think if you coin Acolyte there, you definitely have to go for the secret next turn.
Yes, okay, yeah, I like your thinking. And especially now that they've played the Firefly, you can just attack it in yourself.
Yeah, well, that's a really nice thing. Molochnik just tunnel visioned to go Tolliver, Stone Shaper for next turn. So that's why he dropped the elemental to start the elemental chain going.
It makes sense. He no, he doesn't have a Servant of Calamos in his hand, so going for the Stone Shaper here doesn't feel too terrible because you're not breaking the elemental chain too terribly, and then on turn 5 you can drop the Flame Elemental to give you the curve of the Stone Sentinel into the Calamos Primal Lord on turns 7 and 8 to give you a huge amount of pressure. But actually, having said that, maybe you should save the Calamos until you've seen Alexstrasza to give you the heal out of burst range. Yes,
most definitely. I think saving the Calamos for heal is the way you can win this game.
Right.
You have to save all the heals in the deck. So it's all this matchup really depends of how many healing minions Molochnik is running, and if he can get, for example, a second Calamos from the Discovery mechanic.
So that's a good point because we've actually already seen he is running the Hot Spring Guardian. He's even running Tidal Surge, a card which is not often run but can deliver a huge amount of healing.
Was there a Tidal Surge?
I think there was a Tidal Surge.
Okay. I don't remember.
I could be wrong, but I definitely saw it at some point. It might have been in Pain's lineup. I could be misremembering, but even so.
Yeah, if he is running those, it's really strong. The other thing you should think about that you don't want to fill up your board too much. Of course, you want to pressure your opponent because if your opponent doesn't get enough pressured enough, he can just ignore the board and just do his own thing.
But you have to be afraid of these exact 2 cards, the classic combo as old as Hearthstone itself in Frost Nova Doomsayer, and there is absolutely no way for Molochnik to deal with that.
Well, it's still okay. Well, that board wasn't too big. It was only like 2 1/1s, Flame Tongue, and a 3/5, a 4-drop. So
it's true. It wasn't too much invested into it, but it's more just the fact that you're giving your opponent a completely empty board to do whatever they wish on this coming turn under 0 pressure.
Right. Oh, by the way, we see Flame Strike in Pain's deck. Which is not too common in new Freeze Mage decks, but yeah.
I think I actually have to disagree with you there. I've seen quite a few people running Flame Strike, opting for just one of them in their lists over the last day or two.
Yeah, well, the list I'm playing the most is not running it, but I know that some people cut one acolyte, for example, for
Yes.
it.
Yeah.
So it's
Do you
reasonable.
find that the higher amount of draw helps you more often?
Yes, I think so too. I think so. Usually, I don't. I go for more aggressive line of plays most of the time, I think.
Okay.
And I usually just freeze, and just burn my opponent. And Flame Strike doesn't help in that aspect, and it helps to stall, it helps to clear the value, and
Right. Okay. So, unfortunately for Payne here, I suppose he does have to use the Medivh's Valet in order to not burn a card from his hand. Otherwise, he would have overdrawn by 1 when the Loot Hoarder died. But I suppose a lot of the time, you're not going to be using that in your one-turn kill burst combos after Alexstrasza comes down, given that you have Frostbolt being 2 mana for 3 damage anyway.
I would definitely not use Kalimos. It looks insanely good here, but I think you can't.
It's a trick.
Yeah, it's a bait.
A Jebate.
Whoa, he's using heal for 4? That's...
Damn.
Well, it's better than using Kalimos.
And he's using the Hot Spring Guardian.
Okay.
This is 7 potential heal on his hero being used right now.
Well, it's basically one fireball. So you're thinking, is this board and this play worth one fireball of burst, like from opponent?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if it's that strong.
I suppose he just needs to think about how is he going to pressure his opponent, and if he's committing, as you said, to not using the Kalamos, that does severely sever the amount of pressure he can deliver before Alexstrasza comes down. The Stone Sentinel, I suppose, can deliver a good amount of damage, but you know, everything is susceptible to freeze. You are going to have to deliver quite a lot of pressure in one turn. If there's one turn that your opponent can't freeze you, maybe that is your opening.
Yes, and the Kalimos is really interesting card by one aspect. For example, against a freeze mage. Yes, it is a 14 heal after Alexstrasza, for example, and it's devastating for a freeze mage. But if you maneuver it correctly as a freeze mage, I think you can play around it. For example, if your opponent's board is full and he didn't play elemental one turn, if he didn't play elemental, he can't heal for 14.
Right. Okay.
So you can try to just wait for opponent to waste these elemental activators, or maybe just not play it for one turn, and then you know that, okay, now I can Alex, and it's really not healable. So
okay, I like your thinking. So the Maelstrom portal being used obviously just to clear off the Acolyte isn't too bad, and this does now mean that Payne is going to be burning a card. And it could be Alexstrasza. There is a straight... Oh my goodness, 1 in 7 chance. That is devastating.
Yeah, well, it's a quite big chance, 1 out of 7. It's still really dangerous. Yeah.
Oh.
So...
Okay, you have to take me through this. I haven't played this new Freeze Mage version. Can you win with Alexstrasza being burnt now?
Yes, but the only way is that your opponent can't heal or doesn't heal at all during
That's not going to happen.
During like 2 turns, you can kill your opponent in 3 turns, I think. Like
okay.
Using burst, then pyroblasting, and using burst again. So I think Molochnik, after burning the Alex, I think he improved his chances of winning by like, I don't know, like 50% or something.
That's a huge difference. I mean, that's just 15 extra health you've just gained, pretty much.
Yes.
Because now, as soon as you're brought down to perhaps 20 health with the Pyroblast, maybe 15 health with Fireball Frostbolt, you just Kalamos yourself back up to a healthy life total. And then you're golden once again. I suppose the only thing that Molochnik needs to think about, well, I suppose not the only thing, but one of the big things he needs to think about is making sure that he has the opportunity to play Kalamos whenever he needs to, because obviously you have to have played an elemental the turn before, so he needs to anticipate when the big burst combo is going to come so that he can Kalamos himself, so he can't die over 2 turns.
Yes, and with Alex it would be more likely to succeed that of exhausting the elementals and opponent not being able to play Kalimos. With Alex, it would be way more easier to do so because it's a 2-turn kill basically. You Alex and you kill him next turn. So if he doesn't heal, you kill him. But now you have to burn your opponent during 3 turns basically because it's almost impossible to do it in 2 turns unless you get like a lot of fireballs from Anton.
Okay.
And yeah, so it's way slower killing potential, for example. So, for example, now I think he's not gonna play the Blaze Caller, for example. So now would it be the best turn to use the Alex because he couldn't heal, and then next turn you would have a lethal with Fireball, Frostbolt.
That's a very good point, actually, because no elemental had been played the turn before.
Yes,
and
now,
he's used 2 of his most powerful healing cards in Tidal Surge and the Hot Spring Guardian.
Yeah, and now he just plays Blaze Caller, opponent burns him again a bit, and he just heals. So yeah.
Oh man, it's so close.
Yeah, the Alex burns.
There is the Hex for Antonidas. That's a big deal. Yeah, has to go for the Pyroblast here. Perhaps the 1 extra damage that manages to eke through from the Acolyte of Pain will make the difference. But man, this healing for, is it 12 or 14? It's a tremendous amount no matter what.
Yeah. Oh, it's 12. I thought it's 14. My bad. I was saying 14 all this time.
I didn't want to correct you because I just wanted you to make a fool of yourself.
So he can even go for Maelstrom if he wants to fatigue his opponents faster. But I wouldn't go for it.
Yeah, the thing is they're going to die from fatigue fairly soon anyway, so you don't want to give them any chance of amassing all their cards before they die.
Right. So there's still... Whoa, what's that? You mentioned...
Double Pyroblast.
Yeah, you mentioned to me.
I was mentioning this.
Yeah, I haven't seen this list with double Pyroblast, so...
Yeah, so this is the version that takes out Antonidas and just runs a double Pyroblast instead. I can't remember who I saw posted it on Twitter, but even so, this is looking all of a sudden a lot better.
It is game, he can heal, and he has double Frostbolt, Fireball, and a Medivh Wallet.
No way. He burned Alexstrasza.
Yes, but the double Pyroblast saved him.
Oh.
So this list, well, with Anton, he could go for Anton and Nova, but he doesn't have Novas. So this Pyroblast instead of Anton, I think saved him this game, even after burning Alex. That's pretty neat.
So you go Fireball, Frostbolt, the secret's still up, so you can go Medivh's Valet. Wow! That's crazy.
Yes. Well, just imagine, remember the turn when the Shaman wasted his heal on minions?
That's what I was going to say.
Yes. So maybe that would be way different if he saved all his heal for these turns.
That's what it feels like as well, because if you just play it slow and you save all your heal, it feels like there's almost not enough damage to kill you in the deck, because you heal for 12, you heal for 3 with the Hot Spring, 4 with the Tidal Surge. If you can discover more Kalimoses, or Kalamai, from your servants of Kalamos, then that's 12 more heal for everyone that you get. So maybe he just didn't quite think enough about the amount of damage that can be delivered. Maybe he hasn't encountered the double Pyroblast variants.
Yeah, I wonder now if is it enough just without discovering Kalamos from the servants. Is it possible that there's still enough damage with double Pyroblast to kill your opponent through all the healing effects?
I mean, if the Alexstrasza wasn't burned, that's 15, and then 25 with the Pyroblast, 35. But yeah, without Alexstrasza, I guess, I mean, over a couple of turns, you're looking at, you can deal 30 damage over 3 turns quite easily, but with the heal, it feels like it would just be too much of a roadblock to get through it.
Yeah, so with double Pyroblast and with Alexstrasza, I think there's no way that Shaman can heal everything up.
Right.
Yeah, so interesting.
Very interesting.
I always thought it's quite a hard matchup for Mage because there's a lot of heal in that deck, but when you think about it, the double Pyroblast is really helping a lot. Huh. I should try that deck without Anton.
I think I'm going to do exactly the same thing after the stream so that I stop making an idiot of myself during these casts.
No, you're not.
Oh, thank you.
You told me about this deck before the cast, so I was like, okay, interesting.
I mean, I'm on Twitter. That doesn't mean I know how to play these decks.
Okay, so thank you guys for watching. It was a round 4 match. We're gonna be looking for the next game. and see you guys in like 5 minutes, 5 to 10 minutes, I think. So see you guys. Stay tuned. Welcome back, everyone. Oh, we are back again, and sorry for inconsistent timers a bit, but we are jumping into games just right as we get one. So this is me, Suris, with Derek. Wait.
How are we doing?
Oh,
Let's check in.
Yeah,
Let's check in with Suris.
You were really low volume.
Really low volume. What about now?
Now it's fine. Good.
It's just my soft voice.
Yeah. Oh.
Soothing.
You were whispering.
Exactly.
Okay. We can whisper cast.
This is whisper casting.
Whisper casting. It would be interesting. We should do it one time.
I think the word you're looking for is terrible, not interesting.
Yeah. I think I would need like a better microphone for that. Like,
I think you're right.
Have you heard those like ASMR things or something?
Oh, there's actually nothing I hate more in the world than ASMR. It
Really?
cringes me out so much.
Yeah, sometimes it's cringy, but some of them are really good and interesting.
Oh,
Yeah.
I can't do it. I can't listen to them. It makes my skin crawl.
Yeah, I like them. Not all of them, but some are really nice. I don't know.
Have you seen the weird ones, like those ones like that guy scraping a knife over his beard? Maybe I've just been watching the wrong ones.
Yeah, maybe you're watching the wrong ones.
Never mind.
Okay, so we are waiting for the players to start the game. They are preparing at the moment. It's Sumi versus Coco F. We casted Coco F just before, a couple of matches before. In
That
around,
is correct.
In around two.
He was against the full quest lineup of his opponent, and his Taunt Warrior was the deck that felt like it was struggling most, and potentially luckily for him, that's the deck that's been banned from his lineup by Sumi. So Coco is left with only the Druid, the Hunter, and the Rogue, whereas Sumi isn't bringing the Rogue, interestingly, and is going with the Druid, the Hunter, and the Mage.
Okay.
So because he's banning the Warrior, that kind of makes me think that perhaps he isn't running Freeze Mage, because I could be mistaken here, but it feels like Freeze Mage is actually in a decent spot against Taunt Warrior at the moment.
Well, it depends, but most of the time, yeah, it's not that bad. The thing is that Dirty Rats sometimes wrecks your combos, but if you're not running Anton and you're running double Pyroblast, I think it's still pretty nice.
It's true, because then the only really devastating minion you have to pull is the Alexstrasza, because pretty much every other minion in your hand that you run in your deck is either Draw or Doomsayer.
Right. Yeah. The more I think about it, the more I like the double Pyroblast. It looks like a dead card, like a 10 mana card, but it's the same as having Anton. It's
exactly
almost the same. Well, not almost. You can just drop Anton on board and have pressure as it is, but Pyroblast is a pressure on itself. You can just Pyroblast face.
I think what people realized is that since Ice Lance has gone and Forgotten Torch has gone as well, you have a lot less damage in your deck. So you need some way of getting more damage, and Antonidas seems like the obvious choice. But because Emperor Thaurissan is also gone, you're very unlikely to get more than one spell with it on the turn, or more than one fireball with it on the turn you play it. So going with the extra Pyroblast actually makes a lot of sense, because Antonidas just isn't in that good of a spot at the moment.
Yes, you usually just get one fireball, so...
Exactly.
So
exactly.
maybe 10 damage is better than one fireball.
Who'd have thought it?
Yeah. Of course, the glyphs and the valets
That's a fantastic one.
Add to the damage as well. You can sometimes just chain those double valets for extra fireball. So it's really interesting. I have to jump on that train of double Pyroblast, definitely. I'm gonna try it out.
Yeah, I'm definitely going to be playing it after this stream. So we're still waiting for the players to jump into their first game. Looking back at their decks again, how important do you think it is to bring a rogue of some type to a tournament at the moment?
I think you have to. It's one of the strongest, if not the strongest, class at the moment. Both decks are really nice, and most of the people, for example, can target a quest rogue, but you can't really target a miracle rogue. I think you can go for full aggro lineup. Then your rogues are a bit in a trouble. But I think miracle is doing pretty okay against aggro.
Okay.
Well, not really. Maybe if there's too many aggro lineups out there, maybe rogue is not a must-have. you can go for more control style of decks with Taunt Warrior and I don't know, maybe aggro yourself.
Yeah, who knows? There's other options you can go for, but I think it's interesting that Sumi isn't bringing a rogue of some variety, because even if you, as a moral person, will not bring Quest Rogue, Miracle Rogue seems like a very viable deck to bring as well, unless you haven't experimented with it that much. This is obviously an open cup, so these players do not have the liberty, I would imagine, of playing Hearthstone all day, every day, like the pros obviously love to do.
Yeah. Yesterday I tried the Miracle Rogue with the Giants for the first time after the expansion. Oh my god, it was insane.
It's such a good deck, isn't it?
Yeah, I went like 14-4, I think, or something. Wow. It was insane score, but I even misplayed a couple of times, like roped myself by going full Gadget-san with 2 Gadget-san, you know, and or not deciding to go for Gadget-san for too long, and then oh my god, I can play Giants for free, and then you just pass because you have no time.
I mean, from what you're saying, it sounds like it's pretty impressive that you managed to go 14-4 with it at all. But
yes, and I lost like 2 games basically because I roped. so I was crazy about the deck. Like, why is it so strong? But yeah, it's really nice.
It just turns out. What do you think is the most important card that's been added to that deck? Is it the Hallucination? Is it Sherazin Corpse Flower? Is it the Vilespine Slayers?
I think the 2-drop. I really like the 2-drop. It's a sleeper card that no one really pays attention to, but to be honest, it gives that spell for Gadget-san. It reduces that spell reduces the cost of Giants. It can cycle as a card with, as I said, with the Gadget-san. It combos with the flower to resurrect it faster. It's just it's a 2-drop because Rogue doesn't run 2-drops, and usually she didn't want to run 2-drops. Because you have the hero power and you can deal quite some things with it, like so maybe you're running like deadly poisons or something, and now you have the 2-drop that transfers for your late game, gives better options later on, and you have a 2/2 body, which is it's not a 2/3, which would be like broken, I think. But
yes,
a 2/2, it's decent. It can deal with some tokens, for example, from Token Druid or I don't know.
Yeah, I think that's a good point, because obviously, if you look at it in the worst light possible, it's basically what the 3-mana 2/2 deal 1 damage. I can't even remember the name of that card, but the vanilla dwarf card, which is just terrible. I would never ever see play. But then if you think about it, right, I suppose it goes well with Gadgets and Auctioneer, and then I suppose it goes well with Sherazin and Arcane Giant and Questing Adventurer and the Edwin Van Cleef, and all of a sudden you realize it's actually a pretty damn good card.
Yeah, all the synergies combined, it's really strong.
Exactly.
Yeah. Even the simple things like combos. You can combo the Asai.
Very true.
Yeah, combo the Asai. Kill the even that 1 damage spell on itself. You before you only had like a weapon to kill off like big cold-blooded minions or something, like a 5/1 minion. Can, of course, you can run fans, and maybe you have a fan, but sometimes you don't. And killing those minions with a 1 damage spell is really nice.
Yeah, it does make a big difference, that 1 extra damage. But we have just been told by our production team, thanks Robert, that there has been a rule broken by accident. And so I believe we're going to start with a 1-0 lead for Coco F.
Oh my, what happened?
I'm not sure. I imagine it was some kind of a miscue.
Oh, too bad. I didn't even see that at the start of the game. But maybe there was a double deck or something.
Yes, I would imagine it's something like that.
Yeah. So yeah, and of course, if there was 2 decks for a player, you can ask for a death win if your opponent has 2 decks of 1 class that he's playing, or you can be like, I don't know, sportsman-like player, as they say, and just play normally. But I think if you're playing in an open cup with points, you're definitely want to compete for points, and you're taking every chance you get for a free win. Yes. I think I don't blame anyone for taking free win. So I think the player is taking free win.
Yeah, absolutely. I can totally not blame them. Actually, this year I tell you, Suris, on my birthday of all days, sad as I am, I was competing in an open cup and I miscued because one person didn't ban my Pirate Warrior.
Oh.
And I just kind of ignored that because for like 5 games in a row, I'd had my Pirate Warrior banned and I queued it up by accident.
Yeah.
And then I was like, oh, that was stupid. He didn't even ban this. And he wouldn't even let me re-queue. He just took the victory.
Yeah, well, you can't blame him, but yeah, having it happen on the birthday, yeah, it feels bad, man.
Feels terrible, man.
Yeah, but you live and learn.
I did. I'm alive and I learned.
Yeah. So we're still waiting for them.
We're still rating.
So
well,
they have
we're ready.
I think they are having to decide which deck they are taking win out on. I think that's how it works, because if you get a win, you have to say which class you are taking the win with, because it's a conquest format. You have to win with every deck you bring. So you just eliminate one and get one game.
Exactly. You cannot have a weak link in your strategy. Okay, we're hearing from Coco that he is now ready to proceed.
Okay.
Needed an admin, but it's all right now.
Yeah, it's fine.
All good to go.
Dun, 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 dun. Do we know the lineups? I think we don't. We just
we do know the lineups. Yep, we've
Oh.
got them. Let me read them out for you again. So we've had we've had warriors banned on both sides. We know that it's a taunt warrior for Coco. Can you change decks in between?
Yes, I think so.
Matches? Okay, you can. Okay, so actually we don't know that it's a warrior. We can assume that it probably is because that's what he was playing earlier on in this tournament, but we don't know for certain. But we've got the druid, the hunter, and the rogue for Coco, and then the druid, the hunter, and the mage for Sumi. So the only difference in these two players' lineup is the mage for Sumi and the rogue for Coco.
Rogue. And as you can see, the game starts with token druid versus the rogue, the miracle version of the rogue.
So this feels like this cannot be too favored of a matchup for the miracle rogue, I should say, because they often take a little while to get going in the amount of unfairness they can deliver, because it's very, very difficult to get the arcane giants down earlier than turn 5 or 6. You obviously have to wait a little while before you can get the auctioneer. But if you get pirates into backstab, that's a pretty good way to fight against the board.
Yes, and if you have the early answers like eviscerates, backstabs, and fan even to clear off the early tokens, I think there's not too much pressure from the druid that can out pressure you. Well, saying that, there's Living Mana, the new card, which is really insane. It's a bit controversial. Not many people liked it at the start, but now I think every aggressive token druid is running at least one of it.
Yeah, I think people are slowly realizing that you kind of just need 2 of them. It's such a good card once you hit turn 5. And even later on, it's the one card that kind of scales in its own right. You don't need to combo it with any other cards for it to be powerful. But obviously, as you reach the later turns of the game, if you can, on turns 10 or something, get down 7 of the mana into living mana and then go with a Savage Roar on the following turn, it's so powerful. Even if you can get Savage Roar with just 2 or 3 of the living mana treants, it's so devastatingly powerful.
And the 2 HP on those living mana treants, they are really strong. 2 HP is not 1, you know, like it's
you are correct.
Math.
Listen up, kids. 2 is not 1.
Only today.
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow, who knows? But today it's not 1. So it doesn't die to the fan, for example.
Yes.
And it's pretty nice.
That is a big deal. But Coco is okay, yeah, so Coco is obviously thinking, saving the Fan of Knives here because he knows how incredibly powerful it could be in this matchup. Cards like the Egg Napper, using it on that could be really, really nice because it clears off both the 1/1s. But
Sumi just dropped.
Sumi disconnected, I think, there maybe?
Yeah, he tried to drop the turtle on, but he didn't. So he just dropped.
That's unfortunate.
Well, and he could have dropped the Egg Napper also, so
yeah,
that was really unfortunate not to drop it. As a tempo aggressive deck, it's really not good to skip a turn.
Yeah, I agree. Skipping a turn is usually a bad move, unless you're a priest when you skip your turn 2 anyway.
Yeah, so as a priest or as a control warrior, it's sometimes not that bad to skip it, because you have like brawls or something. Maybe your opponent overextends.
Sure.
But as a temple
In
deck,
this situation, yeah, this is pretty rough. So at this point, Coco is just keeping up on the board. The Egg Napper dies pretty easily to all these 1/1s, and it feels like if Sumi is going to have any chance of coming back in this game after missing an entire turn, it's going to be through the use of Living Mana, or I suppose Bittertide Hydra also is a very, very big minion, and if he can remove most of Coco's things here with the Bittertide Hydra, it will have a very good, with the Living Mana, sorry, the Bittertide Hydra will have a very good chance of dealing a good amount of damage. However, Vile Spine Slayer has just been picked up by Coco.
yes. Interesting that he decides not to go for Hallucination this turn.
He's obviously just thinking he wants to combo it with Vile Spine on the following turn.
Yes, or Gadget-san. I think Gadget-san is the more consideration at this point, because he doesn't know that his opponent is gonna play the Hydra. So,
Very true.
So I think he just wants more cards there, more answers. But now he's happy with the flower killing the Hydra.
It wouldn't even have made much difference because we got the Swashbuckler as well. So maybe actually he should have gone with the Swashbuckler instead, because obviously the hallucination is a spell, so it works better with the Gadgetzan Auctioneer. But either way, this feels like a very dominant spot to be in, as on the following turn he'll be able to go with Gadgetzan with the Claw, or just go straight into Arcane Giant to apply the most amount of pressure possible.
Interesting, he decides to trade 1/1 for 3 damage to the opponent's face. Maybe it's worth it.
Yeah, you can start turning the aggression on your opponent big time at this point.
I think I don't like Devils or Eggs in Druid. I think Eggs are a bit too slow.
Okay.
But
Yeah, I suppose there's just not that many spells that you can combo with it, because obviously if you get it with... Actually, having said that, you can really see the reasoning of why they go for it. Like, Mark of the Lotus is crazy, Savage Roar...
yeah, there's a lot of
good stuff.
Yeah, there's a lot of activators, but it's a 3 mana 0/3 on itself is really
That's
really
fair
weak.
enough.
And even after you buff it, you only have like a 1/3, and it costed 3 mana to develop it. So
Fair enough. Fair enough. And at this point, this feels very, very rough for Sumi here. He's going for the Savage Roar to clear off at least some of these minions, but leaving an Auctioneer and a Teacher on board. It's going to have to be something pretty spectacular if he wants to come back in this game. It's game, yeah, of course.
He's going to just trade it.
Of course, I completely forgot that each of those 1 damage tokens suddenly becomes 3 damage apiece, and the Cold Blood just easy peasy lethal, not even close.
Yeah. So the Rogue had a really nice start. So I think even if Sumi didn't skip a turn, I think it was Rogue favorite.
Yes, I think you're right. And because of the mistake, we're still not quite sure what happened, but something happened, meaning that Coco is now 2-0 up, not 1-0. So this is a very quick series so far.
So far, yes. I wonder what is the last deck from Sumi.
Well, so Sumi will still have the choice of any 3 of their
right,
decks.
the Coco F, right? Sorry.
Yeah, it's Conquest. Don't know if you've heard it. New format.
Oh,
people have started
it's a
playing.
new one.
Yeah, brand new.
Did it come out with the new expansion?
Yeah, that's right. Journey to Conquest. People love Conquest. Let me tell you.
Yeah. Okay. It would be nice if Blizzard introduced like every expansion a new format for
I think
tournaments.
they'd run out fairly quickly. Okay, this time you have to play standing on your head.
Oh, nice. And maybe you can't play something like triple banning.
Span your opponent's entire decks.
Yeah, bring 5 decks, ban 4, play best of 1.
Oh my god, can you imagine how terrible that would be?
But it would be interesting, you know, you bring a lot and you ban 1 by 1 and
Okay,
you end
I
up
guess.
with 1 deck. Of
You
course.
can make your own tournaments, Cirrus, with the bring 5, ban 4 format.
Yeah. Would you cast it?
I would refuse. I would downright refuse to cast that Clown Fiesta.
Oh, come on.
However, going into this game, we can see Sumi once again lining up their token aggro druid, whatever you want to call it.
And it's really nice to start with the 1-drop, as always.
I would agree, especially when you're going up against the Hunter, who has no turn 2 play currently. The hero power obviously has no impact on the board whatsoever, so Alley Cat feels like it's definitely going to be the play, even though it doesn't fill out your mana perfectly. And in this spot, none of Sumi's plays actually feel too good until he picked up an Argent Squire. Now he has the option to go 1-drop coin Ravasaur Runt to get the all-important adaptation, and he can start clearing off some of his opponent's minions as well.
Yes, it's very strong. If you get like HP on Ravasaur Runt or even tokens, it's really strong.
Yeah, plus
Nice.
3 health, snap pick.
Yeah.
Really nice result there. People are often saying that, you know, when you get the results from this one, you really want, there's 3 main ones you want, isn't it? It's health, divine shield, and the 1/1s as well feel really powerful on the Ravasaur run.
Yeah, in some situations, if you have the board, even having a Wind Fury or Poison or even the attack is really nice.
Yep. Definitely something to consider.
Like 2 mana, 5/2 minion. Can you imagine? It's like...
Yeah. It's pretty nuts. But here, just going hard board control, he realizes that he needs to stop the aggression from his opponent. So getting 2 mana 2/5s, that was a lot of 2s, is very, very powerful.
Okay, he can still stabilize a bit with the Houndmaster and kill one of the 2/4s. No?
No.
As a token.
None of that rubbish. None of that trading garbage.
Okay, he's no...
Why would you trade against aggro token druid? Don't be crazy.
Well, because he has buffs.
Exactly. Yep.
But he thinks that he has enough aggression to go for this line of play. Of course, he has Unleash the Hounds, the second one. An opponent doesn't expect him to have the second one after using one of it.
That is actually a very good point. He does get a complete board clear though, but if on the following turn we see a Bittertide Hydra come down, he does have to think about the potential of an Unleash the Hounds for a tremendous amount of damage.
Wow.
But we're seeing it this turn.
He's just going for it. Okay. Well, there's no guarantee that opponent is gonna be playing another minion next turn.
That's a good... Yeah.
But living mana.
Man, that is powerful. So now does he just turn the aggression on his opponent? I guess you probably have to trade, don't you? Because of the potential of some kind of double kill command play. Because that is the kind of style of play that Coco has been going for. Very, very aggressive.
Yeah, but based on his plays, if I played against him, I would think that his hand is 2 kill commands, basically.
Yep.
Because he didn't take the value trades and he just gone paid. So...
Exactly, and he's still going to do that, only trading with one of the Ravasaur runs, obviously in order to get the Wolf rather than the Kindly Grandmother, and that is a second living mana picked up, so this is a lot of potential value for Sumi here, if he is able to survive. Thankfully for him, there's actually very little, there's no burst damage at all in Coco F's hand, so he's going to have to gain back board control if he wants to finish his opponent off.
I think Coco F is playing a bit questionable. There's really strange lines of plays. Like he trades, he doesn't trade, he trades one. I think against a token trade, you trade as much as possible, even as a mid-range hunter.
I think you are definitely right. And in this position, even though there's a Bittertide Hydra on board, it feels like there's no real way for Coco to finish his opponent off. The Poisonous does work out pretty nicely, but once again, as you said, it feels like he doesn't have a coherent game strategy. He
and he's
can't decide
fast.
if he wants to. Yeah, he can't decide if he wants to trade or go face.
Yeah. Well, it doesn't matter. He's still winning because of reasons.
Yeah, fair point. Because why not? So at this point, it feels like maybe we're criticizing Coco incorrectly here. You know, maybe he has got the right amount of balance between face and trading, because he only traded where he needs to. He's still alive. He let his opponent do the trading. I guess because it was kind of a bluff play, even though he didn't have the kill commands in hand. His opponent obviously didn't know that. So he made him do the trading, and then went all face himself. And then obviously when the kill commands were not in hand, Sumi realized he could play a little bit more aggressive. But at that point, Coco had already done the damage, so he can just turn the aggression back on Sumi.
Yes, I think you're totally right, and yeah,
thank you.
Strange line of plays, but maybe it's correct. But still, for Sumi, it's not over. If he trades the 3/2 and plays the living mana, he still has a pretty nice chance to finish the game off with Savage Roar next turn.
Yes, that is a good point, and that feels like definitely what he is going to be going for. Coco is what, 2 damage off lethal?
Yes, and he can't do anything.
No, you can't win from this position. No, even though you can get 4 potential pings with the Knife Juggler, which is definitely what he's going to be going for. You still cannot get lethal in any way, but maybe he can clear off enough of these treants to deny
No,
his Savage Raw lethal.
why you trade the... Well, this is definitely not correct.
That was definitely wrong, yeah.
Because you can get the juggle on a minion, so why would you trade beforehand?
And so this is going to be, what, 6, 7, 10. This is lethal, easy peasy with the pickup of Mark of the Lotus, which is going to lead Sumi up to a 2-1 score. Still behind by 1 game, but definitely back in it.
And that's the strength of Living Mana. Basically, in a really bad position, I think Kokoev had the game in his pocket almost, and doubling Living Mana just got back.
It really did. It was just so devastatingly powerful. The first one got good amount of board control, but it looked like it wasn't going to be able to save him because Coco did draw a lot of his strong mid-range options in cards like the Rat Pack and the Infested Wolf. But the second one, just in combination with the Savage Roar, too much.
But I think Kokoev played really not well without trading. I think still, if he traded, value traded, he would always have the board. He would always have those tokens on the board and would be able to deal with anything his opponent drops. Even the Living Mana, he could do a value trade with that also. And once he gets to the late game, maybe drop some high mains and everything, it's game over. And now he just gone face early on when the opponent had like 20 HP or something.
Yes.
I think that he took the switch too fast, I think.
I think that's a very good point because so many of the cards in the Druid deck, if you have no board, they are absolutely useless. Mark of the Lotus does nothing. Savage Roar does almost nothing. Even the Power of the Wild, you can only use it as a 2-mana 3/2, which just really isn't powerful enough to win that game when you're playing cards like Kindly Grandmother, like the Crackling Razormaw, which just gets so much more value than a vanilla 2-mana 3/2.
Right. Okay, we're jumping back into the second game. Well, into the third game, I think. Yes.
Third or fourth, depending on how you want to look at it.
Yeah, well, one didn't happen, so it's a third.
Can a game be real if it didn't happen?
Oh, well, that's an existential question. And
here we can see
Quest Mage. Whoa, that's gonna be fun.
This is going to be interesting. It's definitely been phased out of popularity. It kind of feels like Freeze Mage is just the upgrade of this deck because people have realized that Open the Way Gate, your combo is just a little bit too restrictive. If you're going for the Exodia combo of the 4 Sorcerer's Apprentices into Archmage Antonidas, it's such an exact combo to get off, and you have to play all the secrets that all the spells that didn't start in your deck. So just go for Freeze Mage. Why not? You can still deliver enough damage. You don't need the infinite damage potential of this deck.
Have you tried that deck yourself?
This one, the Exodia Mage?
Yes.
Yes, I have.
Yes, and do you like it? Did you like it?
I liked it at first. I actually went on a decent win streak, but there's some things that really just mess you up. So the Hunter hero power is so devastating against this deck.
Right.
You just feel like you don't have time to play your cards like the Kabbalist Tome and things like that.
It's very slow deck.
Very, very slow, exactly. And not against this matchup in particular, but it feels like Dirty Rat is just so unbelievably devastating against you. If it pulls either Sorcerer's Apprentice or the Archmage Antonidas, you literally cannot win.
You're correct, I think so. Because this deck is running even less burst. It has like 1 Frostbolt, I think, usually.
Mine had no, I could have been playing a terrible list, but mine had no Frostbolts or Fireballs.
Oh, okay. Because I think mine didn't have Fireballs, but it had like a Frostbolt to fend off the aggression, I think.
Sure.
But I tried that deck for like 10 games. I went like 7-3, I think. But I counted the times, how many times I got the full Exodia combo, and it was 0. I didn't get a single Exodia combo.
No way.
I was close to it, like having 3 of the girls and something. Of course, I finished the quest a couple of times and I won because of it. But the full Exodia combo never happened in 10 games.
Wow.
Of course, the win rate was good. I won without it, but then at the end I thought, okay, if I win this way, why would I play this deck when I can play Freeze Mage? It does the same thing.
That's the thing.
Yeah, and it's
I think
more
for
consistent.
Me, I actually got the combo off a few times, but that's because I was against some of the earlier unrefined version of Quest Warrior, where they hadn't figured out they're going the more control route was the best strategy. So they were just playing every single taunt in the entire game, most of which had no attack because it was like Tar Lords and things like that. And then you just have all the time in the world to build up your Exodia combo, and then no matter how much armor they've gained, you finish them off afterwards.
Yes. Of course, the Quest Mage is by no means weak. If you control it,
Sure.
If you control it correctly, I think it's pretty strong deck. Yes,
Yeah.
it is slow, but it has its own outs. Even it has a slight different win conditions than just the normal freeze. It can get way more survivability with all the random discovers like just
That's
now.
a good point.
Like just now, you've got
Like
an
just
ice
there,
block.
exactly.
Yeah. So he can get like 5-6 ice blocks and win by that.
I think that's unlikely, to say the least.
It happens. I think.
No, it doesn't.
Almost every time you play this deck or against this deck, you get at least 4 ice blocks.
What are you talking
Really?
about? No,
I haven't
no.
had a game when I didn't play at least 3 ice blocks. I'm not even kidding. Really.
Oh my god. 3 I can understand, but 4 or 5 ice blocks in a game is so much.
Yeah,
You're full of crap.
I think the most I had was 5. I saw 6 I think on
Wow.
in a
Okay.
tournament.
Okay. I have not seen that before, but you never know.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Stranger things.
Yeah, because Kabbalist Tome, it's infinite ice blocks basically.
Okay.
You can Kabbalist Tome into another Kabbalist Tome and ice block next to it, and
I mean, you can. That can happen, but that doesn't mean that it will ever happen.
it's sometimes. So
It's nice to dream.
For example, now it looks like okay, the game is over. Kokoev has the board and Mage is at low HP. Now only the hero power will drop the blocks every time, but you don't know how many blocks there is.
That's a fair point. It's a fair point. But something that you actually have to consider with this deck is maybe you have to go for, before you have the full combo, a couple of Sorcerer's Apprentices into a Kabbalist Tome and hope that you can get a board freeze or something like that to protect your Sorcerer's Apprentices. But going for the Doomsayer here kind of just feels pointless. Isn't there enough damage to break through and pop the block? Maybe not, actually. Okay, that's a good point. You can't currently kill the Doomsayer and pop the ice block through the ice barrier.
You have the poisonous.
Oh, you have
kind-
poison. Yeah, you can actually. Yeah, what am I talking about?
Whoa, he didn't realize himself.
No way.
Yeah, he wasted 7
He just
damage.
forgot.
Yeah, he
That's
forgot.
actually quite a big deal. Can he still pop the block?
Nah, I don't think so.
Wow, okay.
But he could. Yeah, he
So
could.
this actually changes things.
Yeah.
Having an extra turn of ice, he's just given his opponent an ice block effectively here.
Yes, and basically an out to win.
So
Because he
goes for the
can
Kabbalist
spend
Tome.
all his turn without spending 3 mana on another ice block.
Mm-hmm.
That's pretty strong. And even another turn, because he has extra armor from the barrier.
Wow. Oh my goodness.
So he got 2 out because opponent forgot that he has poisonous.
Wow, that is huge. He's basically got 2 extra ice blocks. This is a game where he's going to get 5 or 6 ice blocks because I'm counting this as 2.
Yeah, so basically it's almost as finishing the quest 2 times. He had 2 extra turns.
That's true. That's true. Wow. So he's actually going for the strategy of clearing the board here. I suppose the main reason he's playing this is just to get another tick on the quest counter and get rid of a card from his hand in order to be able to play the Kabbalist Tome. And the 3 cards he gets here, no more ice blocks. I'm sorry, man.
I think I liked using the apprentice. You don't have to go for the full combo if you want to win this game. I think in this situation I would have definitely gone for at least 1 apprentice into tome, into clear and everything, because you would save mana and develop a minion, maybe even freeze the board. I don't know.
Oh, I don't know. I think you probably want to save both of them. If you can go for, apprentice into Molten Reflection, and then all your spells are reduced by 3. That's when you can start doing the really crazy stuff.
Well, maybe that's why I didn't ever succeed into playing all the Exodia parts, because I'm impatient and I see the line that I can win without it and I go for it. And I usually do, because I just break the combo because I see the line to win.
Right.
But most
Yeah.
of the people just tunnel vision, and sometimes maybe it's correct play.
So here we can see he's actually getting Oh, well, there we go. The quest is now complete with the
Okay.
use of Cone of Cold. So this means if he can pick up the Molten Reflections, that's all he needs to win, and he still has an extra ice block in hand.
Right. And he has some burst with Fireland Portal, which he doesn't need, I think.
Probably not.
No ice, nice. He needs to cycle.
Yeah, he does indeed need to cycle. He needs at least one Molten Reflection. I'd guess I think he probably needs both, actually, if he's going to win this game.
Okay, so he's just dumping his hand a bit.
So if he picks up one Molten Reflection on the next turn, and he goes Sorcerer's Apprentice, Molten Reflection, he can play the quest reward, the Time Warp, for 2 mana. His fireballs would all cost 1.
Oh, I think I think you have to go for double apprentice now. Yes.
Yeah.
Because
Yes,
that's the last
absolutely.
turn. That's the last turn you get.
So Coco thinks he's got it already, but we can see, unfortunately, that is not the case.
That's
Wow.
also- but you don't have mana to play the quest if you play the. Oh,
That's true.
that's not good. Oh wait, you can't you with Molten Reflection maybe? Nah, maybe.
Oh my god, this is so complicated.
Okay, we'll see.
So now that he's got a 0 mana spell, he can go Antonidas Fireball. He can play 2 fireballs because one of them will cost 2.
Does he have an ice block in
No,
deck?
this is game.
No, you can draw. Wait, draw. Check it. Maybe.
I guess if you can draw into some kind of spell generation that happens to be an ice block, but that's it. Both Molten Reflections were in the bottom 5 cards of his deck. That's so unfortunate.
Maybe glyph. No, there's no more glyphs. Maybe a second babbling book or something into ice block would be good. But yeah,
that's what I'm thinking. But
a bit unfortunate for Arcanologist to be in a bottom part of the deck, because he just drew dead basically because of those 2 cards.
He did indeed. So unfortunate.
Yeah.
It was actually much, much closer than I thought he would be to get that combo off. If the 2 Molten Reflections had been a little bit higher, maybe even just 1 Molten Reflection.
There was no Molten Reflections at all.
None.
And it was the game, and there was like 5 or 6 cards left in the deck.
4. There were 4 left.
Maybe he's not running Molten Reflection. He's just saying, "Oh, okay, I can get them
He's
from."
just losing game after game after game and just going, damn, what am I doing wrong here?
Yeah, just missing parts of Exodia. No hand, no leg.
Yeah, an Exodia with no legs.
Yeah.
A lot less impressive.
Yeah, people don't get the Exodia references. I got a lot of people asking me like, what the hell Exodia means? Is it like a person who made the deck, or what is it like Exodia? And I'm like, okay, come on.
Let me show you a little TV show I like to call Yu-Gi-Oh!
Yeah, it's
Sit
insane.
back and enjoy.
Yeah. Oh, now we remember. Have you seen the? I'm a bit off topic, but still. Have you seen the old video of who made it? The Unicorn Priest clip.
I did see that one, yeah.
It's insanely good. The Kriparian losing
Yeah.
against Broad. I haven't seen it before. I watched it like yesterday, I think, for the first time, and I played it like 5 times because it's so funny. It's insanely good.
Okay, I'm gonna cut you off there. I think it's time to go for a break.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry, guys. By the way, we want to remember about the Amazon coins and what this tournament is. Yeah. So can you do the honors? You know, your English is better.
Oh, thank you. You're too kind. But yes, once again, we should remind you that this is the Amazon Coins European Hearthstone Tournament, and it is organized and sponsored by Amazon Coins, the point of which is to remind you that the only good way to buy packs in Hearthstone is with your Amazon Coins. I'm sure in chat at the moment, if you type in !coins, or one of the mods will be kind enough to do it for you. They will tell you all the details you need about how to purchase Amazon Coins and get effectively cheaper Hearthstone packs. If you have lost too many games to Quest Rogue and you think, damn, if only I could do the same, buy some packs with Amazon Coins, get yourself the quest, and get rank 1 legend. Easy
Yeah.
peasy.
Nice. That sounds like a really nice plan. So you guys do that, and we're gonna be looking for the second game. I think we are gonna follow the winner of this match because I think it's gonna be a match between the player, the winner of this, which was Sumi, was it?
I think it was Coco. Yeah.
Oh wait, it's Coco. Yeah, sorry, sorry, my mind is wandering. So Coco versus Xixo, I think.
Oh goodness.
Oh,
This will be interesting.
Yeah, I think if Xixo adds us, who knows? Okay, see you guys in a minute, and stay tuned. Okay, I am back, guys. It is me, Suris. Don't tell me Derek is not here. Don't tell him I started without him. So okay, we're gonna be jumping right into the game. It's some, I don't know. I can't read the name of one player, and he's versing against Saber 92, and apparently the other guy's name is, I don't know. I think Derek translated it, and it was something Chinese or Korean. I don't know. We'll see about it. And they are now preparing to battle, and once they start the game, I am gonna jump into spectate. Nice. So they are starting. And I have one side. Let me jump into the second one. Saber. Okay, I have to ask for invites. Okay. So we see one side from, it's a mirror of the Hunter match. Let me fix the scores. It's a 0-0. And yes, hi Derek.
I apologize.
Yeah.
It's very unprofessional of me.
No, it's okay. I started without you. Okay, so
much to chat's delight, I'm sure.
So I hope you have both of the players.
I do indeed.
Okay, so as we can see, we started with the mirror of the Hunter.
Interesting.
And both sides have quite nice starting hands. They have the 1-drops, and Saber decides not to drop the 1-drop. I think it's basically because he wants to play around the Hyena. It would be devastating if he played the both of Alley Cat, for example, Alley Cat, and opponent followed it up with a Hyena and traded both of these. Or he just wanted to coin the Crackling Grazermaw on something. That's also reasonable. I like it.
I think that makes a lot of sense. The Crackling Grazermaw is just if you can get that off in the early game, it's such a huge swing in your advantage.
Yeah, well, this time it's not that great, but still a 2-2. Well, it dies to a 2-1 if he wants to, but it might make a difference if this juggle misses, for example. No, okay, it didn't miss, so it's still a full clear. If it hit face, for example, there wouldn't be a full clear, and everything would be way different. The opponent, the Saber, could follow it up with another Crackling Grazermaw, for example. It's okay, and this is which round? It's round 5. Okay. It's not quarterfinals yet.
This is still round 5. So we're one away from the quarters.
I think so. I think it's
getting close.
Yeah. So the winner of this match already gets at least 1 point of the Hearthstone Championship Tour.
Good point. Can make all the difference, as we've said each and every week. 1 point. It's not nothing.
Yeah. Okay, so how did you say you would say the name of the bottom guy? The bottom guy, I say.
Let me look up. So it's obviously in Korean, but I stuck it into Google Translate,
okay,
and I got Lee Chung-young.
Lee Chung-young.
That's what I got. Could be completely wrong, but I do not speak Korean, so that's the best we got.
Okay, let's call him Lee.
Lee is good. I like that.
Yeah, it's simple. Nice. So Saber versus Lee, because we have to call him somehow.
Exactly.
We can't even say that the Hunter player or something, because they are both Hunters now.
The non-golden versus the golden hunter. We'll put it that way.
Okay. The less experienced Smorker.
Okay, let's go with Lee. I think we had it right the first time with Lee.
Okay.
Oh no, I'm having some trouble with spectator.
Yeah, for me it's fine. So, it's basically the fight for the board. Whoever gets the better follow-up and answers is favored in this. And for example, now the Thunder Rhino is really threatening, because as we can see, Lee has Savannah Jaime in his hand.
Yeah.
And it's really strong.
It is indeed. The fact that those manas line up perfectly, where you can go from one into the other so perfectly, and Savannah Jaime, it's just the fact that you can charge the 2/2s afterwards just make it even better. than just a charging 6-mana 6/5 would be already, which is obviously insane already.
Yes, and this time it didn't matter. You didn't get to kill Savannah Jaime.
Mm-hmm.
But still, charge a 6/5 charging Death Rattle minion. It's really nice for 6 mana.
Pretty good. Yeah. I would play that card.
Yeah, who wouldn't? I think everyone would play in every class. 6 mana, 6/5 charge.
Yeah, you'd play that always.
Yeah.
Maybe not. I'm trying to think, we wouldn't freeze mage, something like that.
I think
you would, though, wouldn't you? Yeah.
I think you would. Why not?
Yeah.
Okay, let's get back to it. And it's double kill command in the hand and 10, well, not 10, you can't squeeze the hero power in, so it's basically 10, 18 damage, so it's one off. Or is it lethal with... No, it's not, okay. It's the 3/2 is not a beast in itself.
Okay. I'm currently not spectating both players, so I'm not going to make a fool of myself by pretending to be able to see whether or not there is lethal.
I think it was even correct to go for the lethal setup and go for double kill command phase and leave opponents at 2 HP and just hero power next turn, because hunters don't run any heal and you're at 28 HP. You're not gonna die either way. So,
I mean, this is the same thing, isn't it? With 8 mana and 2 kill commands in hand, there's no way you don't have lethal next turn.
Yes, it doesn't even matter, right? It would just make your opponent surrender faster, I think.
I think you're right. So, unfortunately, although I couldn't see the board for most of that game, I'm assuming, given that it was a hunter mirror, that one player got ahead in the early game and snowballed that into a victory. Am I correct?
Yes.
What do you know?
Lee dropped the 1-drop, the Alley Cats, and Saber could follow this up with a coin 2-drop or Alley Cats, but he decided to skip turn 1. And go for next turn, go for Alley Cat's coin Razormaul, which didn't pay off for him.
Right.
If he had gotten a Death Rattle on the Alley Cat, maybe it would be quite good. But I think dropping Alley Cat and hoping for no Hyena, from opponents, I think that was the correct play, and just gambling on it.
Exactly. When you're in a kind of a behind position like that already, you kind of just have to assume that your opponent doesn't have that card, because if they do, you've lost anyway.
Yes, yeah. So apparently in this matchup, maybe not having a coin is more valuable, just if you curve out, of course, because coin helps you to fix your curve if you're off, if you have some off curve. Your game has been disconnected from the Blizzard game service. What?
Can you not see it?
No, the game started, right?
Yes, roles have been reversed. This time I can see and you can't.
Yeah, okay, I got some bug. Yeah, it says that. Okay, maybe I can just jump right in without restarting. I hope so.
Right. Well, I can see already that we have 2 interesting decks right off the bat.
Nice.
Lee, it seems, is playing a Miracle Rogue with Razor Petal Volley, the 2-mana card that adds 2 1-damage Razor Petals to your hand. And Saber is clearly running a Secret Mage, given that he has Cabal Lackey already in his hand. In fact, his entire hand is secret synergy spells, but with no secrets as of yet.
Okay, so we can see the game also.
Fantastic.
So, what do you think about this matchup? I have a really strong opinion on this.
Really?
Oh, it's a secret. I thought it's a freeze mage, so it's a secret mage.
Yes.
Okay, so
Yeah.
what do you think about it? You tell yours first.
In this kind of matchup, obviously both the decks have changed, but I think this Secret Mage is probably most comparable to a Tempo Mage from before Journey to Ungora came out. And in that matchup, one of the main reasons that you brought it is because it just lined up really nicely against the Rogue. Obviously, because they had no healing. If you just got in a little bit of damage in the early game, you could finish them off with fireballs, frostbolts, and firelands portals and things like that. But perhaps because this deck runs a little bit less burst and relies more on getting out minions to do the damage with things like the Secret Runner, maybe it won't do quite as well, especially as the Rogue has a pretty nice clear up on these first couple of turns.
Yeah. I think before the expansion, before the Ungoro, the Tempo Mage had really nice tempo plays with cheap spells and Flame Waker. And,
right, sure.
What else was there? the torch, for example, to give more sustainable damage during the turns. Maybe just to cycle it into the deck and get the roaring torch faster.
And the arcane blast as well.
Yes, arcane blast to clear the drakes and auctioneers and the 5-force. It's really nice with spell power. Of course, now it's a different tempo play. You play for tempoing out the secrets. It might work, might not. I think it's a gamble if your secrets is good in certain situation.
However, in this situation, it looks like the secret is going to be pretty good, because even though you're unlikely to be able to activate the Sherazin after it's died, if it's played down here for the rogue, that feels like it's going to be a big old tempo swing in the favor of the mage. But obviously, he's not going to go for that line of play when you have a really nice clear up in Razor Petal into the SI7 agent. Oh, it polymorphs it and then mirror entities it. Oh, so you get a sheep.
Yeah, I was thinking about it. I wanted to ask, how does it work? Do you get a full minion or a sheep? And
I didn't even think about that. I suppose if it had been played in the other order, you would get the minion before it's sheeped, but that works out really badly for Saber.
It's those small interactions that rarely happen, and you have to think about it. But this time, the secrets was played in different turns, so it didn't. You couldn't do it differently.
Wow, and it feels like unless Saber is able to pick up either some nice big minions or some burn spells turn after turn here, this is starting to look like it's becoming rogue favored. If these minions can be dealt with, then it's looking nice. However, this is just a lot of damage coming through already for the mage.
Saber is getting into top deck mode, and he played one Arcanologist, so there's a bit less secrets in the deck, because he doesn't want to get secrets now. He wants just a fireball, basically.
Very true.
Nothing else.
He's got a few of his secrets already, which is obviously really, really nice for him. But it's cards like that he doesn't need. However, because the rogue has got down to 6 health and now 3 health, this means any burst damage whatsoever is going to close out this game.
I think you can fight for the board, or you want to try to ping your opponent 4 times.
Okay.
I don't know which one is the line. Do you go for outs as a frostbolt even and just ping the board, and you say that okay, I need one more burst spell. Doesn't matter what kind of, or you go for 4 pings on the face and live for 4 turns.
I think the pings from the face might have been it's so tough, because if you ping off the 1/1 doesn't make too much difference, but maybe you just don't have time to kill your opponent with the pings every turn, because here we can already see this is going to be it doesn't matter, but it was going to be maybe 4 3-turn lethal if he drops the Ethereal Arcanist. It feels like it would have been 3-turn lethal, so without a pickup of a bit of extra burst, maybe it wouldn't have been quick enough.
Yes, well, it's really interesting, and I think on that one little turn, do you ping a 1/1 or do you ping face? I think you should stop, calculate, and make even you could rope over that decision, I think.
Absolutely. I think that would be a perfectly valid thing to rope on, because you really, something you really have to consider. What can my opponent play here? Are they able to play Arcane Giant on this turn? Have they played enough spells for that? You want to be keeping track of that. Are they likely to have an Auctioneer to draw a whole bunch of stuff? Are they able to reactivate Sherazin if it dies? There's a lot of things you have to consider in there, whether you go for, as you said, the ping over 4 turns or keep their board clear.
Yes, because 4 turns is a lot, but you had 30 HP, and opponent had only like 4 damage boards, so it's quite reasonable to think that, okay, maybe I can live for 4 turns, and Rogue doesn't have any heals, so...
Very tough decision, but obviously Saber was able to pick up the Frostbolt nonetheless. And starting off here, they did start off with the Razor Petal volley. Obviously, you want to throw that away as it's quite a low tempo play at this point in the game. You'd rather go for something like the Pirates on turn 1 without patches in your hand as he tosses that away as well. And this is a little bit of a tough choice for Saber here, because he has the option of a coin 2-drop into 2-drop. But there's the potential, if he goes for that, neither of his Crackling Razor Maws getting their Battlecry value.
I think it doesn't matter. I would have gone for it. I think so. Well, okay, now it's not that bad, because you can coin 3 into 3. But you need to use your coin to get back on the board somehow. Maybe against a rogue it doesn't really matter. But this is... what do you think? Which one is favorite?
The Rat Pack or the Companion?
No. Which one is favorite? The mage or the mid-range hunter?
Sorry. The rogue or the mid-range hunter?
The rogue,
It seems like in a deck that's running Razor Petal Volleys, you kind of have to put the favor on the hunter, but if the rogue was going to win a game, it would be with exactly this kind of falling of the cards. The hunter didn't get a 1-drop, the rogue did get their 1-drop, and they got a backstab. They're getting all their high tempo plays. I know they've buffed up their Violet Teacher as well to make it even more difficult to remove. And if you can make 2-3 1-drops from that, that's a big swing on the board in your favor.
Okay. I don't have too much experience in this matchup after the expansion, but before, like back in the day, Miracle Rogue, Oil Rogue, and all those slower versions, well, not slower, not
Yes.
aggressive, but yeah, the Miracle decks, basically. They got really nice matchup against mid-range Hunter, because against a Phase Hunter, you would have a bad matchup.
Yeah.
Against the mid-range, you would have a good matchup because you run double sap, for example, and you get to sap like high mains or something that was Hound Mastered. But I don't know about like after this expansion how it fends off against this kind of adaptations.
I don't know either, and it's also interesting because this feels like a very strange rogue deck we're seeing from Lee here. He has the Razor Petal Volley, he has double Cold Blow, which I haven't seen from a lot of rogue decks. He has the Shiv. So I'm unsure if he has room for double sap to hit things like the Savannah High Main. He might have to rely on his Vile Spine Slayers to deal with that, which then obviously does activate the Battle Cry. And we can see he runs double Razor Petal Volley.
Interesting.
Very interesting indeed.
Well, that's a lot of spells. So I think he definitely is running the Giants because he has a lot of spells.
That seems like a safe assumption.
Well, it's a lot of fuel for the Gadget Son also.
Okay.
And of course for Violet Teacher, because it's not the common edition also.
That makes sense. I can see your reasoning. Angry Chicken is picked up off the Macaw. Obviously, not the best card, arguably one of the worst cards.
By the way, we see a Black Knight in the Hunter's hand. One of the more recent tech choice of the players these days, because the Taunt Warrior is so popular. And even without a Taunt Warrior, there's a lot of taunts. So
it is true, but in the Rogue deck, there is not.
Yes.
I don't think this deck is running any taunts, so that is going to be a straight up 6 mana 4/5 in this matchup, which is pretty darn terrible.
Yes, in this game, it's not gonna find a target unless you can target your own taunts. No, it's only enemy minion taunts. Okay.
What? I don't think you'd want to hit your own taunts either way.
Yeah, most of the time, no. Maybe there is a situation when you want to kill off your Death Rattle minion, or like a Fiery Bat for extra ping. I don't know.
Okay, so the combo is you give your Fiery Bat taunt, then you Black Knight it, and then you deal 1 extra damage for lethal.
Yes.
I like the way you think. So Lee here using the Vile Spine Slayer in order to remove the first half of the Kindly Grandmother. Obviously not the highest value play with it. You'd rather hit something a little bit bigger like the Savannah High Main, but I suppose getting the body out a little bit earlier is a bit more important, as in the coming turns he can actually start making a very real push for lethal with 2 Cold Bloods in his hand and 8 damage already on board. That's 16. He can go for Razor Petal Volley to bring it up to 18. He's getting remarkably close.
Yes, and hard killing the Kindly Grandmother. It's like a 1/1. It was a Divine Shield and everything. So, yeah, the saps just like before the old days.
Nothing
Sap
ever
the High
changes.
Main. And it's basically 6 mana wasted for Saber. So.
It is indeed, and that is going to lead, I would say, extremely likely to a loss for him.
By the way, I really like the Lee's play because he force cleared everything that Hunter dropped, and nowadays mid-range Hunter really relies on sticky minions and
Yes.
buffing them with Hound Masters, maybe capitalizing on a big Hyena or adapting them with Razor Maws. So if you clear them all, everything, it's basically the same reasoning as killing everything against the Zoo deck.
Okay.
Yeah.
Or the aggro druid as well, I suppose.
Yes, also, yeah. Quite similar strategies against those decks when you think about it.
Definitely, yeah. I suppose the difference is that in the later stages of the game, the mid-range hunter is relying more on dropping powerful minions than using living mana and savage roar to finish off their opponents.
Yes. The angry chicken. Classic.
The angry chicken. I suppose a kind of reverse BM there for Saber.
Yeah. Well, he just wanted to show that he has that. So it's a 1-1.
One apiece, or is it 2-1 now?
I think it's a 1-1, unless I missed counts, but I think it's
okay.
a 1-1.
No, maybe it is 1-1. So unfortunately, we still haven't.
No,
don't know.
It says 2-1 for Lee.
Yeah.
Well, what did he win with before?
He lost
He won.
to the Secret Mage, and he won the mirror. He won the Hunter mirror.
Oh, it was the first game. Yes, I didn't
first.
update the score after the first one, I think.
Yeah.
So 2-1 for Lee.
Come on, Cyrus. Pull us together.
Sorry. I sound like May. Sorry.
Oh God! Don't. I need to get away from May. I don't play Hearthstone to listen to May.
Are you playing Overwatch?
I do play Overwatch.
I haven't played it since new season, I think. I didn't finish my placements yet.
Yeah, I haven't played in a little while either, but...
Okay. Zoo versus the mid-range hunter. Apparently Saber's mid-range hunter is struggling.
Yeah, it definitely is. Still hasn't managed to take a single game, after playing twice already. And if the Zoo is able to pick up those sticky, powerful cards like the Possessed Villager and wow, double Soulfire as well, if they can take advantage of an early board lead, then they're looking to be in a very, very good spot. Because as you said, the modern Hunter decks rely very, very much on having a board in place, given that you have cards like the Crackling Razormaw and the Houndmaster there to buff your beast minions.
Yes. Oh, he has a buzzard. Oh no, he got it for the I was like, okay, that's wacky tech.
Gets two pretty underwhelming beasts there. Obviously, the Light Fuse Stegodon can do very, very little unless you are the Paladin class itself, and the buzzard just a little bit too low in the amount of stats it gets you, even though it draws you a card.
Oh my god, I'm gonna Craigasm so much if the Starving Buzzard plus a leash is gonna be played this game.
God, please no.
Do you remember those times? Like,
of course I remember those times. Like,
how much the Buzzard was costing? Like 2 or 3?
It was a 2-mana 2. Well, at first it was a 2-mana 2/2.
Oh, yeah.
Back in when it was completely ridiculous, and then they nerfed it to a 2/1, and they realized that doesn't make any difference at all. Oh, dark times.
Yeah, these were good times.
Don't say that.
Okay, dropping the Soulfire, I think that's okay because you want something to drop next turn. Of course, you can draw anything, but Darkshire Councilman is pretty strong against the Hunter. It has high HP and you can trade into a couple of minions.
Yeah, this is a really tough spot for the Zoo, though. I suppose you can clear it off.
No, it's not tough.
Oh no, you clear it off with keeping both the rats alive. Okay, this works out pretty well then.
I think you clear everything.
Yeah, I agree. The potential Houndmaster is too scary.
Well, it's the question if you want to play Consulman or Knife Juggler and tap. I think both are okay. If you want more value, you can go for Knife Juggler and tap.
Mm-hmm.
I think personally I would like the Councilman, but this plays with the mana better.
Yes, absolutely. And if you pick up a 1-drop next turn, or even a 2-drop, just getting the couple of extra knives is really, really nice. And I suppose getting the 1 damage knife is probably a little bit better than the 1 extra damage on your Darkshire Councilman.
Yeah, this is a pretty bad minion, but he didn't have a better choice.
He did not indeed, but that pickup of Silverware Golem is pretty bad for Lee here. He really wants to find some kind of a discard effect in the next turn or two.
So Saber basically is 1 unleash away from having this game, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Well, he wouldn't have a game like off of it, but still, it would make him in a good spot.
It would definitely help a lot, because although he's got some really nice drops over the next coming turn, Nesting Rock, even though it doesn't get the taunt, a 5-mana 4/7 is pretty decent here.
Yes.
And he can follow up with the high main. It's just one thing each turn, and maybe that's a little bit too slow, and the Zoo is just able to swarm you down after that point.
Did you realize that there's like a Starving Buzzard plus Alley Cat combo?
Oh god.
Really interesting.
That's a good combo, actually, I suppose.
Yeah. I think no one tried it. Maybe it's viable. Yeah, it's too slow.
Maybe 5 mana 3/2s are good.
Maybe you play all the 1-drops. You know the Quest Hunter.
Yeah, and I know it's terrible.
Has anyone tried the Quest Hunter with the Buzzard?
No.
It's interesting.
Why would you? Why wouldn't you just play the Tolvir Warden and then you get a 3/5 instead of 3/2?
But you can play like 10 beasts in one turn.
An interesting strategy. Maybe go try it out and report back to us next time.
Okay, I'll do that.
That's your homework.
Yes. I'm gonna have to craft the quest for Hunter. It's crazy.
Please don't waste your dust.
Yeah.
I'd feel bad.
But everyone was crazy about that quest before it released. Everyone thought it's gonna be broken as hell. But
Yeah, I know.
apparently
You
it's...
have a life coach saying you could make a 29 1-drop hunter.
Yeah, but apparently you can't.
Apparently that turns out that is garbage.
Yeah.
I mean, it's getting close to the point where you can make a 29 1-drop rogue, apparently. Well, I guess you need the balance effects, but it's a lot of 1-drops in that deck.
Yeah, you can try it. Okay, so well, it's still not over, but it's close. I still want to see the combo, the Buzzard Unleash, but I think it's not gonna come this game.
It's possible. I suppose the main thing that Lee needs to look for is he needs some kind of crazy discard shenanigans. Middling result. If he could get a big Doom Guard, maybe in combination with the remaining Silverware Golem, that can lead him to a victory. But he needs to get in some big damage now before the big taunts come down.
Well, what is he doing now? He's gonna decide what is better, to develop a Pterodactyl.
You don't pronounce the P, it's just Pterodactyl.
Pterodactyl.
There you go.
Silent P.
Silent P.
Sounds so wrong.
I think that's quite an old joke. I hate to break it to you, sir.
Really?
Yeah.
I haven't heard of it. I just made it up.
Why can't you hear a pterodactyl go to the toilet?
Oh.
Because the P is silent.
Really? Nice.
Yeah.
I found out the quest without hearing it. That's nice.
So he does go for the line of play of clearing off the nesting rock, I suppose, just to guarantee that he can't get as much value from Houndmaster, and to protect as much as possible this Wind Fury Pterodactyl, which is actually looking extremely threatening at this point.
Yeah, it's insane. 4 mana Wind Fury with a Divine Shield. 4/4.
I'd play that card.
Yeah, all Wind Fury minions nowadays are really overpriced. You know,
Yes, definitely.
Like 4 8s, 4 7, I think, or something like.
Yeah,
well,
I think that's the new one.
Yeah, the 2 3 for 3, the 3 5 for 5 or something. I don't know. Well, everything is overpriced, and this is a 4 mana 4/4 Divine Shield and Wind Fury.
Definitely one of the better ones, I would say.
Yeah, it's like you can compare it to Alakir, for example. Well, Alakir has charge, so Alakir has everything.
Alakir has whatever you want it to have.
Yes.
So Saber really needs to think now about what his line of play is gonna be in terms of defending his own health total, because obviously there's a very, very high amount of damage represented, but if he can get the buff on the alley cap, that little bit of extra health, maybe that's just all he needs to protect him for another turn until he can use his own minions to push back on the board.
Okay, apparently it's still not over, but you can buff your Councilman by quite a bit.
Yeah, you can buff it by 3, bring it up to 8, and then that would be 12. Is this 1 damage off of lethal? Do mine eyes deceive me?
Or is it 2 damage of it? Wait, 9.
You'll get there.
Yeah, it's 1 damage off.
Yeah. Wow.
Okay.
Remarkably close. And the 2 Voidwalkers, although they're fairly low value minions, just a little bit of extra taunt to once again protect his 2 most valuable minions in the Pterodactyl and the Councilman is really, really valuable, and it's looking absolutely fantastic.
And we can see in this match, not many people probably realize, but the Firefly really shined this match.
Really did.
Yeah, because turn 1 he played the Firefly, I think, and then he could, basically because of that, he could fill the curve on turn 2, because he could play Argent Squire plus the second part of Flame Elemental. So it was a 1-drop with a follow-up to fix the curve in that aspect, and in the late game it became like a 2-drop with two
That's
parts
right.
of it to buff
Yeah.
the Councilman even more.
I think I underestimated that card at first before Journey to Ungora actually arrived, because I thought it basically very similar to an Echoing Ooze from Naxxramas, where most of the time it's just going to be a 2-mana 1/2. But the fact that you can play the first half of it in the Firefly on turn 1, and then the Flame Elemental perhaps on turn 3 or 4 later on down the line, it actually does just make a big difference in, as you said, filling out that curve a little bit more efficiently.
Yeah, I didn't appreciate the power of the card also, the universality of it. It's not a word.
No, I understand your meaning. I
Yes.
think that might be a word.
Okay, so it's really a universal card, and I didn't think it will be that used as it is now. I thought it's gonna be used only in elemental decks, you know, like auto include in every elemental deck, of course. But now it is auto include, but it's also played in every other deck almost, like Quest Rogue, Token Druid, Zoo, in some Hunter lists even.
Yeah, Hunter list, mid-range Paladin,
Yeah.
in Control Paladin, in, yeah, so many decks. Even in Miracle Rogue, a few people started putting a Firefly in.
Yeah, well, it's, I don't know why.
It's there. It's there.
In Miracle? Well, yeah,
I've seen
it can work with Edwin, but it's not a spell. So.
You just play it instead of Pirates.
Oh, well, it's okay. It's less spots in a deck for instead of a all pirate package.
Yeah, and you can't draw patches at that point if he isn't in your deck. Little tip, guys.
Okay. Yeah, I like it. So we finished the game. Congratulations for Lee. It's a 3-1, I think. Or did we end it up before? No, I think it's 3-1.
Yeah, 3-1 victory for Lee there.
Okay, so Lee takes it 3-1 and gets guaranteed 1 point from the Hearthstone Championship Tour. And we're gonna be looking for the next game, probably the round 5 or even round 6. And guys, stay tuned. And we'll be back in 5 to 10 minutes. I don't know for sure yet. Okay guys, we are back. It's me, Suris, and I have Derek on the side.
Let's get this straight. That's the other way around. I have you on the side. Okay?
Yes, we have.
I'm the main caster, the real top dog.
No, I meant on the side, like I'm pointing the finger at you on the screen. So yeah.
Not like I'm Robin and you're Batman.
No, I wouldn't want to be Batman. Robin is way cooler.
What?
Yeah.
It has to be Robin.
I want. Robin is cool. No one pays attention to him, and he can do
Just wears little
all the
pants.
crazy stuff. I don't know. Okay, so we are in the game. We don't have one of the players. We couldn't contact him yet. I don't know if we're gonna get him. His name is Kolonapi66. So if you're friends with him, you can just ask him at the casters.
Blast him on social media.
Yeah, because I added him and he doesn't accept the invites. So, and Lee, we spectated the last game and we know his list a bit at least, but it's the Pirate Warrior, which we didn't see before because it was banned, I believe.
Ah, very well. So I wonder what his deck that was banned this time was. We obviously haven't seen Kolonapi yet, so we haven't seen the kind of decks that he's going to be banning. Maybe... I can't imagine many people banning Hunter, but I imagine probably the Miracle Rogue was more likely to be banned if one of them, because maybe he assumed that it was a Quest Rogue.
Maybe, yes. I don't imagine banning a Hunter.
Mm.
Well, unless I don't think you ban Hunter.
If you're gonna ban a Hunter, you'd ban something else that does aggression a bit better. I think like Druid or Warrior.
Yes, well, Hunter is like the worst matchup for Quest Rogue. Well, that's a reason, but
okay.
You're not playing just Quest Rogue. It's not Last Hero Standing or something. It's...
Exactly.
So it's a zoo. This matchup usually goes simply if you get the War Axe, you can win easily, but I don't know if he did get a War Axe. He did. He used both stacks of War Axes. So he used one War Axe. But it's still not enough because the 3/8 apparently is pretty nice. Pretty good card.
That Fellhound is absolutely huge. I think I'm right in saying that it's being dropped from most iterations of Zoo.
Yes,
but,
I think a lot of people think it's not aggressive enough, I think.
Yeah, exactly. But in this particular matchup, a 4-mana 3/8 is just devastatingly powerful. You don't care how many cards it discards from your hand, because once you get that down in the mid-game, it gives you such a higher chance of winning.
Yes, it's pretty nice. Against Pirate Warrior, it's insane.
So obviously we can't see Kolonapi's hand, but we know that when you're discarding a whole bunch of cards, it doesn't really matter because you have a Malkazar's Imp on the board. So you can just keep drawing, which is exactly what's happening, and he is threatening lethal in the next couple of turns.
Oh,
well, I suppose maybe 3 turns, but even so.
That's a really nice draw, to be honest.
Yes, getting a Pirate in order to upgrade the amount of charges you have with your Arcanite Reaper is absolutely fantastic. However, if he's going to be winning this game, it feels like Lee is going to have to regain the board because he doesn't have enough burst.
Instead of using Heroic Strike to clear and sacrifice the 2-1 into a 3-2, which would save him HP in the long run, he decides to save the Heroic Strike. Saving the Heroic Strike means that he doesn't abandon the line of play just to go face and maybe smart his opponent down. And his hand might let him do that because he has Korkron and Heroic Strike. So we'll see how it goes.
So for Lee here, he's got 14 damage in hand. So basically it feels like this is going to come down to he's going to send everything to face. He gets that he's not going to regain board control. And if he top decks the Leroy or if he top decks the Mortal Strike, he can win, and if not, he probably isn't going to win.
So most likely 3 out of 18 cards are lethal. Unless opponent gets a taunt, then 2 out of 18.
Mm-hmm. That makes sense to me. I like your reasoning.
Yeah, not bad, not bad.
Not bad. Pretty quick, eh? You feel like a man who's played a good amount of Pirate Warrior.
Well, nah, I haven't.
Really?
Yeah, I wasn't a big fan of it. I think I was more of a aggro shaman player.
Okay.
It's similar.
Yeah, comparable, I would say.
Yes.
But Colonappi here is very interestingly deciding to not put his opponent down into the below 12 health range. The obvious reasoning for that is to deny the Mortal Strike lethal off the top. However, this does give Lee another draw because he is not going to be dying on the following turn unless how much damage is needed. That's going to be 5 damage. So a Doom Guard off the top would win the game for Colonappi on the spot. But this does mean that now 4 damage will win the game for Lee if he draws it.
He can even tap for it, but I think... Whoa, he's doing it.
Wow. Very aggressively looking for that Doom Guard, or perhaps a second Lakari Fellhound if he runs 2 in his deck. 2 extra damage from the Wolf is not going to be enough to deliver lethal, so he is obviously going to have to trade here, and this comes down straight up to if Lee is able to top deck 2 damage.
Yeah, I don't know. Was it correct to tap or was it not?
So what extra outs does it give you? That's
Mortal Strike.
Oh, Mortal Strike is going to do it anyway.
So it didn't matter. But
it didn't matter.
Very nicely, aggressively played by Lee. Not everyone would go for the face. Some people would just tunnel vision by clearing the minions, and there would be no out then. And for example, I think I would have lost this game myself.
There's no way you would have traded on the turn where it's Corcoran Elite and Heroic Strike. You'd be insane to trade.
No, I would have cleared the with a Heroic Strike. I would have cleared the taunt and sacrificed the 2/1 into a 3/2.
Oh, okay.
Because it would get me on the board somehow, but he gone for the different line. He hoped for no taunt next turn, and it succeeded basically because of that.
Very interesting. I'm surprised you would have gone down that line.
Yeah.
You need to play more Pirate Warrior. Embrace your smork.
Yeah, maybe I should.
Maybe you should though. Maybe you should play actual decks.
Yeah. So you're encouraging people to smork it up.
No, I didn't say that. I take it back.
Okay. I'll remember that.
Actually, you know what? I'm playing a lot of mid-range Paladin, and that deck absolutely destroys Pirate Warrior. So you know what? Play as much Pirate Warrior as you can on ladder, please, so I can eat you up for breakfast.
Okay. So it's a zoo versus probably a zoo. Oh yeah, we saw it.
We know it's a zoo.
It's a zoo. Yeah, right.
So this is going to be the Zoo v Zoo. Very interesting to see how Colonappi's slightly different build that obviously runs the Lakari Fellhounds will line up. Maybe he's running less 1-drops to make up for that, but even because of that fact, he does manage to hit his 1-drop Malcazar's Imp. And depending on what he's got in his hand, obviously once again we cannot see what is in it. This could be tremendously powerful if the next card played is a Darkshire Librarian. That could be huge. Even just a couple of 1-drops, he's following up nicely, and he might drop a Soulfire here. Wow. Very aggressive. And he had the Librarian in hand if he wanted to go for that.
Interesting, yeah, because he could have double traded, for example.
Yeah.
Very interesting decision to go for Soulfire. Maybe, nah. Maybe he has a Golem in hand, but still it doesn't justify, it's the same thing.
Yeah, I suppose the fact that you could play the Voidwalker in addition to the Soulfire means that you have 1 less card in hand, so you are more likely to discard the Silverware Golem if that is one of the cards in his hand. But even so, I think that the more common line of play would have just been to play on curve and get out your Darkshire Librarian there. But having said that, in the Zoo versus Zoo matchup, you don't really want to go 1-drop, 2-drop, 3-drop. You just want to play as many 1-drops as possible and go as wide on the board as you possibly can to give you as many minions to trade into your opponent's things as possible. Oh,
I have the second opponent. Nice.
Oh, you got him?
Nice, yeah.
Oh, so do I. Didn't even realise.
Yeah. Apparently someone asked him to add or something. maybe.
So looking at his hand here, we can see that he's got a Lakari Felhound and a Doomguard. It seems fantastic because he's got the Malchezaar's Imp on board. But even then, the Lakari Felhound discarding the Doomguard is absolutely terrible for you.
I haven't seen this mirror match in a while, to be honest.
Me neither.
Zoo is not that popular because the quest is not that strong and the additions are not the best. I think the most usable card I think from new expansion was I think the egg, which is one off in most of the Zoo decks, and the pterodactyl, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think nothing else made the cut.
Yeah.
Okay, Firefly, yeah, but I don't think it's like defining. You don't have to run the Firefly. It's just nice addition, but it doesn't make the deck. The Pterodactyl is, I think, by most the strongest addition.
Yeah, I think you're right. And it's more about what's changed around the deck more than what's actually been added to Zoo, because the removal of the Tunnel Troll Totem Golem package has helped a lot because that removes a lot of Zoo's, a lot of Shaman's potential, to keep up in the early game against you.
Yes, indeed.
And maybe against decks, I don't know, does it do well against the Quest Rogue? I haven't played either deck very much to know that matchup.
Well, if he gets aggressive start, yes. If not, then no.
Yeah,
because,
I guess that's what I would have said.
Because almost all minions, well, basically all minions die to the 5/5, so...
Yeah, that's right. Apart from Doomguard.
Yes. Doomguard is a bit annoying to kill off with the 5/5s because it eats up two of them. If you're low enough, you have to trade it up.
So here you can obviously do the little trick of swapping a minion that is next to a direwolf, which effectively gives it one extra attack. It would then go to a 5/4, but I suppose that would then give you the opportunity to trade into the Devil's Saw, so it's something to consider, but maybe he doesn't know that interaction.
Yeah, it's really not common thing to do. Back in the day, a lot of people knew those interactions because, well, back in the day, like a year ago, I think, because the Crazed Alchemist was solemnly
was run a lot more in Zoo.
Yeah, but I wanted to say that it was ran only because it was a tech card against the Freeze Mage's Doomsayer.
Of course.
Yeah, and because of that, there was those small interactions with Direwolf swapping HP or killing off their totems from Shaman.
Right. So in this position, a couple of turns ago, it was looking very solidly in Kolnapi's favour. But here Lee has obviously really swung the board back in his favour. He can pick up a really, really nice value trade onto the Darkshire Councilman here. And if he'd perhaps known the interaction and removed the Devil's Saw, it might have worked a little bit better for him, but even so, this board is so far gone from him. It feels like there's very little that's going to swing this back in his favour now.
Yes, I don't see any way he can come back from this.
Maybe if the next card he gets is a Doomguard or another Lakari Felhound perhaps, but even then he doesn't want to tap, and that Doomguard is absolutely going to close out the game.
Yes, and it's the game. So it's 2-0 for the Lee.
2-0, easy peasy. This Zoo deck, unfortunately, can't seem to take a game for Kolnapi, and it must have done decently to get him this far in the tournament, but the inclusion of cards like Lakari Felhound have just been doing really badly so far.
Yeah, the Taunt Minion didn't do any work yet. Well, it was a bit almost game-winning against the Pirate Warrior, to be honest. It was pretty close. It was pretty close.
Close, but not quite close enough.
Yeah, because he drew the 2-1 Charger to kill off the Taunt that turn. If he didn't get that one, well, you were disconnected. Just start Hearthstone to continue. You may have to restart spectator mode. No.
Oh, Cirrus. Say it ain't so.
Why?
Well, I'm still in, so I will be your eyes and your ears.
Okay.
Until you can reconnect.
Feels bad, man.
That does feel bad, man. One day, Hearthstone will fix their spectator client.
Maybe, and add a tournament mode next to it.
Let's not be crazy. We're not actually going to give the players what we want. Come on.
Okay.
So this last game, well, I suppose the potentially last game, match point for Lee. He has got his slightly strange Miracle Rogue that we saw last time. Very glad we're getting to see a little bit more of this. This is obviously the variant that runs Violet Teachers and 2 Razor Petal Volleys in order to give him even more spells to fight back against his opponent's mid-game minions and to get more procs on his Violet Teachers, Auctioneers, Arcane Giants, and Sherazin Corp Flowers. A whole lot of synergy if you cannot fall too far behind when you play the 2-mana Razor Petal Volley to do nothing. And at this point in the game, he gets his 1-drop Pirate, but the rest of his hand is absolute trash. Unless he can pick up an Edwin Van Cleef in the next card or two, his next few turns are going to be extremely weak, especially as there is the Galaka Crawler to eat up that Pirate very happily.
Yes, for some reason I can't see the one side of the cards. Let's try again.
Which player are you having trouble viewing?
Kolanapi.
Okay, well basically his hand is looking pretty decent.
Nice,
He's got the curve.
I see it.
You got it. So he's obviously got the high main into the companion. And then even if a big minion is developed like an Edwin Van Cleef in the turn or two, there's a deadly shot to deal with that afterwards. So it's looking pretty poor for Lee at this point.
Yes, the infamous Hyena. Sometimes I hate this card when I match against it because it gets unstoppable if not taken care of immediately.
Mm-hmm. It is, however, only a 2-mana 2/2 in this situation, so things are starting to look a little bit better for Lee. If he can pick up a good choice here, like I suppose the Dispatch Coder is alright, especially because then you can actually cast the Smuggler's Crate.
Oh, interesting.
And then it becomes a 4-mana 4/6 Battlecry deal 4 damage, which is absolutely ridiculous.
Wow. But it's a nice choice by Lee, realizing this interaction, because some people might just think, okay, which is the stronger card? And definitely Dispatch Kodo wasn't the stronger of those, I think.
So this is a tough choice here for Lee. It's looking like he's just going to go for the Dispatch Kodo straight up without going for the Smuggler's Crate, where he could obviously go for just an Eviscerate this turn, attack and re-dagger, and then on the following turn save the prep and just go straight from Smuggler's Crate into Dispatch Kodo.
Yeah, so he has to think about what's going next turn. Okay, so he's not greedy with the spells, but what is he afraid on turn 4? There's no 4-drops, I think, in a deck.
Yeah, as long as you clear this off to remove the Houndmaster, you're in a good spot. I suppose the worst thing we could see would be an Infested Wolf.
Ah, right, the 3/3.
Of course. So he is able to activate the Ravasaur Runt here, and the option he gets, I suppose Divine Shield is probably the best option, yeah, just to give you a little bit more survivability. Poisonous isn't going to be doing too much against any rogue minions you can get.
Yeah, I think I liked the 1/1s. For some reason. I think, I don't know why, but for some reason I would like the 1/1s. But now I think this is good also, because now your opponent has a lot of targets to ping off with his dagger, so to say. And if you picked a 1/1s, then you would play into a fan really, really hardly.
Very true. That would be absolutely devastating for him here. But now he can finally get a minion to play the Houndmaster on if he wants to go for that. But I suppose weaving in a hero power here is pretty nice as well. And getting the Dirty Round this turn means that if it's not removed, he can get that all-important Houndmaster onto Rat Pack, get 4 rats when it dies. And this is starting to look very, very scary for Lee, because his hand is a lot of burst damage that he wants to use to finish off his opponent, having Leroy into Cold Blood. But his opponent is at 29 health, so that is absolutely not going to happen anytime soon.
Yeah, most of the new decks doesn't run Leroy, and I'm quite surprised that Lee is running Leroy with the Razor Petal Volleys. Because I don't think it makes sense to have that and that, because if you're running Leroy, you're probably not running the Giants.
Okay. I guess that just... Yeah, that does make sense, because I think if you're going for the Leroy, using the Razor Petals in combination with the Violet Teacher obviously makes a lot of sense. And if you're running Questing Adventurers, it obviously makes a lot of sense. But not having the Giants, being able to get 3 spells from 1 card, it makes so much sense to combo that with the Arcane Giants. And there's another one. It's just not powerful enough of a card without any of the combo cards to go with it, like an Auctioneer, a Teacher, an Edwin, a Questing Adventurer. There's a whole lot of stuff you can do, but if you don't get any of them, you're just in such a rubbish spot.
Oh, that's a lot of razor petals.
You could make a nice bouquet of flowers.
It would be fabulous. Just imagine now an Auctioneer. It would be like, oh my god, the turn.
It would be insane, but he would be dead. So
No,
it wouldn't really matter.
I don't think he would be dead. He could sap.
So, I'm sorry, what?
He would sap everything off. But no, there's no way he can do anything now.
Yeah, this is it. Even if he goes Razor Petal onto each one of the rats.
He's doing it.
A flower
I
for
know.
each rat.
Flowers to face. He presented some flowers to the hunter. Rexar? No.
Rexar, yeah.
Yeah, Rexar. Yeah, I'm afraid to mix up the names.
Oh no, I was disconnected this time.
Ha ha ha.
We're not in a competition against each other. We are trying to work together here, mate.
Yeah, it's a competition who gets more disconnects. It's a strange one.
Yeah, and it sucks for the viewers.
Yeah. So it's a 1-2? Yes.
1-2, yep. Still in Lee's favour, but he just has to win one game with this slightly interesting off-meta Miracle Rogue deck.
Yeah, I'm just waiting to see, is there actually giants in that deck? Because Auctioneers definitely there should be. But
Yeah, yes. I hope he remembered to put Auctioneers in his deck. Right, okay, sorry, just jumping back into the Spectator. Have they started the game?
yes, they did. It's a Zoo versus the Rogue.
Ah, okay. I mean, once again, it feels like if he'd gone for not going for the Lakari Fellhounds, more 1-drops perhaps, it would just put him in a better position once again, because if you play the Lakari Fellhound and it gets sapped or Valspine Slayed, you just feel really, really rubbish.
Yes, but this time he got double 1-drop into Direwolf, which is really nice start.
Right, that is a pretty good start, I would agree. However, this is a pretty nice hand for Lee. On the other hand, he can go for Prep Razor Petal or Prep Eviscerate into SI7 Agent and really start getting this board back into his favor.
Yes, I like the Prep Abyss because it clears the board fully, and anytime you can get a full clear against the Zoo, I think it's really strong, especially if you're developing the 3-3 with it.
Yeah, this is a huge tempo swing in his favor. Dealing with every single minion and getting a 3-3, as you said, means that the Soulfire here on its own just doesn't feel that powerful. You'd much rather use the Soulfire when you have a board of your own, clear off your opponent's minions with it, and then finally swing the board back into your favor. But I suppose you can go for the Flame Imp Demon Fire. Oh no, you can't go for the Soulfire and Demon Fire.
Oh, so he decides not to drop the 1-1 and save the Demon Wrap. He thinks it's more valuable to have it for next turn.
I suppose. I guess so.
And it pays off now.
It does indeed pay
Oh.
off. That is fantastic.
Unless you want to go for the tempo 3-8.
No, I think
No,
you have
okay.
to take the slow play, yeah.
Yeah, I think you trade them.
Yeah, just getting rid of the Violet Teacher before any kind of shenanigans can occur makes a lot of sense, because even just the Razor Petal Volley on its own is 3 spells. That's 3 extra 1/1s, which would have made a big difference here.
I know what kind of deck this is from Lee.
Tell me,
It should
please.
be the Maligos list.
Oh, really?
It should be. Because
No, with Leroy's and Coldbloods, no way.
but why would you have that many deal 1 damages?
It's not that bad of a card.
Well, okay, maybe.
I'm telling you, there is... Okay, when you draw the Auctioneer, this is when we are finally going to see this card shine.
Yes,
Guaranteed.
now I think it's really good. It's gonna be good, but with Maligos it should be really nice also. And he has Ship, because I don't see Ship played much often.
Shiv's played a fair amount, actually, with especially... I've seen Casey in one of his decks. It was a few days ago now, so he might have changed his mind, but he took out the Pirate package and put in 2 Shivs.
Okay.
Instead. So I think obviously, traditionally, you don't play that much, but it feels like it's found a place once again.
Okay, now you have to believe in your cards and go for it.
Absolutely. Yeah, you have so many spells, so there's no way. Wow.
He waits one turn. Okay.
Whoa. Okay.
Oh, he's gonna clear it.
I guess that makes sense. You're just banking that your opponent can't do anything too scary on this turn, and I guess you could only play 2 of these Razor Petals, and you don't want to use a prep just on a Razor Petal, but...
Wow, okay.
Wow.
Well, that's...
all but one.
Okay, I like this. You make like all the board get back to 0 basically, and you're at the same exact HP as Zoo. So Zoo can't decide to just go face and finish you off, and you still have the gadgets for next turn, and you have more mana. So I like it.
Okay. Yeah, it makes sense.
I like that Lee doesn't tunnel vision for Razor Petal with gadgets and synergies, because he can use them for just slight value just to clear the minions off.
So if in this situation a coin can be picked up after he goes prep Razor Petal, if he wants to go for it in that order.
He's not going for it.
Okay, maybe next turn.
Oh, Sap.
Okay, Sap's pretty nice. It does allow him to clear off the Knife Juggler at the very least.
He's not. He already got patches out, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah. Patches was already drawn earlier on.
Okay,
so this is a situation where all of a sudden Colinapi has to find something like a Doomguard or a Soulfire to remove this Auctioneer, because all of a sudden things are very, very quickly going to start slipping out of his favor. And that is exactly what's going to happen here. There are no spells and no Doomguard in order to remove that Gadget and Auctioneer. And here, you know, Lee can just... Oh, he's got the hallucination. He can just go ham.
That's pretty nice. Oh, a Leroy also.
Is that lethal? He can't play the Demon Fire on himself, but he can use it to remove.
But it's
Leave
not
himself
enough
with
mana
6 mana.
Because he doesn't have a dagger up. It would be enough with a dagger.
Oh yeah, no, you're right.
Oh, a backstab maybe.
Does that do it? Yeah, that does it. That's lethal.
He doesn't. He doesn't even care. It doesn't matter, I think.
Does he not need to go for it? Okay, maybe not. Never mind. Yeah, I guess there's no way he can lose at this point anyway. But he did. I just want to point out. I think he did miss lethal. I'm not insane here.
I think so. I think so too. Well, I'm too lazy to count, but it doesn't really matter if he missed,
So is he,
because
apparently.
it's not game deciding. It's still a win, because there's no cards at this mana range and that could make him get back into the game.
Yeah, absolutely nothing. So we are going to definitely see a concede here from Colinapi, meaning that Lee is going to be joining Blue Wolf as our 4th and final semi-finalist, joining Coco F, who we've seen a few times already. He did take down Zixo earlier on when he faced up against him, and Loyan as well.
Oh, Loyan is still in?
Loyan's made it all the way to the semi-finals.
Oh, nice.
The Shaman Cancer God himself.
Yeah, the Shaman Cancer. He got me out-cancered in one open like a couple of days ago. I think it was round 1.
Round 1?
Yeah. I was like...
fair to be matched up against Loyan in round 1.
Nah, it was... I was doing okay before he brought his Shaman, and I showed mine, and mine was like... Well, mine was okay, and he was playing some Volcano decks, and I lost basically out of value, and...
You can't beat that.
Yeah, I think I'm really excited to see what kind of Shaman is he bringing. So we'll see. But I think we are following the Lee to the next round, and hopefully Loyan makes to the final. Well, either one is okay. Kokoev, we spectated since the early rounds, so if he's making the finals, I'm happy to.
Exactly, kind of a Slumdog Millionaire, rags to riches story. The underdog.
Right. So, okay, we're gonna be back in a couple of minutes because we already have the match. It's Lee versus the Blue Wolf. So we're gonna be back in like a couple of minutes, I think 3-5 minutes, and see you guys soon.
Cool.
Okay, apparently our players are pretty fast, so welcome back. It was a shorter break than usual. And Blue Wolf versus the Lee. Let's switch it up a bit and spectate Blue Wolf on the bottom and Lee on the top this time. Derek, you're muted.
Oh, I'm so sad. I was so close.
I saw your face saying something really important, and I'm like, oh, it feels bad, man. We can't hear it.
It was the most insightful thing anyone has ever said in a cast, and you'll never know.
Ah, too bad. Insightful? In our stream?
Don't be crazy.
Yeah, that's just ridiculous. Okay, so it's round 7, it's semifinals, right? Yes.
Yes, that's right. Semi-finals. The winner of this will be going on to the grand finals against either Loyan or Coco F. And in this situation, obviously the one drop of Firefly, in its own right, the 1-2 body is not particularly impactful. And the inclusion of Trog Beast Rager here for Lee is going to work out pretty nicely because he doesn't have to play the Macaw to just die to the Firefly, and he doesn't have to coin out the Scavenging Hyena either as just a 2-2. He can get the 3-2 out first and then follow up with his other minions after he's already gained control of the board. If that happens, but I suppose there are a lot of 1-drops coming down for Blue Wolf.
Yeah, that's a lot of minions. I don't know which one is favorite. Before, when these classes were viable and these decks were viable back in the day, it all depended on the how many unleashes you are running in the deck, and
okay.
if you get them. Because, but to be honest, Zoo before was way more Zooey than now, because, well, I don't know if it makes sense, but before.
No, it does make sense.
Oh, nice. He didn't even have to Soulfire because he hit a juggle. Interesting. So before you would play all the 1-1s. There was implosions, the ritual thing, you know, like fill the board with 1-1s, and even giants and something. And the unleash the hounds was the counter to it, basically.
Right.
And
that makes sense.
Nowadays, it's more like the discarded Zulak is more like having 3 to 4 strong minions. It doesn't fill all the board usually.
Okay.
Ooh, that hurts.
Unfortunate juggle there indeed.
Yeah.
Could trade off the juggler. I suppose that is a real hedge, as you said, against Unleash the Hounds, because if Unleash came down there and buffed up the Scavenging Hyena massively, that would be a terrible situation to find yourself in.
By the way, I want to point out that Lee's mid-range deck is a bit interesting. It's a bit different. He runs those 3-2 minions, I don't remember the name now.
The Trog Beast Rager.
Yeah, that buffs your minions in hand. It's not that common. I think I saw Colento lists with it. And personally I don't like it because it's not a beast itself, and it gets in the way sometimes because you can't use the beast synergies.
Okay. Kind of like how Tolvis Stone Shaper isn't actually an elemental.
Yes.
So I guess on this turn, although there's obviously no 5-drop represented for Lee here, he can just go really wide on the board, play a whole bunch of, oh wow, King Mosh, play a whole bunch of smaller minions, because that's what he needs to fight back against the board here. Because one big minion probably isn't going to do the job, because the Zoo can just ignore it and start getting in some real face damage.
Yes, in this situation, the Poisonous Runt is not doing anything. It's just going to be dying to a normal minion. The adaptation won't do any work, probably.
Yeah, really unfortunate that you went for that option there. I can't remember what the other ones were. It was definitely Taunt and something else. It must have been not a very impactful one. Or it might have been the plus health, actually, which would have made a big difference. But either way, isn't rewarded for his choice of poison here, unluckily.
Okay, so I think he wants to use the Soulfire, but there's no really good targets. Well, a 4-2 is reasonable at this point.
It's decent enough. 2 1-1s is definitely a hell of a lot less threatening, especially when you have a Voidwalker in play. And then you can just start plug into face with the Darkshire Councilman as well.
I don't mind seeing a trade here also.
Oh, okay. I suppose those are beasts, so it does deny the value from a scavenging hyena that come down. Or have we seen both of those already?
Or even like the animal companion, yeah, the 2/4 that buffs the 1/1s.
Yeah.
Or maybe he's running dire wolves or the 1-mana timber wolf.
Oh right, okay, whatever, mate. I get it. Probably a good trade.
But of course, the 5 damage to face at this point is also really. It wouldn't be a bad decision, I think, because you're ahead on board and your opponent is quite low on HP if you hit the face.
Most definitely. Gets a fantastic result there from the juggle. Allows to cleanly remove the wolf from the kindly grandmother. And now, surely you start attacking face with the councilman.
Yes, and it's really nice because he traded that with 1/1 before. Now he can easily isolate the high main and just say, okay, you have a taunt in the way, and now I can go face.
Absolutely. The only thing that could get through that in Lee's hand would be a Huffer off of the animal companion, and then you're trading your Huffer into a 2/2, which just feels absolutely terrible.
I think the Unleash was the only saving grace here, and it didn't happen. Oh, okay.
So this works out okay.
It might save him a turn. Is it enough?
You can taunt up as well.
Oh, okay. Well, it's still not good enough to win the game, but it's good enough to save a turn at least.
So you can draw a card off of the Librarian if you want to as well. And then we've got, 7, so we need 6 damage. Nothing here can deliver lethal, I don't think.
No, I don't think so too. I was counting and checking, but there's nothing.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, a value trait.
Yeah, okay.
So he's gonna eat the 3/1, probably. Oh, that's...
Yeah, I guess if you're going for Pterodax, the value trade makes a bit more sense.
Oh, that's pretty nice positioning. I like that eating action.
So did you go for Wind Fury here just to deliver the maximum amount of damage?
Yeah, I think so. Stealth.
Oh yeah, that feels fantastic. Now, you can make it so there has to be a taunt on the following turn. That's the only way that Lee stays in this game now, and he does not get it.
Yeah. So I think killing the 2/1 was better than just going face. It doesn't matter with which one, but I think killing a 2/1 just saves. I don't know. There's no taunt mechanic in a hunter if you kill off the 2/1, because now he can go for a rock or what else is there, like a second Houndmaster,
Razormaw. Yeah, I suppose there's a couple of things.
So yeah, but it doesn't matter. His opponent was so low that even those cards wouldn't help him, so going face is also okay. I think it just shows the character of the player, nothing else.
Yeah. I suppose you could have given yourself the couple of extra percentage points to lock out a complete victory, but either way, it was very, very, a very, very likely victory for him towards the end there.
Okay, so Blue Wolf takes the lead by 1-0, and we can see it's a quest rogue. We'll see how he pilots this one, and I think I can confidently comment on his place this time, because I played a lot of quest rogue during my climb of ladder.
I am too honourable, and I have not played a single game of Quest Rogue.
And I think it was a bit of a misstep. Why would you play a quest on turn 1 against a hunter? Because a hunter is a really bad matchup. Of course, you're running backstabs, maybe that makes it okay. But I think just dropping a Firefly, as I mentioned to you before when we talked, that dropping a Firefly on turn 1 is usually a really nice option, because in this matchup, against aggressive decks, against bad decks, matchups, you usually don't want to bounce the Fireflies.
Yes.
So it doesn't matter if it doesn't count to the quest. You can also play the quest on next turn and just have initiative by having a 1-drop on board.
Okay. Yeah, I like your line of thinking, and because you know that the flame elemental is the thing that you're going to be playing 4 times rather than the actual firefly itself. And even though bouncing the firefly gives you an extra flame elemental, maybe you just rather the extra initiative of playing the 1-drop on turn 1 rather than the quest.
Yes, but Blue Wolf disagrees, and he, even without having any more bouncers, he decides that, okay, Firefly is good enough to bounce, and he's going for the value game, which I don't think you should take that approach against a hunter. You're not
You just
winning
play
by
as quick as possible.
Yeah, you're not playing by value. You are just playing by getting the quest out as fast as possible, as you said. So, of course, now the things line up so that you can go for fireflies and everything and just activate the quest with prep vanish, for example. Because your opponent probably doesn't have a way to deal with those fireflies, at least not all of them.
Do you think that's the line of play? You just play all your flame elementals and fireflies here, following up with a prep vanish next turn, most likely?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I think it's correct.
I think this makes sense. So you now played, what, 2, I believe? Yeah, you've played 2 flame elementals, and then on the next turn, you will be able to play 1 more, followed up with a final one on turn 5. So I suppose you won't be able to play the quest on turn 5 unless you have another prep?
Yes, on turn 5, yes. You won't be able to play it without a prep.
Okay. I suppose it does allow you to, at the very least, load up on all your minions on turn 5, and then on turn 6, when you hopefully have a very full board, you will be able to play the quest and just stomp your opponent for like 15-20 damage.
Yes, and I like that he played this flame elemental, not the firefly.
Oh yeah, okay.
Okay, no prep, but he can mimic bot. No, there's nothing, I think, unless he's running eviscerates. Oh, shadow step. Well, doesn't do much, but it will do a lot after, well, for the next turn.
That is absolutely true. That is 0 mana pyroblast, if you want to think of it that way, because you can bounce a 5/5 twice and charge down your opponent for 10 extra damage.
Yeah, and
which is crazy big.
This looks like a win for me. Well, of course, the charging Hymen will do work. Oh, no Hymen, okay. He's gonna split the damages instead of doing big drop. Interesting. Well, this makes it so that you can push at least some damage now. Okay, I like it.
Yeah, the 6 extra damage does make a big difference, but man, this quest coming down, if it doesn't come down this turn...
Oh, the thing is that he doesn't have a weapon, so deckhand doesn't get a charge. Of course, there's the patches in there, so you can shadow step it back 2 times also.
So the extra damage, on the wolf here is actually pretty scary because you don't want to sacrifice your 5/5 into it and leave it dead.
Well, it's still better than leaving a 6/3 on board. So.
Yeah, that's probably how you're going to be losing this matchup in the end, isn't it?
Yeah. Oh, he's not doing it. Interesting.
I guess you do have some defensive options. Obviously, the taunt from the Bilefin Tidehunter is really, really nice to protect you from potentially the 6 damage from this or from the Savannah Highmane, which is very likely to come down on this turn.
Oh, interesting. He's going for a Highmane. I thought he would go for the Thunder Rhino.
I suppose that would give you a complete board clear, wouldn't it, if you wanted to go for that? But you'd probably want to play aggressively.
He's going for a Thunder Rhino sneaky lethal, maybe. if your opponent, if your opponent doesn't clear your full board, then you can go for the hand and maybe Thunder Rhino into Cuddly Grandmother. Grandmother can just die off the enemy's minion and deal 3 damage to the face. So it's 5 damage burst.
It's something to consider.
Yeah.
However, we could potentially see 2 5/5 taunts if Blue Wolf does want to go down that line of play, and that does seem like it is what he is aiming for. A nice, it's good. It's a double-pronged attack because it's nice and defensive to protect you from these threatening minions that your opponent's played. But it's also 2 5/5s you've developed, so it's also a very aggressive play if you want to look at it that way.
Wait, did he miss lethal or wait? He played that 2 times. He had a shadow step.
I don't think so.
So he could have done only 1, like 10 damage more. Okay.
5 damage more, maybe. Yeah, I don't know. It was close.
Yeah, okay, so it wasn't like that. I recently added the Biofin myself, and I think I had more success with it. Before I was running like bluegills instead of them.
Okay.
It's pretty nice. Those stones are really, really nice.
Okay. I think there's actually a bit of disagreement amongst pros about whether or not you want to include the Biofin, because obviously in this situation, to protect you against aggro, the taunts work really, really nicely, but maybe at other times it just wasn't quite impactful enough. Maybe you just want to smoke your opponent down with more charges like the Bluegill Warriors. Maybe.
So he is maximizing the damage. How much is it? 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So he's 3 off.
Wow. It's very close.
Yeah.
Very, very close.
Unless my math is bad, which is also possible.
I trust your maths. I just don't think there's any way that he can stop Lethal coming down on the next turn or two.
He has to kill 2 of those to survive.
So he has to sacrifice off everything except one cute cat. And he leaves the cute cat alive, so good job.
Oh, you bastard. You called one of them not cute? How can you say these are not cute? Both of them are
Okay, this
cute.
argument's been going on for too long, but the other cat, the secondary cat, is clearly the cuter of the two.
I don't know.
Just look at him.
Maybe.
But that's going to be Lethal, with the Gadgets and Ferryman picked up an easy spot by Blue Wolf to bring him up to a 2-0 lead over Lee.
Yeah. Well, it was well played on both sides, I think. Not much could have been done. The Rogue did his own thing, and the quest lines up quite well with Prep Vanish. Without the Vanish, he would be in quite some trouble, I think.
Mm-hmm.
But the Vanish play was really, really nice.
Yeah, that was absolutely fantastic. I think when people realized, I think it was only like a day in, that Vanish definitely belongs in this deck, it upped the power level massively, because it not only gives you much more bounce effects on your own minions, it just removes so much stuff from your opponent, because when you're playing 1 mana charges, you don't really mind that you're sapping everything back to your hand. It's good for you.
Yes, it's very good, because everything costs like 1 mana usually.
Exactly.
So you can replay everything. Even at the same turn, you can place a couple of things.
Yep.
After banishing. And I think people not playing it or playing one-off hesitantly is a mistake. To play it one-off, I think even. I always play 2 now. I was hesitant at first too, but
okay.
because there's a mentality that it's a bad card. No one was playing it before. So it's really hard to decide that, no, it's a good card now. It's good in this deck. But yeah, it's a really good card. It's the same like a boar. Some people would be hesitant to play, but it's not in this deck. In this deck, it's good. It's a specific strategy.
Yeah, you definitely have to change your mindset with this deck.
Yeah. For example, Eviscerates, Backstabs, they are definitely good cards. They're very good tempo cards, but in this deck, you don't really need them.
Exactly, you'd rather just play 1 mana 5/5s, because it turns out that's even better tempo.
Yes! Okay, so let's get back to the game, and it's a zoo with very nice start, I would say so.
It does have a very nice start. However,
the Hyena.
The Hyena and the Unleash the Hounds, both of which are fantastic cards in this matchup, if you can buff it up to a 2 mana 6/4.
Yes, and there's no Soulfire this time. The Soulfire would be like, well, not the game win instantly, but still,
yeah,
it would be really, really, really.
It would be very, very close. That would be so huge, especially with a Malchezaar Zimp. However, at this point, with the follow-up of the Unleash the Hounds, this can be such a massive Hyena. You can just kill off one of the Malchezaar Zimp with your Unleash the Hounds, and then just smash face.
It's a bit dangerous.
It's a 12 attack minion. How is it dangerous?
Yeah, it's dangerous just because your opponent can top deck the Soulfire next turn. He can't even tap for it.
It wouldn't even kill it.
Wouldn't it?
Oh, with the Direwolf in addition to
this. Okay, he wouldn't. Yeah, maybe it's correctly. I thought it would be at 6 HP for some reason.
Oh my god, this has got to be the quickest victory of the entire tournament. You just concede here. Can you win from this point?
A taunt or something, maybe?
If you get
tap into...
Argus off the top on the following turn.
Oh, maybe you have to tap into a 1/3 taunt. I don't know.
Oh yeah, that's a good point. Maybe that's just your only out. Because here with the Houndmaster as well, that's 14, and then because your opponent has no heal.
Vin Fury. Vin Fury.
Oh my god.
Well, plus attack is winning also, right? No.
Plus attack gets them down to 1, which
Yeah.
is a win basically. You can't lose at that point.
So
yeah.
I think crackling is reasonable. Yeah,
Come on,
better.
let's see Win Fury.
Nah, stealth, but it's
Oh, you did it the wrong way.
yeah. So maybe attacking was correct because if you get Win Fury, you can attack again. And
That's a fantastic point. Yeah, I think that probably would have been the correct play.
only the plus attack is bad. So I don't know. Someone should do the math on that because I don't know. Sometimes you are confused. Should you attack or should you attack after? And
I suppose even if you attack after, plus health, plus and divine shield are both also fantastic options.
yeah. So only the plus attack would be worse.
Mm-hmm.
Oh look, it taunts. It helps.
There is the taunt here.
1 out of 3. Always helper.
I mean, I don't think there's any way you can lose even after that point. That is the worst outcome, I suppose.
Yeah.
Can
Maybe
so
maybe
Lee
we,
has to win on this turn.
yeah, maybe we can somehow manage to get a lot of damage.
Maybe, but discarding the knife juggler doesn't feel like the way you're going to do it.
Nah, it's over.
Wow,
The hyena is
that
overpowered.
was insane.
OP.
That just grew even bigger than a frothing berserker would have done.
Yeah. Well, it was a sweep. A
A
3-0.
clean sweep. Yeah, 3-0. Lee finally falling. Unfortunately, our hero was not able to make it all the way to the finals, and we can see in the other match, Coco F and Loyan are at 2-2.
Close match on that
Very,
side.
very close match.
Not the sweep as here, but nonetheless, congratulations even for the Lee. I hope we are saying his name correctly because who knows?
I hope so as well. We've said it many, many times.
Yeah, Lee. I like the sound of Lee.
It sounds nice.
It gives me the Walking Dead vibes for some reason.
Oh, yeah. I think it's a different one probably, but...
Yeah, probably. But yeah, so I really enjoyed to cast these guys, and congratulations for Lee making to the semis and getting 2 points. And of course, congratulations to the Blue Wolf making to the finals and guaranteeing at least 3 points for the second place and having a chance to compete for 5. So we're gonna be waiting for the finals. It's gonna be in a couple of minutes because, as Derek said, Loyan versus Coco F is playing at the moment and at 2-2. So it's the last match either way it goes. Last game, either way it goes, and the finals are right after that. So stay tuned, guys, and we're gonna be back just in a short while. So in 5 minutes, I think, or maybe 10. Who knows how long the game will take. So thank you for watching, and stay tuned. Okay, we are back, guys, and we are ready for the finals. And are you ready?
I am so ready. My mic is unmuted. My pom bears are eaten, and I am ready
Oh my
to
god.
start this game. Unfortunately for some, if you are a loyal fanboy, you're going to be disappointed to find that he did not make it. But however, I know, sad voice too. But Coco F, our underdog player, I'd never heard of him before.
Yeah, and we followed him for some time already. Like
We did indeed. We thought he made some questionable plays perhaps in his Zoo matchup, but
right.
maybe we're just complete idiots and he's going to usher in a new age of Hearthstone. An enlightened age. He's made it to the finals. He's beat Loyan. He's beat Zixo. He's knocking them down one after the other.
Oh,
And
right,
he's gonna
he
take the
faced
finals.
6-0 in previous rounds too, so he defeated quite some notable players already. So
He did indeed. I've got high hopes for Coco.
yeah, and he's a legend player. So nonetheless, he's definitely not a bad player. We
He's a
don't know him.
legendary rank,
Yes.
and he's 1,031 ranks higher than me. So who am I to judge him?
Yes, you can't judge him. And
I can't
I'm not even legend on
You're
EU.
rank 2.
Rank 2. Yo, it's better than 3,000.
Oh,
Yes.
you're playing Questro, aren't you? It doesn't count.
No, I haven't played it.
Oh, really?
Well, where? No, I played it on NA. Until you, I think I
Oh,
haven't
sorry.
played a single game yet of Questro.
How
I just
honorable.
I was testing decks a lot. Like I want to test all of it.
Okay.
So yeah, the miracle. That's the most I played, I think, on this.
Okay. I have renewed respect for you in that case.
With Questro, God, I love that deck. You gotta love that deck. It's insanely good. It's, I don't know, I love it. I don't know why, but it makes me happy.
Oh, I don't know how you could like that. Let's not get into it on stream because I will disconnect and I will not cast the next one with you. It's just not worth it.
It's a fun, hard deck that is not interactive for your opponent, but it's not to like. It's
Never
basically
mind.
just playing. Yeah, it's a combo deck. And
It's like
Blizzard
playing
doesn't-
solitaire. You
Blizzard-
can't interact with it.
Blizzard doesn't like the combo decks, but I do.
I love that one.
Yeah, well, they don't. They would nerf it, but you know how much time they need to nerf something.
It's true. In 5 months' time.
But
The
I think
problem is
it's a nice. It should be a long time because maybe someone finds a good counter to it. Maybe it's not that good.
Yeah. I mean, that's
It's-
their reasoning.
Yeah, it was only like a 1 week since its appearance.
But that's the thing. I don't even think it deserves to be nerfed. Like, it's not that strong of a deck. It's just.
Oh, it is. Oh, it is.
It's good, but it's not like
No.
it's not nerf worthy.
It is nerf worthy.
Really?
Just wait a bit. It is gonna be insane. When everyone starts to learn it, like correctly learn it, I think it's even stronger than most people think. Because most people think just about the games when you get the dream hand, you know, like the bounces and everything just lines up in 3 turns. But it's not only the strength of the deck that you can quest early. The deck is strong in itself in longer turns also. You can even quest on turn 7 or on turn 8. It's still strong enough.
Yeah. I guess. Maybe it is nerf worthy. Maybe I'm just an idiot.
But it's not easy to pilot correctly. It's easy to get free wins though, so that's
Yeah,
why.
it's really hard to click on the cards that don't return cards to your hand in the mulligan phase, and then it's really difficult to return those cards to your hand loads.
So by the way, I think we mentioned it already. It's gonna be the finals between Coco F and Blue Wolf.
A very good point.
So
This is
yeah.
it. We've made it all the way to the finals. Many strong players.
Yeah, and
Why
they are-
say that?
they're gonna
There's
be-
There's
Sorry.
few players that we knew at the start. Zixo and Loyan obviously being the standout names. And there was a player called Pavel at the start, but I don't know if it was actually Pavel. I kind of doubt it. I don't know.
Well,
But-
he's playing on Europe, I think, because he's European. Maybe it's correct.
guess
one.
so.
But I think there's a couple of Pavels there.
Okay, a few Pavels.
Yeah, we have a lot of world champions here in Europe. he multiplicated himself. The clones. And it's flooding the ladder.
He's the new Questro. You just have to play 4 Pavels.
Okay, they started, so let's spectate. The Coco F is gonna be on the bottom.
Oh, right. I have Blue Wolf on the bottom. Let's shake it up a bit. Let's go different ways.
Okay.
Maybe it'll make a more interesting cast.
Okay. Maybe you will see more plays of the Blue Wolf than I do.
Okay, I like it.
I can't see the Blue Wolf's cards for some reason.
Oh, well, I'll tell you something. He's got a pretty good starting hand for Zoo. Double 1-drop, one of which is obviously Malcazar's Imp, and he has the Darkshire Librarian to discard and draw more cards along the way. And Coco F has got a pretty good starting hand in his own right, though. If a 2 health minion is dropped here by Blue Wolf, which it looks like the Darkshire Librarian very probably will be, then the Backstab and the SI7 agent all of a sudden become significantly more powerful.
Yeah, and it's only backstab, of course. If Coco F gets something more than a backstab, like maybe eviscerate to deal with some of the minions, I think he's in a decent spot. Of course, he would like to save the backstab with Violet Teacher, but having a backstab with the SI is really strong also. He just needs to find a couple of targets.
That's exactly right. I think you just need to keep up on the board as much as possible.
Whoa.
Okay, this makes sense actually, because
Does it?
Maybe it doesn't actually.
Because now he sacrifices the SI agent, but of course he prioritized of killing Malchazar Imp and not giving the value over the time of drawing the cards, and he didn't give the card for Blue Wolf instantly by killing the 3/2, but he could have had the board basically by killing the 3/2 and the taunt, for example, and leaving the 1/3 alive.
It would have worked out significantly better for him if he'd used the SI7 agent 2 damage on the Darkshire Librarian, because then the Councilman would have come down on turn 3, and he could have then still killed the Malcazar's Imp with the SI7 agent and keep it alive. But this is a situation which he is rapidly falling behind in. That clean kill on the Violet Teacher is absolutely fantastic here for Blue Wolf.
I think what he thought, and if I would try to justify his play of not killing the 3/2 and still falling behind on board, I think he was afraid of Soulfire. But I don't think you can play around that. You just have to hope he doesn't have it. That's the only way you can win from that spot, because the Zoo has a really nice start. He had really nice aggressive start. So you need to hope that he doesn't even have like the more perfect hand.
So some pretty mediocre options, I would say, here for the adaptation on the Ravasaur run. The Shrouding Mist, probably unlikely to be targeted by anything anyway. And the Poisonous, I suppose, is a nice hedge against a massive Edwin Van Cleef that could come down on this turn.
Yes, it's a possibility. But
all the others don't feel that good.
Yes, but usually... Oh my god! Oh my god! That's insane, Van.
So that's what I was going to say. The downside of playing the Knife Juggler into the Ravasaur run instead of the Doomguard or perhaps the Defender of Argus is you are massively playing into AoE. Obviously against a rogue that's not too much of a consideration, but those exact 2 cards, or I suppose double Fan of Knives, would both absolutely destroy your board, and that is exactly what happened. And all of a sudden, this game is completely flipped. The rogue is in so much of a better position here.
Yes, oh my god.
The Zoo did nothing on that turn.
That Fan of Knives, come on, oh my god. That was like game winning, game deciding. You can't even argue about that. It's like that single combo, the Thanos and the Fan of Knives decided the game.
Yeah. Also, for Blue Wolf here, do you think it was correct to tap here on turn 6 rather than just dropping the Doomguard and discarding the 2 cards you have in hand?
I think you should, maybe you should Doomguard, but are you winning from that point if you Doomguard? And if you Doomguard, what do you do? Do you kill a 1/1? Or do you go face?
Yeah. I don't know. I cannot answer these questions.
I think he wants to make his board as big as possible again somehow, so he wants resources for that, and so that's why he's tapping constantly. So
in this position, he had to go for the Doomguard in order to remove the Gadgetzan, because a full 8 mana with a Gadgetzan on board would just be, it feels like it would just be game losing on the spot. Thankfully for Blue Wolf on the Zoo, there's not that much that the rogue can do at this point. The the unlicensed apothecary, sorry, I should say, feels incredibly scary to play because then any minion you're playing from that point on is 5 damage to your face, and you always have to be afraid of that 5 or 9 damage burst with something like Soulfire into Doomguard. You have to keep yourself at a healthy threshold. Whereas if he plays it a little bit slower, gets the giant down, then it feels like he's in a much nicer spot to take the game.
Yeah, if Zoo player was a bit lower, I think dropping Unlicensed Apothecary would be okay, because you would finish the game in next turn or something. And now he is not that low, so you're not about to finish the game as soon. So it could become a hindrance for you. So I think it's correct not to play it and waste the. What was it? What was the 1 mana cost card?
The Corruption.
Yeah, Corruption. Wasting the Corruption was really okay.
Yeah, it really wasn't too bad.
Because you're not gonna get value out of it, so that basically was the value out of it.
A good point.
To use as a combo activator.
So Coco here manages to find the exact right amount of mana to play the Arcane Giant down, and now he is all of a sudden threatening lethal with the Eviscerate in hand. So the Soulfire is going to have to be used, or he's going to have to get taunt on the Ravenous Pterodax. Something is going to have to be done here if he wants to stay in this game.
Yeah, and this is the version of Coco of Rogue. I think this is the version I was playing on ladder myself, and I really enjoy it. I think the Giants are insanely strong.
I agree. Yeah, you can so easily get them down to a low amount of mana. You don't even have to get them down to 0, because even just at the 3, 4, 5 mana cost, they feel incredibly impactful later on.
Yeah, and you're running Hallucinations, for example, and I really like that card, to be honest. The new
card is nuts.
Yeah, it's you spend 1 mana to draw a card. Yeah, you can think it's a waste of a card slot, but you draw situational cards, and it's from outside of your class even.
Exactly, that's the thing. Yeah, you can just the flexibility is so important, because against a Taunt Warrior you can just pick up 2 massive threats to start pressuring your opponent. And if you're against Pirate Warrior, even in the same class, you just pick armor. Even just with the 2 massively different decks within that class, it's a huge difference in what you can do, and the 1 mana sacrifice you're making is almost always worth it.
Yeah, I agree, definitely. For example, your deck is not running a lot of AoE, and sometimes it's a trouble. Against a Zoo deck it can be, and maybe you discover like a Hellfire. It can be game deciding, just a 1 mana card, and plus it reduces the cost of your Giants, and the Auctioneer gets extra card from it. It's a cheap spell, it's really nice.
Absolutely. So in this matchup we're going into now, which is a Warlock against a Druid, and classically my mind is still in the mindset of thinking, right, Zoo versus Druid, fantastic, this is a free victory, you love this matchup more than anything, but this is aggro Druid. This is tremendously different to the most of the Druids we've seen recently. What side of the matchup would you rather be on here, do you think? If you get
Innervates, I think the Druid is heavily favored, because you just need to kill a couple of first minions of Zoo, and then you're on board indefinitely. Zoo can't do almost nothing to your tokens. Right. But if you can't get on the board early, you lost, because you have no swipes most of the time. Oh, he got punished for not playing the Bloodsail at turn 1, but what can you do? I think it's okay to hold the Bloodsail and Patches Activator, as I would say, for the future turns to remove something, not just get the patches out of the deck. Maybe you want to play it with a buffer, like Mark of the Wild, or no, how it's called, the Mark of
Lotus.
Yeah, maybe you want to combo it with that, or maybe you just need some minion with 1 HP dead. So I think it's justifiable to not play it on turn 1.
I definitely agree. I think it was Firebat who was saying, you know, as you said, you need to get more value out of patches a lot of the time in these early board-based matchups, where dealing 1 damage to face just isn't enough. You have to use it crucially to remove maybe the 1 extra health on a Direwolf Alpha, those crucial minions that you feel like you really have to remove to stay up in the matchup. And for Coco F here, it's really unfortunate. It feels like he's just starting to fall a little bit behind. Drawing the patches there was really unfortunate. The Vicious Fledgling obviously trades nicely against the Voidwalker here, but you just want that card to go face so that you can adapt it afterwards as well.
Yes. And what do you think about this card? Because it's not in all the aggro druid lists. The Vicious Fledgling.
I haven't actually played with it myself, and obviously when everyone was reviewing it, they kind of just glossed over it. It's like, oh, okay, when you play it, it's a 3-mana 3/3. It's rubbish. You never play this.
Yes.
But if you're ahead on board and you play it, it's all of a sudden maybe a 3-mana 3/6, a 3-mana 6/3, and the flexibility is very, very important. And obviously it has the potential to adapt multiple times. Whether or not that actually happens is another question. But I think it's definitely very interesting to try it out and see if it makes the cut.
Yeah, and also it's a beast, so you can mark off your shard.
Another very good point.
Yes.
Maybe that's what pushes it over the edge.
Yeah, I think so too. In my most recent list, I'm playing one of those two because if you innervate it on empty board, it's almost game winning.
That's a very good point.
Yeah, it's basically like a Finja. Yeah. Well, it's not that strong.
Let's not go crazy.
But seriously, you attack face, you get Wind Fury, for example. You attack again, adapt again.
Wow, okay, fair enough.
So it's insane in that aspect, but it's quite easy to remove it, so it has its drawbacks.
As every card does, thankfully. Almost every card.
Yes.
So this is a really sad spot for Coco, because this is clearly a deck that needs a huge amount of minions on board in order to be effective. Power of the Wild becomes tremendously more powerful when you have minions on board. Ravasor Runt becomes more powerful. Even cards like Vicious Fledgling just become significantly more powerful when your other minions can do the removing, and that can attack into face. But in this position, Blue Wolf has just got a complete dominance on board, and as you said at the start, the Druid just does not have the cards it needs to come back on the board.
Yes.
Cool.
The first couple of turns was, I think, the most defining for this matchup. Of course, it's still not over, I think. For example, Living Mana can make or break this game.
That's a good point. But it feels at this point like he's going to be too far behind. Like,
maybe, yes.
The Bittertide Hydra represents a whole lot of damage that you're taking when it's almost over already.
Yeah, you can go face and basically the Hydra is killing you more than
it's true.
More than he's killing your opponent. Because now
you
even
need to silence that.
Yeah, 2 hits of it into any minion in your deck. So.
Yeah, the patches being drawn just feels so rough. If that was just any other card in your hand, you'd be in so much of a nicer position. But I think Coco is quickly going to realise that there is absolutely no way for him to come back from this position. So he's just going to show his opponent a bunch of cards in his hand and then concede.
Okay, so it's a 1-1.
One game apiece.
Nice.
Nice and close for the finals. We don't want a complete blowout.
Yeah, it's perfectly fitting. Interesting. As we said, the beginning of the match was defining moment, I think. If Druid gets innervates into a couple of minions, it's their game most of the time. And this time, Zoo got the better hand at the start of it, and just snowballs from that. Because who has the board, he can dictate how he value trades and how much he wants to go aggressive and what he wants to clear and what kind of situation he wants to leave the opponent with. And if you're behind as an aggressive deck, like a tempo deck, you just have to hope that you get a nice clear or something. And most of these decks doesn't run swipes, I wanted to say, but as we can see, this Druid deck is running at least one. We saw it in Mulligan.
Yeah, so once he fell behind on board against that Zoo matchup, it would have actually made quite a big difference if he could have found the swipe. And wow, the Pantry Spider being run as well. This kind of feels a bit more like the versions of this deck that people were playing a week ago.
Maybe it's an old list. It can be. But I met a couple of Pantry Spider decks myself on ladder, like yesterday, playing.
What did you think?
Well, they are annoying because it's a nice target to buff, you know, and it's annoying to kill them. But
it's true.
But I think they are pretty slow. Like if you're behind on board, it doesn't do anything. Like, but this deck is not meant to play from behind, so.
Yeah, that's very true. I suppose in a deck that just needs... Oh wow.
Well, this is
in
a
a deck
draw.
that just needs to have board control, just 2 annoyingly high health minions, given that you can get them out on turn 1 or turn 2 if you have the Innovate or the Coin.
There was
work out really
there was
nicely.
poisonous, Wind Fury, and I think cannot target. I think
Okay.
so. I think so.
I mean, Wind Fury makes sense. Once you get the power of the wild on it, that's 6 damage coming to face every turn, and that is just how you win this matchup. You spam face as quickly as you possibly can. I think. I haven't actually played this deck, as I've said before. Am I correct in saying you want to smork down a quest rogue?
Yes, of course you want to clear the
Okay,
minions so he can't bounce the important minions. But for example, this Fairyfly, I think you can ignore it most of the time. But now there's no reason to ignore it. You have a really nice trade. For example, you go for Power of the Wild and you can just kill with a 2/4. It doesn't do too much to kill it. It's not much effort. It doesn't sacrifice important HP on a minion. And 2 damage, it can be consequential, but I don't think it's worth to push it and maybe be vulnerable to some kind of removal on your other minions.
Oh, these have just been fantastic top deck after top deck for Coco here.
If he gets a 4-drop next turn, it's insane.
Yeah. What 4-drops would he be looking for in this deck?
Maybe he's running the Beast, the new Druid card, the Beast, how it's called, I don't know. That can be a taunt, a 3/5, or can be a 5/3.
the shell shifter. Yeah, yes. Right, you are.
So if he is running that, it would be nice. Even like Savage Roar would be lethal, I think. So.
And it's just going perfectly for him here. He just needs the Wind Fury working out fantastically well, just because he can completely ignore this Igneous Elemental. There's no way of Bounce making this more powerful, as he is guaranteed to get the flame elementals at some point, so just ignoring it and letting him sacrifice it in himself feels like the much stronger line of play.
I think this is game. It's a really hard matchup for a rogue, and as we saw, Coco F drew like a god. Like he top decked a best curve out option every turn, every single turn. So
he did indeed, and with no taunts in the deck, unless he's running Bilefin, a few taunts in the deck, I should say, for the rogue. It feels like there's very, very little that can be used to take this game back, unless we see a prep on this turn to use the Vanish and return everything back to Coco's hand.
Yeah, that would be insanely strong. It would be also almost a game win, I think, if he would have had prep Vanish.
Wow.
Yeah, he had another chance to draw it here because he could coin a prep Vanish.
Very true. Unfortunately, was not able to find it, so I think that is going to lead to a loss for him, even if it's not necessarily on this turn.
It's still lethal, right? 5, 6, 7, 8, yeah.
Is it?
Yes, it's exactly lethal. You can hero power the taunt.
Then you could only deal 7.
No, it was 8. It was 8 on board.
Oh, that one had 3. Yep, sorry, my mistake. I was miscounting. Yeah. So you are correct indeed.
So 1-2.
1-2. Yep, this is going all of a sudden in Coco F's favor. I can't remember what the one remaining deck he has is.
I don't remember either. I don't know what's banned though.
What does he have to be? He has to be Quest Rogue. So hopefully for him it's something aggressive.
Or a Freeze Mage. It's a Hunter. The Hunter is a really nice deck to have against Quest Rogue. I think, as I said before, I think it's the best. It's the worst matchup for Quest Rogue, the mid-range Hunter. At least based on my stats. Maybe I just don't know how to play against them.
Interesting. More so than Pirate Warrior, would you say?
Yes, it's worse for me. Well, mostly because I'm running double of the Glacial Shrouds, you know. So against a Hunter, it's quite okay.
Interesting. So in this matchup, I believe I'm right in assuming that going first is a lot nicer because it gives you a little bit of extra initiative on how you want to make the trades, and I suppose it gives you a guarantee on getting a minion to go with the Crackling Razormaw.
Yes, I think you're correct, but there's only one thing: that if you save coin for quite some time and you make a really strong swing turn, for example, as we can see, he has a combo in itself, Knife Juggler plus Unleash. If you play it on turn 4, for example, once you're behind, you can just swing back the board.
And that is clearly Coco's game plan already. You can see he's committing to that style of play by going for the Jeweled Macaw on turn 1 rather than the Alley Cat. He doesn't want to use too many of his minions to remove his opponent's minions. He wants to let his opponent build them up, get all these small 1 health minions on the board, and then follow up with the Knife Juggler into Unleash. But I guess
Well,
you could go with Knife Juggler into Alley Cat instead.
yeah, it's also okay. If you hit both minions, you're fine also because the Knife Juggler is contesting the board then, and he gets the perfect juggles. I think that's the very best. Not killing the 1/1 I think would be okay too. Like the not proccing the grandma. But this is better probably.
Yeah, as long as you kill the Alley Cat, you are fairly happy, I would say.
Yes.
So this is going to be a complete clear for Blue Wolf here, and once again he is in the lead, so Coco has to find some way of gaining back board control. Thankfully for him, if he goes for the Eagle Horn Bow on this turn, he does have a follow-up for turn 4 that isn't Houndmaster, which often isn't the case as Hunter. You really do want to have a beast on the board on turn 3, leading into turn 4 for your Houndmaster to land on.
Yes, some people cut the Infested Wolf. Personally, I really like it in mid-range. It's a bit slow. It's only a 3-attack minion, and the Death Rattle is nothing fascinating. But for example, now, as you said, having a beast on 4 is really strong.
Yes, absolutely. And one thing I wanted to point out here is because Coco's line of play was to go Knife Juggler, Coin, Alley Cat, which made sense. It was a quicker play. You don't want to save it to go with the Unleash. Both Unleashes here are pretty poor. There's only one minion on board, and it doesn't look like there's going to be too much loading up from his opponent in the coming turns either.
Yeah, I don't think so either. Do you like this play, the Houndmaster, or would you go for Knuckles?
So if you don't go for the Houndmaster, your opponent can bring you down to 14, and if they weave in any additional damage to that, be it through Crackling Razormaw, Houndmaster, I suppose are the main buff cards, then you're in quite a scary spot, because then you're going to have to raise very, very quickly if you want to kill your opponent before just hero powers finish you off.
Yes, I agree, but one thing that I was considering, that if you're Houndmastering with the Knuckles, for example, it's a 7 HP minion. It gets to a 9 HP minion, and it deals more damage by just trading minions.
That is a very good point.
Oh, Wind Fury, I didn't even see that. He Houndmastered and Wind Fury the Nesting Rock. That's really strong.
Really, really strong. Couldn't really have gone much better in the combination of adaptation into Houndmaster.
Yeah, but talking about strong, we have a Juggler and Leash combo.
Oh, and does he hit almost every single one on the rock? Gets 2 of them, which is fantastic. He can get a complete board clear here.
Oh my god.
And now he's starting to pressure his opponent on the backswing, and this is exactly what he needs. He needs no more minion damage to come from his face. He needs there to not be a kill command from his opponent as well. So Blue Wolf starting off with the Macaw here, which I really like, because even if you're going to go with the high main, you know, you might get something else that would encourage you to go with the beast you get in addition to the Hunter hero power, because maybe you want to start weaving those in every single turn, but he thinks the 6-mana high main is just too juicy, it's too valuable to resist.
Okay, so he's going for the clear plan, and again, the Juggler and Leash combo is still there because opponent didn't remove the Juggler off the board, and it's pretty good.
I would have to agree with that. I said earlier on that the Unleash combo with the Juggler wasn't going to get too much value, but I have been proven absolutely wrong in this instance.
It won the game basically, both of those combos, both of the Unleashes. But it's really situational, and I don't think I don't like the Jugglers in the current decks of the Hunter, because it's just one less beast in the deck. But in this kind of situations, when you are facing the mirror match, for example, and you need those clears, those combos with the Jugglers and Unleashes, it's really, really nice when it comes together. It's definitely really strong.
It's incredibly strong, you are correct. And I mean, that's just what gave him a chance in this matchup.
But it's still not over, because you're pretty low.
Exactly. We need to calculate the maths here. So if he can buff up to a 4, he can buff this up to a 4/4, and then on the following turn he can go 4/4 and hero power to win the game.
And there's no taunt.
I don't think there's any way for Coco
He has
to
to
take this
juggle
game
twice.
back now.
He has to juggle twice. It
Oh,
happened!
he hits it! Oh my god!
Oh my god. So the Juggler wins the game.
No way, that can't be it over.
This single Juggler won entire game by giving double Unleash value with the Juggler and juggling the bee.
This Juggler was so good, it's unbelievable.
Oh my god, Coco has to craft him golden now.
Just to say thank you.
Yeah.
So if he can get Leok here, which he does get.
Oh my
wow.
god!
And he can attack the Rat Pack in for 2 more attacks.
There's no space, but yes. 7, 8, 9, 10,
Is this
11.
lethal?
No, it's one off.
So there's still a chance for Blue Wolf to top deck.
Yes, there is, but what was there a sequence when? Oh, was it lethal? It was missed lethal, right? Knuckles attacks a minion, and no, because Knuckles deals 4 damage to the face if he attacks the taunt, for example. I think that was. Yeah, that was a missed lethal. I think if
Do you
Knuckles.
think we've got to go back and analyze that? I'm not actually sure because then you don't get the added 2 rat generations, do you?
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. They didn't go face, I think. Yeah, but
Didn't they? Oh,
still very intense last match.
very
intense.
close. But that does mean that Coco is going to be our grand champion of the Amazon Coins tournament number 8.
Well, that was some RNG Fiesta and Juggles on his vest. I haven't seen them in a while.
Honorable good play from Coco is what you meant to say.
Right, yeah. Oh my god. That juggler. I would craft him golden, definitely. Nice. Okay, so congratulations to the players. Coco F and Blue Wolf both made to the finals and played really well. Coco F, we questioned his place for a while, but in the end, he is the winner of the tournament, so we can't question his place too much.
Exactly.
Nonetheless, he won 3-1. He even beat quite some mentionable players before, like Loyal, Sixo. There was something else I think before. I don't remember. But yes, congratulations for Coco F winning 5 points of HTC and how many Amazon coins? Can you guide us and tell us about the Amazon coins?
Let's have a look. Let's have a look at the prizes. I think for first place you get 5 HCT points and 10,000 Amazon coins.
Wow, that's
quite a lot. I think that's 100 packs.
Yeah, 10,000 coins. Oh my God.
Pretty sweet. Yeah, he is going to be very, very happy as he is going to be able to craft himself some good cards so he doesn't have to run Knife Juggler in Hunter anymore. Even though it won the tournament for him. What am I talking about?
Yeah, it was insane. And nonetheless, you shouldn't be too sad about our Blue Wolf making it to the second place. He got quite a nice prize himself. It was 3 HCT points plus 5,000 Amazon coins. So he's still in a pretty good spot. And of course, up to the 8th place, all players are receiving HCT points and some Amazon coins.
Exactly.
For 3rd and 4th place, they get 2.5 thousand, and from 5 to 8 gets 1,000.
So yeah, for Loyan, you know, he's obviously a big Hearthstone competitor, so he will still be getting his 2 HCT points, which could push him over the edge. You need a lot of points to make it in Europe this season, I think.
Yeah, it's a lot. People are already having like 18, I think.
Yeah, I think I've seen
the cutoff point. The 64th player has 18 points, I think.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, I personally have 14, but I believe I can make it.
That's not bad at all.
Yeah, well, it's not good enough, probably. But yeah.
Next time.
So okay, thank you guys everyone for watching and stopping by. See you guys in a couple of weeks. Next week we are not casting. We are casting every other week. And thank you guys. What else? Do we have something else to say?
Other than make sure to once again check out Amazon Coins if you need more packs for the Journey to Angora expansion. Other than that, as always, thank you very much for doing this with me, Suras. I had a good time as ever.
Yes.
Follow me on Twitter.
Yeah, follow Derek on Twitter. Yeah, so thank you again and see you guys soon.
Bye.